Anyway, so to kind of give you a rehash, I just started this intro to machine vision course offered by MIT OpenCourseWare. And it was interesting because his opening, I guess, statement was, can you count the amount of light particles that hits an object, right? And it's like, what the fuck, nigga? What do you mean by count? We're talking about counting light now. That's how advanced we are as Saiyans. We can do that shit. And so it's like, what the fuck? How do you even start? Well, his point was, okay, so a great way of, I guess, approaching the question is by first finding a particular way of directing your count, right? Like, you have to find a way to essentially line up a light ray, has like single individual light rays, so you can then count them, right? And it's like, what the fuck? But anyways, following that grain of thought, the next point then means that in order to essentially see each individual light ray has one singular thing, you basically have to focus on finding and assessing the ultimate point of view that allows for the observation of each individual piece of light ray that hits the object in such a way that you can see it individually, right? So put simply, you have to find a point of view to where when you look at light hitting this object, you can see how it's not like a one condensed laser light beam, but rather an amalgamation of individual light rays, right? So that's the point he essentially verged to when he brought up the concept of focal orientation. And this is simply comprises of magnitude, so the strength of the source of light, angle of focal the angle of focal observation. I'll just kind of like surmise that way, which is the angle of both the way you look at the object, right, and then on top of that too, factoring in the angle at which the individual light rays are essentially reflected at, right? So both how you are approaching the object, and then at the same time how you're observing the light rays coming out of the object, if you want to put it that way. And then obviously as well, he brought up also the concept of surface materium, which is basically what is the particular object, what kind of texture it has, and then what is the friction that it essentially brings when it comes to the aspect of reflecting light. Like, does it have a lot of resistance? And then is it opaque? Is it transparent, translucent? And then how does that, that's essentially what factors into the overall constant that dictates how light interplays with this particular object, right? So it was fucking interesting then, because it essentially allows you to realize that, oh shit, the twist really matters way more than actually seeing the full picture. So put simply, or to put it back into game speak, as you're approaching tango, it's actually more important to come at them from an angle that's factoring in torque, right? So the direction in which you were in the moment before, previous to the moment when you pressed L1, right? And you factored that into your overall sighting. And that results in, if you want to call it, an ultimate calculus that allows you to actually section in a part of tango that's gonna actually be beneficial to you fucking choosing that part of the screen where tango is, and then sighting them into your weapon, so that when the moment arises when you press R1 and fire upon them, you'll actually be hitting them. So niggas, this is like verging onto the math of like wanted and hitting targets and bending bullets, basically, right? So every time before you're about to press L1, think of how the way you're moving is going to factor into how it's going to affect the overall, you can call it initial inertia that you'll be experiencing when you press L1, because it's going to make your sight either stay still, it's going to make it verge in like upper left or upper right corner, or it's maybe even going to make it verge in the bottom right or bottom left, depending on the twist, right? And then ultimately his point was, by finally identifying the point of view in which you can clearly see the trace, the pathway, the passage of light through the object, then at that point you can ultimately get to what I just put, the Illuminati features of an object. And so at this point, he essentially literally brought up the concept of, you know, those like Illuminati-esque scenes in movies where you have that dude who's like looking at people or observing people, watching people from a fucking like cave-like room that has like a fucking hole in the wall, a fucking glory hole, except he's not sucking dick, but he's observing you, like spying on you, observing you, right? What I just call like the peeper's hole. Now his point, he used the proper word is actually the pinhole model, and his point in bringing this up is by focalizing your attention on a particular, you can call it a perceptron, so like think of a pixel, like a particular pixel on the scene that is the picture that you see, you will actually be able to clearly, as you traverse through the scene, and then upon placing your ultimate awareness on this object that we are essentially placing our sense of attention on, the parts of the object that has the thing that is you, which is ultimately light hitting this object, will reveal the aspects of that particular object that make it to where that object is more prominently identifiable from the environment, from the features of that object that make it less prominently identifiable from the environment. So put simply, and to bring it back to game speak, this is where I realized that, oh shit, dude, like, you want to know how to hit more headshot? Stare at the fucking enemy's nipples. Like the part of the chest on your target makes it to where your eye actually unconsciously shows their head a lot easier. And so by focusing on the chest piece, the head will actually become more illuminated, right? And so another one is also their shoes, like the legs. By staring at your enemy's legs or shoes, their torso or their chest, or what I call the center of mass target. So you know how when you go to a range, you have those like bullseyes and inner bullseyes. So the outer ring, the part that's like easier to hit, is like the torso. It's the center of mass. So the easiest part to hit on Tango is always their chest. And so by staring at an enemy's legs on the screen, your chest will actually become more identifiable to the human eye, causing you to more accurately zone in and laser sight them in, right? Now the point that he mentioned in saying that is that when it comes to the aspect of light reflection, oftentimes people only focus on the spheres of distance. So spatial, temporal, manifested has feet, or how close I am to them, and then the angle, or what I just mentioned to be the twist, right? POV, basically. But if you actually pay attention, I think that was like his final remark, there's more to actually gather if you think about the reflection that that particular scene would make, were you to just extrapolate it out into one upper dimension or one lower dimension. And that's kind of where he ended. So my guess in him saying this, I think he's kind of leading on to the topic of like after images. What makes an after image? How come it's actually a phenomenon? And I guess to bring it back to game speak, the sense of why your unconscious raises your metrics of being more precise and makes your eye actually sharpen the detail of a soldier's head by you staring at their nipples. I think that's pretty much what he's going to get into, and I think it's going to be fucking interesting. So I think as a clue, he mentioned he drew like a triangle, and then like he mentioned the cosine angle, right? So I'm guessing it probably has to do with like some x-axis based characteristics and how it interplays with light. But I thought that was fucking dope regardless. And this, my brothers and sisters, is why you should stay in school. Stay in school, niggas. Cheers. So again, when it comes to the aspects of sight, one of, I guess, the marvelous understandings is that we essentially see things by the aspect of light bouncing off of, I guess you want to put it, the object of focality, right? So whatever we focus on, basically our sense of seeing it literally resides in our retina understanding of light reflecting off of that object. So put simply, we are light, and when we focus on something, we're essentially bouncing or casting a light beam off of that thing, and however that particular thing refracts the light ray that we shoot at it, we essentially get a perspective on that particular thing, right? Now, Professor Horn mentioned that in order to most effectively understand this phenomenon, one is, I guess, better suited, or it's best for one's enrichment to think of the individual spots on that particular object. So put simply, how does that particular object refract light at different points of contact? In doing this, you essentially build a field that shows you the flow of light as you traverse through the object and refracting light upon it. This then kind of answers a question of the problem essentially brought up earlier, which was how can you count each individual light particle as it hits an object, right? By literally building a flow map, or what I just call a flux, by reading flux or reading motion, right? In game speak, I always literally advise people to read flux or read motion by pressing the start button, looking at the map, and essentially meditating on the combat situation at hand, on meditating on how a teammate's blip disappears when they dies and then reappears when they spawn, and then taking note of how each individual squad blip reappears on the map, and then judging or denoting, if you want to call it, the overall direction that it takes. I've noticed that it typically takes a counterclockwise or clockwise direction, typically even following the person who's survived the longest, which is essentially another reason why it's up to us. It's like literally our personal responsibility to not fall into this trap of thinking because of the short respawn time, death doesn't matter, but surviving, because the longer you stay alive, the more you gain, if you want to call it, active direct control over where the enemy spawn is going to be. Basically, the longer you survive, the higher the chances that the game will spawn the enemy in the location that's easier for one of us to kill him, right? That's what I've just simply observed. Now, going back to Professor Horn's concept of motion, the aspects of motion can be seen both on the terms of the individual points of contact. So as light refracts off of a particular point on the object, or the overall track path that if you added all of these points of all of these points of contact would make, right? So think of the light route. Now, why is this important? When you think of the concept of reconstructing an image, so basically looking at something, the aspects of understanding that it is basically us reconstructing a waveform. So you see something, and seeing something simply means that you're literally casting a light beam at something, and then in that light beam being refracted off of what you see and coming back and hitting you in the retina. Whatever you reconstruct in your mind is simply the ability for you to stay as close as possible to the actual thing, right? So in this part, it's at this part of the lecture where he brought up our way of constructing digital images. So when it comes to the process of quantization, the sampling rate matters more than anything else, because it's what denotes the actual crispness of our image in terms of perfectly reconstructing a particular analog waveform signal. But quite simply, it's also the deciding factor that gives the appearance of a well-made, well-saturated picture, or even a degraded picture full of or laden with artifacts and noise, right? So his point is noise, and if you want to call it quality loss, error, is essentially our inaccurate understanding of what's being seen by our addition of something that quite simply, as Robina Cordon would put it, is just not there. So you perceive something to be there because of your inaccurate ability to actually register the light point of contact of a particular object at a particular space in time, right? Now, in this, he then went on, and I think that's kind of where I stopped the video, to mention that one initial approach to combating noise or this degradation in quality is by simply thinking of your linear approximation function. So this is a guess, but he is essentially going to think of the concept of a frame per second mechanism that essentially employs the idea that every single touch point on a particular waveform is essentially a point of contention that goes into building a map, right? So put simply, every time you look at something, you're essentially on some level storing that value in some part of your brain, and the overall collection of the things that you see will go on to then form a map, right? Now, what I'm guessing is what he's going to say, if you look at the same thing twice, you do no good to the overall building of that map. You do no good to the overall collection of new values. So when it comes to mapping something properly, you essentially want to look at the white space. So to go back to game speak, when I talk about, sometimes you hear me have sit reps, so I'm like, point yourself to take a beat from what you're doing, press the start button, look at your map, and point yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. What I'm simply saying is look at the map, and based on what you see, all of the points where we are not and all of the points where you are not, look in those directions, because most likely that's where your enemy is going to be coming from, right? And more specifically, kind of what I've been adding recently is if you do this in such a way that if any one of us were to press start at a particular moment in time, and if we were to essentially take a line from where you are and connecting all of the blips that the squad members make, if we were to be able to draw a circle we would essentially be in what I call at the perfect place and the perfect time for each one of us on an individual level, and thereby essentially be able to make a case for saying that we are well positioned, right? So the goal is to essentially make a circle in the way that we position ourselves on an individual level, because that's essentially covering the map in an effective way and putting ourselves in the places where we're most likely to succeed, in a position where we're most likely to catch the enemy off guard, in a position where we're most likely to spread their numbers to keep them thin, in a position where we're most likely to get them off balance, off centered, and essentially in a position where they're essentially reactive to our overall frequency. Meaning by I approaching them with my sniper rifle, you approaching them with your Remington from the front, Ghost approaching them with his M27 from the west, and then Price approaching them with his fucking Tar, right, or Ripper from the east. We literally keep them off guard, like guessing constantly has the game unfold, and them never knowing what frequency of attack to attune themselves to. I'm like, pew, pew, pew. Every so often you're like, and then like fucking Price is like, you know, and so there's nothing that they can essentially ever latch onto to find a center ground, right? So that's on that. And then primarily speaking, when it comes to making decisions, the white space is the metric upon which you should be basing all of your positional directions. And going further and kind of going back to, I think, what he's going to allude to, the white space is what you should essentially be going towards when it comes to formalizing the map for a particular waveform, right? So there's a lot of mathematical tools that you can use to this, but there's a way of calculating essentially the change in values from one maxima to the next. So remember calculus and like the absolute maximum and the relative maximum, right? The value between in a period of time in the waveform that is the smallest for the largest value in that waveform, or the value in a particular period of time that is the smallest or largest, so absolute and relative, right? And there is a way of essentially, by understanding that, denoting the overall, if you want to call it, average change that one should approach, kind of like using the laws of mean, median, mode, to essentially get an overall calculus for how much should I move by that essentially represents the range of all possible values for my waveform. I think that's what he's going to get into when he talks about linear approximation. But I don't know. Let's find out, shall we? Hey. So, to kind of give a quick recap, recall that things that exist can essentially be perceived in manners of ways, right? One way is like physically, one way is I guess non-physically, and then one way is just called the other. Now, for the context and kind of focus on, I guess, the scope of the matter at hand, which is machine or vision. Sorry, the aspects of light have a very distinct characteristic of essentially being, if you want to call it, experienced through this sense of differentiation, right? So I don't know if you've been paying attention or has I been saying, a professor's Horn's, I guess you want to call it base case theorem, is that for you to essentially see things as they are, if you want to call it Illuminati, you must first essentially assess that which is most prominently useful, that which is most prominently valuable, right? Like, what is actual useful intelligence, information, or value. One way of doing that is essentially focusing on the aspect of distance, right? So ensuring that essentially you relate to an object or to a thing in such a way that it allows itself to essentially reveal information to you, right? So put simply, this is like think of the concepts of relational rapport, right? Now, another way, and that's kind of the focus that he took, is that you can essentially focus on what he called focal orientation, which is the concept of understanding or assessing the direction of light, right? By essentially focusing on the direction of light or the pathway that light takes, you can essentially effectively find the, if you want to call it, focal point of view that is most beneficial to gleaming the perceptrons of this particular element that will release or reveal the most of the useful of information, right? And so this is the concept I mentioned earlier of essentially finding the Illuminati features of an object, that which by focusing on essentially causes for a reveal of the most prominently useful parts of an element or an object. So he took the concept of, he called it the pinhole model, which is, just think of like, they call it the peeper's hole or glowy hole, except you're not sucking dick. Like just those Illuminati movies of a guy like looking at people through a hole. And what you do is, if you were to essentially experience the universe, reality in that way, through this hole, you would essentially quickly come to this realization that things do not always appear as they are. Or more simply put, the thing that you see is not always as useful as that which is not seen, right? Now, the point I'm saying in saying this is that when it comes to the aspects of sight, and I've actually mentioned this in the past, our eye has this thing called, I just call it ocular fuzziness, where around like the 45th to 50th degree angle, just things start to not be as rendered as sharply as things that essentially are, so things around the 45th, 50th degree angle, and then you draw a line out from there. Think objects around 2 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters out are not rendered as sharply as objects that are closer, right? So just think of like the radiant circles from that fact alone. Now, going further with that concept, he mentioned this aspect that essentially when you look at an object, or any element for that matter, there are actually some features of that element that literally do not add any pertinent value to essentially assessing or knowing that element, right? So in that grain of reasoning, then there is what I call Illuminati or illuminative features, where by focusing on that particular aspect of an element, you can actually cause for, if you want to call it, unconscious, subconscious, conscious reveal of the totality of that element, right? And this is what I mentioned in the past of, by, for example, bringing it back to game speak, stare at Tango's nipples, so the chest please, and then you'll be able to consistently get headshots. Like, no fucking joke. Tested it out myself, it worked. Stare at enemies' legs, so sense legs coming, and then you'll be able to consistently hit them. Right, sense their nipples or chest coming, and you'll be able to consistently hit headshots. Right, and this is kind of like a direct, if you want to call it, application of this Illuminati concept. Right, just essentially trying to assess the thing, the elements of a particular, the parts, the characteristics, attributes of a particular element, or object that make it more prominently identifiable from the others, from the environment, from everything else, from the parts, the characteristics, the attributes of a particular object and element that make it less prominently identifiable or distinguishable from others, from the environment, or from everything else, right? And this is, again, the game speak, staring at the chest and staring at the legs, right? Now, going further, he mentions how in this you can essentially come up with, you're going to call it a heuristic for vision, or the concept of experiencing light reflection, right? And this is simply by understanding how, as you look at something, every single point of every part of that thing essentially is reflecting light. So a thing is not just one thing, but it's essentially an aggregation or amalgamation of individual smaller things. So tango is not just like one body, but it's like head, shoulders, legs, arms, feet, ears, blah, 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 right? And all of these different parts essentially have a different, if you want to call it, light reflection performance to them, right? The head reflects light differently, the arms reflect lights differently, the legs, etc., right? And that essentially allows you to kind of feel like, not a matrix, but like I call it a flux map, right? Or a flow map. Let's use the word flux, a flux map, where it's basically just a collection, if you want to call it a reference experience in your mind of how you see how this particular object, element, whatever is reflecting light, right? So it's basically a collection of light reflection values, right? And then that essentially enables you to come up with, if you remember the algebraic operations of calculus, derivative that will form a rate of change map for how light is being interplayed by this object or element, right? Hence what I call flux or flow. And my essential recommendation of getting or trying to get everyone to essentially play the game always by essentially as often as possible pressing start, meditating on the combat situation, and just seeing how enemy blip appears and disappears, seeing how where our blips are, right? Seeing how where you're pointed, and then realizing that essentially if you were to essentially draw a line from you to all of the different team player blips, you will come up with essential wave, and that's what I call flux, right? Like it's this wave-like or motion-like representation of where we all stand. Now, in that too, and kind of like my point verging on to just additionally also bringing enemy blip, and also where they appear and disappear, and where we appear after we die. The reason being is because that enables you to conceptually have an intuitive understanding of what I call reading the wind, which is, or assessing the grain of the land, which is simply the aspect of understanding where orientational positioning is most suited to a particular aspect of the accomplishment of a mission objective or another. So put simply, in order to most effectively position yourself throughout the map as the game unfolds through time, getting a perspectional understanding of how by, for example, the wind coming from the north will cause for spawn locational, if you want to call it, change or modus to be southward. So meaning it's just take your finger and then moving upwards, right? And then all the way along that line of the finger moving upwards, is a high chance of a respawn location, you can better positionally and situationally position yourself to side in tango, down tango, and then essentially recenter yourself in such a way that the next tango to come is already in your line of fire, right? So that's essentially my whole point in all of this. Because if you think about like the concept of just combat or warfare, fucking fighting sucks, right? Or I guess combat sucks and war sucks. But if you were to imagine if you were to every person you had to fight or kill, you essentially were automatically bound or doomed to fight like 100 more people, right? 1,000 more people, right? So if you situationally position yourself to know that, then tactically you'll just make sounder decisions. And so my point in, if you know where the wind is coming from, like in what direction and all that, then you'll just be prepared to always be situationally placed in the best position to win, right? To succeed, to survive, or whatever. Now, going back to, I guess, the concept of flux, he talks about how when it comes to quantization, so the concept of taking an analog waveform and converting it to a digital waveform. So what we do when we essentially when we build video games, when like we use screens, computers of any kind, the aspects of minimizing noise, so absolute representation of a waveform, meaning what you see or what is perfectly reconstructed in the digital world to that which was originally, without any added noise done or added by the whole operational process of, if you want to call it, like the software, hardware execution, right? So just think of the CPU, the clock cycles, your fucking clock counters, the switches, the circuits, all that shit. Like, there's literally no added noise caused by all of that. Then the concept of essentially getting that done perfectly has to do with what he mentioned to be the understanding of the Illuminati aspects of an object, right? So put simply, when you see a wave, the concepts of understanding it perfectly doesn't necessarily rely in your accurate, or if you want to call it delta picosecond by delta picosecond, I guess, triggering or sampling of it, but rather in the aspects of perfectly etching its relative and absolute maximas, right? So remember, absolute maximum, the most highest value of a waveform, and then relative, the most highest or lowest value of a waveform. In that, when you can most effectively know its maximas, then at that point, for sure, in his understanding and experiences, you will come to the best of the better conclusions of the recalling of that thing or waveform or object. And hence this whole aspect of building a, if you want to call it, a light reflection point of contact map that is essentially denoting light has its reflecting on a part of a object's, light has its reflecting upon a point of, or part of an object, right? And then seeing how the different parts of that object have different light values, and then aggregating that, and then in that you literally see a fucking light line almost, or light wave, you want to call it. I'm getting poetic here, I apologize. Now the point in this is, by perceptually understanding how things move through this object, I guess perceptually, right? So in terms of light, you can most effectively understand how it works. And I think that's kind of where he's going into next, right? So in this aspect of, I guess, reconstruction, he brought up the linear approximation functions, and then figuring out the maximas, and then in that, the last part, what we just played was double checking your work by taking the derivatives of, I guess you want to call it, the overall equation that is built by the model that you constructed, and seeing if it excessively or accurately matches to the original waveform's maximas, right? So that's what he meant. That's when he mentioned derivatives and stuff. And if it does, then you have a solid foundational understanding of that element, of that object, of that thing. And if it doesn't, go back to the drawing board. Now, what was interesting too, one thing I really liked was he really beat into the head very lightly. Is that a joke? The concepts of dimensional change and how that representational, I guess you want to call it, the different modus operandis of those differing or varying representation will affect, if you want to call it, the overall denoted way you even manifest these differing values, right? So this is where we're essentially verging into the concepts of fields, right? And how, like, perceptually, the things that have to be, or the things that hold the most values tend to be not so much the things closest to the maximas, not so much the things closest to the minimas, but if you were to look at the overall differing values individually, you would see that there is somewhat of an anomalous feature to that particular spot's value. Like it doesn't make sense that that particular point of contact, based on the past, the last point of contact, and the one that comes after it, that one should have that value. And so that tends to be the points that should have the most, if you want to call it, point of view. I don't want to call it vocational, so focal and vocational. Vocational, so focal observation, focal orientation, vocational interests, right? And that's where he was essentially drawing like circular radiant gradients, right? Where it looks almost like a bubble, but not. So it's clearly a Dragon Ball Z warrior, a Dragon Ball Z bro. So we're talking about reading chi now. Anyways, I hope I did a good job, and I didn't fucking put into my mouth words he didn't say, but hope you guys understood this and you get the most out of it, right? As a quick close recap, think nipples for headshots, think legs for just getting more accurate shots in, and then in terms of viewing, so just, that was a fucking long one. I don't know if y'all got all of that, but if you were tracking or following along with what I was saying earlier, his main point is that when it comes to reconstruction, obviously noise gain is, if you want to call it, the fundamental root problem domain that we're facing, right? When it comes to the aspect of not just quantization, so taking an analog signal and converting it into a digital, or if you want to be an alchemist, taking a digital signal and turning it into an analog waveform. And then also, furthermore, when it comes to the aspects of the application of the skill of sight, so recalling something that you observed perfectly without any sort of error, right, in terms of precision. So perfectly etching the totality of the waveform that is the object that you observed, and then also in terms of measurement, that is recalling and precisely denoting, if you want to call it, its range in terms of magnitude, so the highest and the lowest of the highest and lowest possible points, right? So how high and how low it goes, and that includes absolute and relative maximas. Now in this, I guess that was a really long ass fucking class. That's probably why it got a little super heavy on the technical side, because there's like a trillion ways of dicing that particular subject, just in terms of like scope, focus, denoted, specialized, if you want to call it technique, like surgery, surgical precision, the Palmer Stephen method, like in Doctor Strange or whatever. But even in terms of desired effect, in terms of the result, right? Like, do you want a number? Do you want a waveform? Do you want like a value? Do you want a quantic energy? Do you want, like, you know, it all depends on really what your particular, if you want to call it, situational subjective reality for the question at hand is, right? Now, I guess the general, if you want to call it generalistic approach that he brought on in the purposes, I guess, educating or instructing us, imparting us, enriching us with the wisdom and experience of how to go about approaching it, giving us that starter kit, if you will, is the aspects of rate of change in terms of the derivative. So remember when I was talking about light, then the light hitting an object, then the light, then looking at the object in terms of light reflecting upon that object, then looking at the object in terms of all of the individual points that comprise that object, and then the individual points that comprise that object from the perspective of light reflecting upon it. From there, making, if you want to call it, the overall map, if you want to call it light point map, that denotes each individual part of that object and their, if you want to call it, light reflection values. And then that ultimately transforms into what he called gradient, right? So I think this is typically what they refer to as brightness, or in some places even saturation or variance, right? Where the sheen is literally the composition of each of these individual things. And then he went going further, the aspect of touch. So think of light reflection upon the surface material. So I just use the word medium. That is the physical, if you want to call it, manifested form of that object. Causes, if you want to call it, like a tandem friction of interplay. I don't want to say resistance, or I don't know. Let's just call it a friction of interplay, right? So, in some places they refer to it from the aspect of resistance. So, the dielectric coefficient, for example, right, and how if a wave is propagating through space, it literally, theoretically moves freely, but when it's in water, when it's in like fire, or when it's in an element, anything else, then it essentially propagates, it hits upon matter, and then that causes resistance, right? So that, now the point I'm mentioning in saying this is that's kind of how he wanted you to blend the individual, if you want to call it, light points, in order to come up with, if you want to call it, the sheenness that comprises what will overall, from a higher level perspective, be seen as the motion of an object or an element, right? Because it's kind of like making a sauce, fucking saucing it up, and then so the blend occurs when you go from one light point value to another light point value, right? And what was fucking cool, particularly about his, I guess, overall delivery, is oftentimes we so preemptively want to viscerally just do the law of average thing. So add up all numbers and divide by n, right? But his point was that's stupid, because each point is its own individuality, and that was actually the whole, I guess you want to call it, master thesis or master base case for the last 3 classes is that each has, contrary to popular opinion, like each individual light point is its own has its own individuality in a sense because of focal point of view. So remember when I was talking about twist, so the aspect of approaching an object at a particular element, right, in the sense of approaching an object from a particular standpoint. So think of looking at something from the South Pole, right? And then because the South Pole is like at the bottom half of the Earth, it has a specific geospatial, I don't want to use the word profile, but I'll use the word azimuth. So not just latitude and longitude, but what's that? What's the word? It's I don't want to say hemispherical torque, but the way I would, I guess, think of this like take a soccer ball and then put it on your finger, spin it, right? Actually, no. Take what's something that everyone has a base understanding. Yeah, take your phone, right? Take your phone, set it flat, so like on fucking when it's is this called landscape portrait? Put it on portrait mode, right? Like on the portrait angle, and then put it flat on your finger, spin it, right? Then take your finger, or take the phone, then set it on top of your finger, but now instead of on its back, put it on the charger port, so like on the bottom, and then spin it. And you'll see how like those different spins literally affect the overall inertial like forces of the whole thing, right? So the point is every light point, so from going back to the South Pole thing, from the South Pole, you will also literally have a particular, I want to use the word hemispherical, there's another word for it, but I'll just can't recall anything, that hemispherical torque, which affects actually the overall spectrum of possibilities. So you won't be able to look down, for example, or there's going to be literal angles that just won't be able to be reached on some level, right? And then the same thing for the North Pole. And then because of that, you kind of get a sense of what I'm saying when I talk about azimuthal oriented locational parameters, if you will, right? So every light point has that, and then on top of that, and kind of which was the idea from the first classes, everything existent has its own projectional value, if you will, and this is where I'm kind of reaching. You can kind of sense that, but just think of the aspect of a shadow, right? And then the aspect of a mirror or an after image. So imagine staring at your light bulb for like a long ass fucking time until you almost feel like the filament is like burned into your retina, and then stare away. After a few 5, 10, 7 seconds, you'll still see the filament, right? So I'm talking about that. And so every light point has its own thing like that as well. And so by that standpoint or stand view, its viewport is quite literally unique. And so the point is, when you go from one light point contact point to another, so what I'm saying is take your lamp and move it by like 1 millimeter in any direction on an object, it's literally a different thing. Initially, or I guess to our usual understanding, we try to think, or we think, oh no, it's just the same thing, right? Because we experience time fluidly, not like has like still frames, actually is, like in the old cameras of the day, but we experience it fluidly, right? We don't see the still frames that is. And so in that same way, light point contacts are it's the exact principle. And so oftentimes, because of, I guess, the immeasurable applications that are typically driven by like LCD screen or what I call tachyon technology, right? We tend to, or I'll just say our very primitive tachyon inventions at the moment, we tend to just focus on the concept of normalization because it's so new, we're so new to this thing, and that's kind of how we're just understanding it now. But his point was actually not like everything is its own, and whether or not you want to do it or not, the aspect of just fucking putting your hand in the mud. So when he was talking about just that brute force approach of approach every single pixel, add it up to the total, or calculate its lightness value, add it up to the total, then come with a new overall lightness value, do it again and again and again, is actually the most effective way of seeing clear, right? I guess lightness or Pixie. What's her name? Trixie. Trixie the fairy, if you want to call it. Because that's actually going to accurately reflect the overall multi-dimensional perspective that is wave, whatever is at hand. Now, I guess his final point was that we should be cautious in not forgetting that there is some value to, I guess, blending, right? There is some value to providing actually allowing noise in our computations. And that was actually a really fucking swaggy ass, you want to call it, on the low key shade point that he made, right? Because often there are things that actually are only revealable in the presence of noise, where there are things where it's that actually benefit from noise being there, that actually are beneficial to contributing to actionable, precise, evolutionary value that can only be gleaned or produced by the presence of noise or in noise. And I guess that was actually his, I don't know if anyone caught that, his technical, I guess, first foray into the concepts of an artifact, right? Because if you think of like images where you're trying to clean it up and then you just see some weird shit, right? It's like, what the fuck is that? Aliens. They are here. They are they are here. But his point was that in terms of reading things accurately and precisely, one should essentially meditate on, Lord, may you grant me wisdom and discernment so that we can always, I guess, make the most of the wisest of decisions to the effective accomplishments of our benefits and goals and all that. And his point in saying that is that specifically for the context of like light, right? So when you're dealing with light waves and all that shit, and like, I guess, particles, if you want to put it, micro sensitivity makes macros of differences, right? So one little change in you literally move the thing by like a picometer and it affects your entire model by like everything. And in that understanding, conceptually referring to, I guess, what I call the root characteristic or the baseline, the root essence of the thing, right? If you want to call it the elemental energy that is at hand, most likely dictates the most beneficial, if you want to call it, scope and precision and perspective of properly capturing, understanding, I mean, like, take a snapshot of a picture, right? So a waveform, understanding, so making sure that you got like enough light, so think of changing your aperture and all that shit, and then like your ISO values on your camera, and then also processing or understanding. So being able to clearly choose the values, RGB, and then black and white, and then also the variance. So 0 to 256, or negative 256 to 256, or 0 and 1, or 0 and like allowing floating points, so 0.1, blah blah blah, to effectively convey the richest of pictures for the conceptual scope at hand. And I think he was really trying to warn people, because in the growing shape of like machine-based operations, so robots, autonomy, automatrons, all of those things, if you want to call it, kind of like greedy approach, or the greedy algorithm, right? So just finding the shortest path for everything. Minute by minute, like subjective understanding of what's most important. So coming up with the most important primary mission objective, or the main mission, is the only axiom to your design, is the only basis by which every decision should be made. Because shit gets wild and fucking crazy, extremely crazily wild at that realm. And when it comes to just the sheer level of capital, of resources, of manpower, of energy and effort you're gonna put in, don't fuck it all up just because all of a sudden you get big eyes, so to speak. It's like a shorthand of putting that. And so that's kind of how he introduced like Gaussian, and like when reducing noise, or noise reduction, or simplification, as he put it, should be done, and when it's not, right? So coming up with the simplest way of seeing the object or element. So referring back to the whole illuminative or Illuminati characteristics of an object I mentioned earlier, and how that will help you see or focus on the thing that would make the object or element at hand most prominently distinguishable from the others, from the environment, and from everything else that exists, from the thing that, or the elements and attributes on an object or element that does not make it more distinguishable from the environment, from others, from everything that exists. And I guess to add to this whole space or discourse, that actually causes for the injection or introduction, or I guess allowing into of the picture the presence of noise, right? And I think that's kind of why he kind of did a la contra-positive delivery of that whole statement, because it makes everything more 360 in your understanding of it. And so that's kind of how you really get an appreciation for the fucking rainbow. Anyways, I guess to bring this back to GameSpeak, one, just remember, as earlier, if you want to get more headshots, stare at the enemy's nipples, right, or their chest piece, and it'll unconsciously make their head pop out more, right? Stare at their legs, and then it'll unconsciously make their whole body pop out more, right? Number 3 too is if you're looking to essentially fuck around with your screen. So I actually customized mine. It looks sick, which is probably why I'm like so proud. I'm brag. No, right? So yo, like we have smart TVs, bro. Like fuck. And then on top of that, there's just so many cool things that they can do. And when it comes to having like a high-powered computing machine, like why not? You know, it's like if you have a Tesla that runs on like, or you have a car that runs on Tesla energy or thermal energy, right? Like think of a neon, the element in the periodic table. Literally, why the fuck would you not use it, right? Why the fuck would you not like boost it up or tune it up, make it run to the best of its ability? So in that same grain, I kind of like fucked around with mine and just like affected the variance and some of like the CYMK values. And so when it comes to like certain parts of like Tango, like looking at the screen, it looks sick. It almost looks like it's real, pretty sure. And so the point that I'm trying to make is just that if you affect or if you're fucking around with your brightness, I would highly advise you to look into both the brightness value, obviously. So push it back past, you know how there's like denoted sections like not visible, visible, visible. I would actually push it past it and actually make it visible, and then tune it to your own taste, right? Because your own eye, your own retina, based on, I guess, your ability to retain sun energy, right? If you don't sun gaze like I do, meth head. Just kidding. Like you literally don't have enough aperture. So basically your eye does not open wide enough, and thus a light does not shine through enough. And thus literally probably some colors do not get registered, right? So some oscillating frequencies literally do not register to you. And so I would actually tune it to your own palette and not just go by like the game's recommended thing. And then number 4, obviously, I mentioned this before, but fuck around with your camo, so your outfit, and make sure you don't appear like literally like 90% of y'all literally stick out to me. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you wearing, bro? So like pick something that's literally ninja, and then the last thing I would say is also fuck around with the vertical band thing. So it's actually really weird, but think of what it means to essentially change your height and width, right, on the screen. So as web designers and developers, we know this, like CSS and all that shit. How that affects things. So going from one device to the other, right, it literally affects the overall appearance of a website. But then going further, it even affects some of the performance of little widgets, right? So if you have some JavaScript or whatever, like sometimes if you design it on a desktop, it'll probably work perfectly. But unless you actually specifically create methods to trigger in the case of a mobile situation, it literally will not work, right? So going back to, I guess this is kind of why I'm bringing up the concept of understanding, I guess, parameterized operations. So, for example, page width, or I'm talking about device height and width settings, right? So 1024 by 768 CSS, and then translating it to this game. So the options for horizontal band and vertical band. I would actually push it past the denoted line. Reason being simply is because you're able to actually see more of the screen, right? And I think that's about it on that. Anyways, hope this helps. Hope you guys got something out of this. And as always, thank you for visiting Master Steven's upgrade experience. Cheers. I guess the point I was trying to make is that when it comes to the aspects of fields, right? So just think of auras. Think of also the idea I mentioned about like 2 hours ago of the concepts of how everything that everything that exists has within it what I call to be fields of ambient energy. You'll kind of get a sense of what I'm talking about when I am referring to the aspects of auras in terms of, if you want to call it, ambient fields of energy, denoting properties that have to do with telling the state of matter of the current system that is the human body at hand, in the aspects of maybe emotional, in the aspects of maybe mental or physical, etc., right? So in this, I guess, like viewpoint, you can kind of, if you understand it, extrapolate it out to the nth degree, right? So basically, take a circle, right? Draw another concentric circle, whether it's smaller or bigger, and then keep doing that over and over, whether in the direction that's making the circles bigger and bigger and bigger, or smaller and smaller and smaller. And you'll kind of get to, I guess, the tangible sense of what we call dimensionalities, right? Where basically what we know to be reality is just amalgamations of these concentric circles, these spheres of existence that are or can be now, thanks to technology, and actually perfectly, I guess, demonstrated, seen as these resonant ambient fields of energy, denoting the sense of what we experience in the terms of, like has in math, where you can do u equals a over b, or blah blah blah, or y equals mx plus b, and then just take the derivative of that, turn it into red bubble equals physical, blue bubble, or red color equals physical, blue color equals mental, etc. And what's fucking badass and fascinating, especially in today's day and age, is the fact that through this, I guess, lens, kind of like taking your scope and changing a lens on it, we can actually do like direct, if you want to call it, etheric tachyon touches that, as opposed to the past, where the aspects of these sorts of operations were literally primeval, in the sense that, like, you have to have like that one arcane, almost fucking clearly it's an alien or some other shit guy that had like that weird technology around that would allow this shit to happen. Now we can literally come up with like a la Legos basic science kit experiments or situations or environments in today's day and age for our own purposes, in order, and just touching on these fields in order to accomplish our ends, right? Like, just think of a signal generators, oscilloscopes, frequency generators, like multimeters, and then like your basic breadboard. Not even your fucking phone literally has apps that do these things, right? And then you just pop it into whatever, and there you fucking go, right? Like, it's so fucking grand. Anyways, I shall say less, but that was my spiel on that. Okay, so if you allow me to clean that up a bit before I guess I move on to the next section of this Intro to Machine Vision course taught at MIT OpenCourseWare, the main tenets that have been, I guess, talked about up until now are this: the aspects of sight can basically beyond just the complex analysis of the system that is bioenergy turned motor function, that are attributed to, you can call it your sense organ, so your retina, your eye, and then it's attached to some kind of like a sensor, like a robot sensor, which is your retina, which essentially captures light, and that is essentially converted through nerves and organs and a whole complex chain of events into electrical impulses and whatnot that will essentially come, maman, tu peux allumer, that will essentially come at some point or the other to collect in your brain and be transformed into sight and I guess some aspect of sound and some aspect of what we denote to be texture, right? Can also be simplified down into the overall understanding that ultimately what is seen is essentially our brain's ability to recapture that which is light wave bounced off of object. So put simply, whatever we see is contrary to popular opinion, not just, if you want to call it, brain reconstruction of a particular sense impulse, so the electrical synapses and electrical circuits signals that I mentioned, but rather our ability for the retina to capture and essentially recapture an initial or individual independent point of contact on an object. So remember what I mentioned earlier, we are by virtue light. When we focus on an object or anything for that matter, we essentially, like Goku doing a Kamehameha, casting a light wave upon the object of our attention. This light wave will then, upon contact, be refracted or reflected back onto the physical world and ultimately onto our eye or our retina or sense organs to essentially cause for the recapturing of this, if you want to call it, light wave Kamehameha. And it is these individual light point of contact on the object that will then go on to cause the individual signals that will be sent to the brain to cause for the reconstruction of image, right? What was seen initially. It is actually now, if you think about it, cool because it allows for a reverse engineering process by which we can each individually improve the metrics of not just accuracy, which is being able to scope a particular section of your screen that is denoted to tango body part and shooting them, and precision, which is being able to consistently wanting to hit Tango's head and getting their head, consistently wanting to hit headshots and getting headshots, but more specifically what I mentioned to be ocular focus or precision, which is our ability to perfectly recapture all of the independent individual light point of contacts on an object. So put simply, if you're nearsighted or short-sighted or far-sighted, then I guess my recommendation to you would be to construct activities or little tests, you can call it mind training exercises for yourself, that cause for you to essentially flex those parts of your sense organs that are attributed to one surface area aspect of light recapture on an object. So for example, let's just take a quick example. Being nearsighted, let's just for the sake of definition, means that you are unable to perceive things that are far away from you, right? And so then let us define things that are far away from you has individual independent points of contacts on an object that have a distance of maybe, I don't know, we're talking in the world of nano, so for the sake of explanation, let's just bring it out to meters. Objects that are like 1 meter or 3 meters, 5 meters, and beyond in the environment on the frontal plane. So just think taking your left joystick, moving it up, taking your right joystick and moving it backwards, right? So objects that are 3 meters and beyond have a difficulty of being perfectly recaptured, has them being represented by the individual independent points of contact that they make when light touches upon said object, right? So that's nearsightedness for the sake of this argument. And so in order to essentially solve this problem of nearsightedness, you want to essentially develop activities that make it to where blood is more prominently pushed to those parts of the environment. So cause or engineer schedule activities for yourself where you're forcing your eye to cause more blood to essentially be pushed to those aspects of the overall surface area of the environment. This would mean force yourself to see things that are further and further away and just hold that level of personal scrutiny to the utmost of your ability, because what will happen is over time you will come to essentially see greater detail in the rendering of objects that are further away from you by your forcing your brain and your body to redirect energy and life force to those functions that are critical to processing objects that are further away. In you doing this, your brain will essentially recapture that lost bandwidth, and you will be able to recapture the individual independent light points of contacts pertaining to any said objects further away. The same argument or theory can be made for people who are, there's nearsightedness and then short-sightedness, something like that. People who can see things far away but who can't see things that are close to them, right? Force yourself to essentially cause more blood to be redirected to the activities of recapturing perceptrons that are pertaining to the recapturing of individual independent light points of contacts that are within 3 meters or closer to you in that environment. And thus, my friend, you move towards a path of 20/20 vision. Now, the point in my saying this is to kind of help you really simplify and, I guess on some level, be as excited as I am to the aspects of the truth that is actually sight, right? Because if sight is just being able to recapture an individual independent light point of contact on an object, then it is ultimately just our ability to play, right? Like play to our heart's content, and then just be able to draw passion and pleasure in the aspects of the activity of the playing itself, right? Be able to see and appreciate the value gained from recapturing near objects or far objects, so to speak. And then the bringing together of these different elements causing for the big picture to be revealed. Now, a point that he made was that when it comes to noise, all too often we have a tendency, because of our vast, if you want to call it, calculus or algebraic-based mathematical libraries, of just penching towards applying the mean, median, and mode to find the overall optimum value for any said one thing. So, making a quick step back, when you recapture all of these near objects and far objects, individual independent light points of contact values, you'll come to see the totality of the picture in greater detail. You'll see hue, you'll see what I specifically always focus on are lightness and darkness values. And more specifically, you'll see what I refer to as variance, which is as you course through an object, the change in lightness to darkness value on any one particular point of contact. And then its overall, if you want to call it, relation to the complete picture, which is all of the individual independent light points of contacts on an object. And it'll actually make you see more of things. Now, in that aspect, our brain has this fascinating ability of always wanting us to do as little work as possible. And in this, as opposed to just, hey, I'm gonna go through every single point of contact of an object and individually capture or hold to memory its light reflection value performance, if you will, it will just have this thing of wanting to just add all of the individual light point of contact performance values and then come up with the average so that the complete range of all possible values is etched into mind, so to speak. So our brain has this thing of always coming to the average of all things. And his point was that if you think about it, and from a standpoint of self-development or mind training for that matter, esoteric communities in the past that always had a higher purpose or higher spiritual focus mode of operation and way of living had in them activities that actually slowed down this process. So we know that if you're an ADD-addled brain, that basically you think impulsively. And what impulse simply means is you're always taking in your brain signals, and rather than slowly taking the time to process what each signal means, you just go on to the next signal and the next signal and the next signal. And kind of like a computer that has a whole bunch of items in the task manager that have not been resolved, your RAM is continuously bogged down in things of the past. And so what happens is eventually, and like obviously as a result of, you come to a crashing forward of all things, because there are some things in the queue that have not finished processing, and there are things that have just been added that take a lot of processing power. And so these, I guess, communities in the past, what they will do through the aspects of meditation and mind training is allow the individual to cause themselves to take the pause, to be still, to allow past items on the queue to finish resolving their processing so that the moment at hand can fully be processed. And in this, allowed for, you can call it the unraveling of the complete ability spectrum that is vision, right? Not just sight in terms of its physical capabilities, but aspects like clairvoyance and being able to draw into things that are currently rendered the things that most likely will come. So projection, right? And it is cool because then you can kind of see how we have as he put it perfectly, Professor Horn, that is, a misconstrued understanding of even the aspects of error, right? Where we all too often think it is our inability to fully capture each individual light point of contact. But his point is, and I guess his base masterclass case is, yes, that, but more specifically going to the next level, it causes us to read into the improper value of things. So the way he put it was, just imagine your sine or cosine waveform, and if you were to essentially having to teach someone how to draw a sine or cosine waveform just by your words, it would be a difficult task because you would have to essentially tell them the values on your sine or cosine waveform that are actually beneficial to understanding the true sense or essence, what I call the root primal essence of the sine waveform or the cosine waveform. And it's kind of funny because it then gets into like ethical, philosophical discussions. What is real? What is existence? Am I? But it then goes into understandings of what he mentioned has range, has variance, has that which should be. So in his discussions, he mentioned things like maximas, right? Like where the absolute highest value of the waveform and then the relative maximum value of a waveform in a particular time period. And then that brought on, I guess you can call it, the philosophical understanding of what a delta is, right? A change in value has the moment arises. So calculus covers this as like d divided by dt, right? So the difference of whatever we're talking about has time differentiates itself. So we always think of going forward, right? So we always think of going forward. So has the moment that is next comes forth, or has we're traversing back in time, or the past rendered individual independent life point of contact values. And the point in bringing this up, and I guess this point was, if we hold to mind these notions of the stillness and causing for the processing of past things forth to reach termination or completion, it is then to grasp for one's enrichment that the aspects of even delta can on some level be seen as not fully comprehended to their utmost capability or proper understanding. Kind of what I mentioned as causing for the misreading of the improper values. Because to perceive something that has not yet occurred simply means that you're reading the sequence like a series, right? Like it's a Riemann series, like from calculus, right? It's just a natural, logical unfolding of things. And to essentially be able to trace your steps back to this moment simply means just going back into the Riemann series. And any, I guess, deviation from that particular sequence is on some level an anomaly. So we talk about discontinuities and shit like that in calculus, but the same thing holds true here. And his point is, if you understand that, then you can gain a better appreciation even of error, because sometimes error isn't really a misproper reading of a value, but maybe the creation of a new value infused by the presence or addition of an unknown variable element. And in the past, that's where I brought up the concept of artifacts or aliens. Where it's like, you took a picture of a scene or some shit, and then you saw some orb or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck is that? And you apply all your Photoshop knowledge and wizardry, and it still doesn't come out of the scene. And then it has you starting to wonder, what exactly did you capture, right? And his overall, I guess, warning on being so quick to always perceive error as error, but rather to see every, you can call it, situation has new, original, authentic, and a possible addition of true, authentic, evolutionary, yielding advantage, beneficial value, right? And how he essentially verges into the aspects of Gaussian theory and we literally kind of just surmise as field theory, because there's a whole bunch of shit that goes to that. Now, the final point that I mentioned, and I guess let's just take a quick step back. Recall this being, for example, in-game, stare at oncoming Tango's body, so their chest plate, and you'll literally see how there's a unconscious, conscious revealing of their entire fucking head. I don't know if it's just me or not. The head literally balloons up like a fucking big sucker, and that has consistently yielded to me hitting more headshots and raising my metric of precision, right? Stare at Tango coming on your screen's legs, and it will, like a fucking balloon sucker, cause for an unconscious conscious reveal of their entire body, and that has consistently led to my increase of accuracy, right? And which essentially is a direct manifestation of this idea that he mentioned, all elements present existent to hold, that he has dubbed to be, or what I just call the Illuminati feature of an object, where were you to look at the world through a prism, right, like through a hole in a wall, and just look through the world in that perspective, you will quickly come to the realization that not everything seen holds value, right? There are certain parts, or if you want to call it certain individual independent points of contact of an object, that hold greater value than others, because by you focusing on them causes for an overall unconscious conscious revealing of the totality of the essence of that thing. And kind of answering the whole question, how would you teach someone who's blind the sine waveform or the cosine waveform? What are the parts of the waveforms that you would focus on that would make that thing known to them for their totality and, I guess, magnificence, right? And so his point, and kind of just rehashing, is by just like a fucking hunter, just only focusing on finding the illuminative attributes of an element or an object, you can get to the greater picture that they are, right? You can get to the values that would most effectively represent them on the wide and deep narrow spectrum of existence and reality, for that matter. And that being just the examples I mentioned of staring at the enemy's nipples and staring at their legs, right? And that causing like an Illuminati effect of everything that they are. Now, the next, I guess, or final point, bringing it all together, is upon that understanding, you can even, on some level, come to see as what we perceive to be error has something different, right? Because if you think about reality in life, we perceive, all too often, we relate to it on a sequential perspective, meaning we like to tie all of the activities and outputs given by our motor functions and sense organs has a sequential series of events. We tie things together to form a big picture. But in reality, it is not so. Everything is still frame, quite literally. And his point on not always just blending and finding the average for the individual optimum light value for this object, but just going through the hard work and going and visiting each, if you want to call it, point of contact individually. And going to that point, it also applies for aspects of not just viewpoint, so thinking of angle, the point of view at which you think or see something, lightness, darkness value, so the ideal ratio of lightness value to darkness value that a particular object should be able to hold. But even in the change or the level or the amount of the particular thing that we are, if you want to call it, having or partaking the experience of experiencing of, in order to recapture it in our brain. So some people, this might be more understood clearly for maybe some of you engineers who are aware of like the Nyquist sampling theorem, right? And just the sampling theorem, or frame per second, you've probably heard of that, where you're basically checking on the waveform at hand more times frequently in a particular period in time so that you can gain more individual values of that waveform, right? It's kind of like looking at a particular model 10,000 times before drawing one stroke on your canvas, so to speak. And going back, it's like understanding all of these aspects of like presence, awareness, reading what that means, projection, what that means, and analysis of past things can even get you to clearly and more clairvoyantly create even the manifestation of time in a different way than you may have initially thought. Right? So I brought up the idea of delta, right? Which all too often is our way of thinking of scales, right? So one moment here, my I'll just quickly putting the scales, right? So, I mean, to this date, and for most parts in the world, we are trained to count in the unit of one, right? So every time we advance or move backwards in something, we always, from I guess Genesis, perceive it as an addition of one or decrease of one, right? 1 plus 1 equals 2, plus 1 equals 3, and so on and so on, right? And that is essential math, right? The addition of one. But if you think of, and I guess what has happened is, in our understanding of this, we have realized that, okay, we can actually change what I call the quanta, which is the scale by which we advance or move backwards. Instead of just 1, we can use 10 or 2 or 8, and that has led to what we've called as bases or number theory, right? 1 to the etc. or moving by 1 leads to one waveform, moving by 2 leads to another waveform, moving by 10 leads to another, and so on and so on. And then going further in different contexts. So, for example, in one context, so when we're talking about distance, moving by 1 and just mapping all of that is useful, right? But in another context, it's not. And then, for example, in the context of temperature or building autonomous cars, moving by like 0.1 is more useful because we want a more real-time understanding of what's going on, so we have enough time to course correct, right? That's useful. And other times it's not. And so what I call the delta is the change by, or the scale, our empirical definition of the unit 1, right, is actually more important. And I guess to end this, what I believe he's going to focus on in his next course on the matter, because the delta, if you understood everything that I've been saying up until now, is actually the consciousness or awareness, if you want to call it, guider that differentiates what denotes to have objectionable, authentic value or meaning from that which does not, that which could just be removed. And if all this kind of went awash, just think of, people are so, they love the idea of building success models or failure models nowadays. Like, what is the blueprint, so to speak? And that's kind of what we're talking about. Cheers. To kind of bring back the point where I left off in the last rep, one of the aspects of identifying what is actual useful intelligence or value from denoting what is essentially waste or could be discarded lies in our ability to essentially identify what I literally just referred to earlier as Illuminati aspects of an object or a feature. Put simply, that which by you focusing on causes for an unconscious conscious reveal of the totality of what it is you're focusing on, right? So point blank, as I mentioned in the past, staring at your tango, so enemy on the screen's fucking nipples or the chest piece will cause for an unconscious conscious reveal of the heads. And that's how I have essentially come to find a way to consistently get more headshots, right? Staring at enemies' legs or oncoming legs will cause for an unconscious conscious reveal of the totality of the enemy's body, which has led me to find a way to consistently raise my accuracy metrics, right? So Illuminati aspects of an object. Now, in I guess my last sit rep, I ended on the aspect of how when you just remember everything I was talking about, when you think about the idea of time, so analyzing what or tracing back what came in the moment before and using all of the values that you have at hand to come up with a kind of like creating a Riemann sum or a series, projectional understanding of what's to come, you can then come to even see the aspects of error or change differently, right? So what I quickly surmised as delta, right? The change in, or what is your definition for a time period, to put simply, right? Is it 1 second, 1 millisecond, 1 nanosecond, or more? Is it based on a particular, if you want to call it, aspect in the waveform itself? So hitting a maxima or discontinuity, like in calculus, or is it based on something else, right? And how I brought up how in this understanding you can even gain greater appreciation for artifacts, right? Objects when you're taking pictures or whatever, that for one reason or the other seem fucking alien. It's like, what is that orb, bro? What is that orb? And how in this you can even have a different relation to error, right? What is perceived as the improper reconstruction of individual independent light points of contact that have essentially occurred as light plays with an object, right? Basically when we see something. And how in this very, I guess, reasoning, you can also come to conclusions that would answer the question I raised earlier, which was, how would you go about teaching to a blind person the sine waveform or the cosine waveform, right? Like, would you focus on particular values? Would you focus on the maximas, both relative and absolute? And how would you go about communicating that, right? Because that literally denotes the very experience that that person will be able to simulate as they go by your words, listening to your, I guess, wisdoms or imparted understandings of it, to come to their own personal conclusion on the matter, right? Now, in, I guess, this next foray or aspect of relational understanding of delta or change, he brought on something that I found really curious, which was projection, right? And I guess to better bring this to mind, I'll kind of start at the end. And in my mind, it just simply read as, first you see a dot or a point, right? And then if you zoom out enough, that point becomes a circle, right? And then if you zoom out long enough, that circle on some level either becomes a line or a plane. And then if you zoom out enough, and I guess you're kind of lucky to have the correct point of view on the object at hand, that plane or line will become what he dubbed to be the projectional point on the plane where all things essentially stem to go, right? So some people, in some applications, we refer to this as like maybe center of mass, right? So think of your crosshairs on your screen. If, for example, and to kind of dial this back into game speak and objectively make this useful to you, if you knew exactly where the fuck your gun was pointing at this moment without even needing to press L1, how much better would you be, right? Like, it's kind of like when I used to play Counter-Strike Source back in the day, and I would stick like a fucking piece of paper or paper mache, like take a piece of paper, chew it in your mouth, and then the wet ball or whatever, you stick it right at the center of the screen, and you go around Scout's knives, so with a sniper rifle, playing with that fucking paper mache, right? By having that understanding, I just knew exactly every time where I was pointing at. So I could no-scope niggas' faces off without even thinking about it. So going further, if you always knew where you were pointing at without having to do too much calculation or more refinement in whatever it is that needs to be in order to come to the understanding or assess how to properly answer that question, how much simpler would your life be, right? How much simpler would your life be if you knew exactly what choice you had to make every single time you had to make a choice, right? It would literally be like living in God mode, so to speak. So dialing this back, or I guess abstractizing this, this sense of searching for the answer for things on, if you want to call it a viewpoint level. So how do I see things in the best of light? So what is the thing that I focus on to communicate to this person that I need to teach sine and cosine to? Searching for, well, I'll literally just dub again, the Illuminati plane or Illuminati mean is the way of solving that answer. And the Illuminati mean, if you want to put it, is kind of like the correct plane of view. So remember, for those who took like graphics, like CAD in school, or maybe any form of Illustrator, or what have you, you always have your front plane, your top plane, your side plane, etc., right? So going back to this aspect of teaching a blind person how to perfectly know of sine, of cosine, it would then be to your advantage to figure out the best viewpoint to see sine and cosine in their totality, right? Once you assess the most effective viewpoint to communicate this, then the most effective values to communicate that to someone for them to know of this experience will just reveal itself. So from this Illuminati mean comes the Illuminati properties, if you will. And so that's kind of where he talked about projection, and he took it from a really fucking super technical standpoint. Thank God for that mathematics minor. Because I was like, there were times when I was like, oh shit, this nigga's really elite speaking right now. And I can understand it. But he just took the aspects of like derivatives and integrals, right? Every time you're, and then remember your point, your line, your circle, your plane, right? So when you're going up a dimension, so going from a dot to the next dimension, you're essentially forming a line, right? So you're taking the integral. When you're going from the line to the next dimension up, you're essentially forming a plane, right? So you're adding one extra variable. So remember what happens every time you do an integral? Plus c, right? So you're always adding one extra constant, or you're adding one extra variable. That's just one way or the other, one way of putting it. And when you're going down a dimension, you're reducing a variable. So going from a plane to a line, you're removing one unnecessary variable or element out of the equation, right? When you're going from a line to a dot, right, you're removing one extra variable, right? And so on until you just get like a number, like 5 is the correct answer. Right? Now, his point in, I guess, scaffolding the logical framework of things in this way is so that you get a better understanding of why he was, or we were being so fussy about viewpoint, projection, or point of view, and how that actually leads to bias in your decision to choose or to even effectively assess the most appropriate delta or time period for your analysis, right? So, because if you don't understand what happens when you go from one dimension to the next, then you won't even have a proper context for how to gauge what a good decision is from what a bad decision is. What is a good time period from what is a not good or unuseful time period, right? Now, going further, he essentially, in this understanding of knowing what happens when you take a derivative or an integral, he was able to kind of do the proof of just double checking his work and showing you in math just what everything he was saying was just how grounded in objective reality everything he has been saying up until now. That basically sight is essentially the aspects of your retina capturing the refracted light off of an object, right? And you can think of sight, then the optimization of vision has the activities that go towards assessing whether or not your retina is effectually capturing all and any present point of contact on an object and essentially their interplay with light. So that was my whole spiel here about short-sightedness and far-sightedness. So if you can't see things further away, that simply means that your brain is very good at capturing points of contacts that are close to it, right? And when I say point of contact, remember that what I mean is we are light. When we focus on something, we're doing a kamehameha made of light wave energy upon the object of our focus. This object of our focus is then hit by our kamehameha and refracts our kamehameha back onto us. And it is this refraction that then comes back to us through the object or the sense object known as our retina, that then goes to register whether or not we can see a thing, right? See a thing based on a particular angle, particular viewpoint, particular aspect in its shaping. So just think of taking a circle, flipping it on its back, or taking your phone, flipping it on its back, or flipping it on landscape view or on portrait view, right? Each view mode will have different pertaining viewing angles that will cause for a particular perception of that thing point to be prominently observed, experienced, and understood by you, by your brain, by your sense organs, right? And so then, just to kind of finish this, the aspect of seeing a thing completely just means that you have to reverse engineer the activities to make it to where more blood is pushed to your eyes so that your brain or your retina is forced to see and capture any and all point of contacts, right? Now, this thing of projection, and I guess you want to call it Illuminati meme, is specifically useful if you can understand how practical derivatives and integrals are when it comes to the simplification of things, right? If I, for one reason or the other, desire to not play with the system of complexified detail that it is, then decide to just reduce a thing to like an abstract number, like 5 or 7, then I can do that by the operations of derivatives or by simplification, right? This, I guess, shit. Sorry, let me fix my remote here. This then allows you to appreciate how going from dimensions to dimensions is particularly beneficial when unknowns are plenty in numbers. So it feels like everything is important, and the aspects of making a decision seems to take so long. You just identified that which doesn't matter or which is redundant. So find the Illuminati values, and in that you can simply reduce a thing to what is most important, right? And so when it came to, for example, figuring out what is the most useful time period of the sine or cosine form to focus on, it is then understood why delta change error ultimately reside in the beholder that is asking the question, right? So going back to my whole thing of going from an equation to like a number, when I'm trying to basically figure out if it's yes or no, I have to know first from which standpoint I'm asking the question. Basically, what matters, right? Once I know what matters, then I can reduce what does not matter. Once I know what does not matter, I have come to the most simplest way of seeing the thing. Upon seeing that thing, I know then its truth. When I know its truth, I cannot have doubt, because basically the aspect of being uncertain is just reduced. There are no more unknowns, and everything is at some point reduced to what he was using. He mentioned Bezout's theorem, or basically pretty much it has always come down to like 1 or 2 variables, right? Things that you can control that essentially do the job of making all of the decisions. Now, for I guess our purposes and a better to kind of build out this concept of projection, it is we'll bring it back to game speak. For example, when I was talking about earlier, changing your brightness or lightness and darkness values for your screens and adjusting it to your screen or to your own, I guess, requirements, right? Someone is short-sighted, someone's far-sighted, right? Or changing your brightness, like the range of colors that you allow on the screen, right? It is only because you know that maybe you're colorblind or that you're farsighted that allowing one particular configuration profile is going to be beneficial over another, right? And so that goes back to the whole spiel on the Illuminati meme, right? So earlier I brought it up on off of the verge point of just seeing an object in terms of the individual independent points of contact. So light hits this object, it refracts, and every refraction stems from a point of contact, a value that is unique, right? Because contrary to our popular opinion, everything is a still frame, in fact, and it is just the way that we think. We have come to use our muscles of processing and logos that have caused for this experience of life to seem sequentially, like before, now, and to come, where in reality everything just is. It's just like individual points of, just individual objects or elements, so to speak. And in order to essentially see them, all the totality of all things in the way that would be most effectively beneficial to one's end, it is then of tantamount important that someone perfectly, or that person perfectly conceptualizes why they're grouping all of these individual objects, right? And that was my whole spiel of knowing exactly what you're doing, why you're doing it, and that leads to the right viewpoint, or the Illuminati mean, or we can just call it most illuminative projection of this object. If you follow what I just said, it allows you then to see why at times it's beneficial to just see a thing in terms of a number, or in terms of the line it makes, or in terms of the plane it makes, right? Or more specifically, the sacred geometry, right? And it's cool because I'm literally putting out a video on this, which I'll probably play after this. And there are notions that have literally, after endless, not just mind training experience surveys, if you will, but even statistical inference tests, have concluded or shown the conclusive result that certain geometries are actually beneficial to other ends over others, right? So put simply, certain dimensions are useful for one end and another dimensions are not, right? So sometimes it's actually beneficial to see a situation, or when you're trying to model something, to see it in terms of 3 unknowns, in terms of 2 unknowns, in terms of n unknowns. Because based on that situation, the end and the reason for your analysis of all things, the most effective grouping of all those datas is best conceptualized like a time capsule in wording of this is. So that's kind of where he brought up this thing called Bezout's theorem, right? Where there's literally a relation between the amount of unknowns left in an equation and then the amount of, or the range and dimensions that the data we're dealing with, right? I didn't really look too much into it, but that's kind of how he introduced it. And apparently there has to be like a 1-to-1 or something close to that relation between dimension and then unknowns to variables, right? And my point in bringing this up, and I guess to put this back into game speak, the aspects of knowing exactly what, so as an engineer, I'm a computer engineer, and one of the things I really focus on, so I'm like a freelancer, so I have my own thing, is design, right? Specifically on the terms of what I call problem domain scoping or planning, right? Like problem analysis. And the reason being is that all too often I've come to see that as businesses, corporations, or even like service providers or whatever, value delivery providers, we all too often rush on to the aspects of value delivery, so building the solution, building out the tech, essentially, etc., and not so much on actually doing the proof of if we actually understood the problem well enough. And it's actually my, I guess you call it modus or life philosophy motto, that like if you would take 10 steps back and just take a moment to ponder on whether you actually got the problem domain analyzed correctly, you will come to the understanding that either your solution is either imperfect or it could be so much better that based on the sheer long-term impact that the solution, when generated from a poised perspective and not a rushed, will yield profits both for your customer and for yourself that will make the project much more beneficial, lucratively on both sides of the equation. So both you and them, right? And so going further and kind of bringing this up, it is, I guess on some level, why I really resonated with his harping both technically and then fundamentally of projection and perspective, right? Because it not only has ramifications on whether or not you can clearly see what you're pointing at on the screen without holding L1, right? Making dramatically faster marksmanship calibrating decisions to occur, but it also facilitates what I call the, if you want to call it, first nature reaction brain to grow, right? Like, you know how like the thing in your physiology that makes it to where you do things sometimes without thinking about it almost automatically, right? Well, that has its own intelligence, right? And by kind of curating and cultivating yourself in such a way that that intelligence also grows, you can make learning so much more rapid and like organic and actually useful. It's almost like saying, imagine if you heard everything you always needed to hear without hearing or discarding all the shit that you never needed to hear, that you already knew, right? Just how much faster you would be, right? And to kind of bring this back into notion of, I guess, the concept at hand, his introduction of Illuminati projections really matter to me, right? Because it not only showed that like oftentimes we don't just understand something well enough to make good enough decisions that have dramatic influences and results, right? So think of like working on a model where you just one change in like the particular variable element that you're messing with. So you know how you have dx, dy, dz, right? And then you can have the same thing for force, right? So derivative of force, or derivative of distance, or derivative of energy, joules, whatever, right? Now you just change one little thing, like you get it off, and that causes your entire model to be so fucking skewed and off, right? It makes it to where his way of saying all that really brought those moments to light. And then at the same time, it kind of gave a solution for how one could essentially get themselves out of those situations and simplify everything at the same time, right? So when there's a whole bunch of shit that seems like it matters, just find the simplest way to see a thing, right? And then double check your work by taking both the derivative and the integral of it, so going one dimension up, one dimension down, and seeing if there is any difference from what you had originally. If there is, how big of a change is it from what you initially had? And then based on the context situation at hand, figure out if that delta is worth assessing, right? So I say this, for example, and I've talked about this in the past, in machine learning, for example, or AI driven, it's actually beneficial to allow some generic, or generalized minor to medium level of delta,
right? Because that is the artificialization of things. That's how literally it causes a divergence to occur, which causes for the genesis of new information to just come about spontaneously, right? In other times, it's actually not, because, like, imagine you're like a surgeon robot, and you don't want to be like, oh, I think I'm hitting the heart, when you're like hitting some dude's like fucking artery or some shit like that's related to their liver, right? And without that like life-sustaining fucking vein, they die in surgery, right? So sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. And I guess going back to the overall umbrella idea of finding the most Illuminati projection or perception of what is going on, assessing or having an innate understanding of the problem domain really does the job of answering these questions automatically. And that's really where I really appreciated his aspects of bringing up, he brought up this concept of vanishing points, where ultimately in 3 dimensions and more, you may have a whole bunch of lines that are coming from diverse amounts of places and origins, but ultimately if you kind of like a sniper zooming out over the scene, what you will see is they essentially verge towards the same point, right? And another swag hack is parallel lines always have the same vanishing point. And going back to this concept of vanishing point and center of mass, so for my scopes and marksmen out there, this is the fucking center of the screen, right? Like, the center of the screen is the vanishing point for first-person shooters, right? So if you can always know where the vanishing point is, you don't even have to hold L1. Like, you just have that nigga's head in your scopes, so to speak. And what was pretty cool was just how the marriage between the theory and then this objectionable or objective reality fact was just so organic that it made for like a comboing of all these other principles, mathematical ideas, and all this shit that like you learn along the way, right? So kind of another one was, for a camera, you always want to have the vanishing point that has the most illuminative projection, right? So another, that's kind of where I'm kind of pissed. My fucking ears, and the fact English is my second language, because he was bringing up like really cool shit like magnification lens, and what he was essentially trying to describe to you on a first world or direct real-time experience by bringing up time to contact, right? So remember how up until now I've just been saying that if you could always, if for you to know a thing, you basically had to know that thing by seeing the totality of it. It's, you can call it root primal truth, right? And there's like all these strategies to it, like maybe grab all the values of that thing, or grab all the maximas, both absolute and relative, etc., right? Or grab the parts of it that are pertaining to what you hold to be the most truth revealing or representative aspects of the thing, right? And one other way is how he brought it up, where just kind of like, again, appreciating mathematics, remembering that you can always conceptualize everything that is in terms of a variable. X is right fucking here, nigga, so to speak, right? And if you think about it, you know that the situation is we has, I guess, gods in making. I don't know, creators. When we focus on a thing, basically see it, have an experience of it, we are essentially like Goku and Dragon Ball Z doing a Kamehameha of pure light wave energy at that thing, right? And then upon our Kamehameha hitting that fucking thing, it will at some point refract our thrown Kamehameha back onto us. And this, or for the purposes of vision, sight, and even clairvoyance, is our Kamehameha registering the thrown back to us in the sense organ known as the fucking retina, right? So then you can mathematically model any situation as coming from two viewpoints or two perspectives. Us throwing the Kamehameha upon the thing, which what he mentioned to be focusing on how long does it take for our Kamehameha to hit the fucking thing, or the individual moments or points of contact on the thing that is hit by our Kamehameha, what we have basically known to be the independent individual light points of contact, right? So it's literally like two perspectives: the before perspective, or has it occurred perspective, you can say, and then the experienced of perspective, like the thing, you just look at the shell casing, so to speak, right? And so that's kind of what he was rapping about when he kept bringing up time to contact, right? And then in this, he was then bridging on the concept of what I just mentioned in the past, is like sacred geometry, where for you to have the most absolute, that means anyone existent, aliens, your fucking grandma, Bob from the post office, to know an exact situational and locational understanding of what you're referring to. So if I say position 530, they know exactly what they were talking about. You essentially have to have a perfect way of relating to one another's time and way of referring to space, right? And that's kind of how he bridged concept like coordinate systems, and how it's actually beneficial to use particular geometries over others, to speak on terms of planes as opposed to dots, variables, or even dimensions, because it just facilitates the contextual problem solving situation at hand. And what was pretty cool about that was like, bro, like this nigga works so fast. I didn't even see that coming. And like talking about like spatial relations, I think is probably one of the hardest things any teacher can do, right? Talking about temporal disruptions. So thinking of, you know how in calculus we have discontinuities, right? So you can't divide a number by 0, but there are situations where for some reason the math has spit that out, right? How can that be? That's an anomaly, right? Or you can't divide, you can't have a 0 in the, what is it, the numerator on the top part, because that number is just 0, right? But some parts have yielded to where that was the representation. How can that be? All right, shit like that. So temporal disruptions, right? And then like bridging those two topics in a way where everything just smooth together to like, it's all about just a constant. Anything that is can just be surmised to a number. I thought that was fucking mathematically genius. Is that a cosmic joke? But yeah, depths off to this nigga. He knows what the fuck he's talking about. But I guess to relate this back into game speak, in order to solve the answer of how can I create a system to where I always know where I'm aiming at without holding L1, just ask yourself where the top of the screen is, ask yourself where the bottom of the screen is, and then ask yourself if you're bounded right in the middle of them, right? So when I say ask yourself where the top of the screen is, instinctively, you just want to take the right joystick and move it up, right? Ask yourself where the bottom of the screen is, you instinctively just want to take the right joystick and move it down, right? And then when you say ask yourself if you're bounded by them, then it's almost like your brain just wakes up and you're like, oh, I'm not in the middle of my range of motion, I'm somewhere up top, or I'm not somewhere up top, I'm somewhere on the bottom. And that's kind of how you can get a fucking gyrospatial alien way of scoping shit without scoping. Illuminati. They are here. They exist, niggas. They are... They are here. But yeah, just having that understanding of where the top of the screen is, where the bottom of the screen is, and where the right joystick is, bounded by those two limits, will essentially give you a better sense of if the center of the screen is dotted on your target or not, right? And then that's kind of how you shave off like 5 seconds without pressing L1. Test it out for me. Let me know how it goes. Hope you guys get something out of this. And as always, swag the fuck out.
Final point is all this really gives you an appreciation for your ghillie suit, right? So the appearance that your soldier currently has also can yield great tactical advantages and contribute to the overall probability that you have a high kill death ratio. So some of y'all, as mentioned, just because of, I guess, how I configured my shit, literally fucking stick out on my screen. While some of y'all are like fucking cool cucumber cats that I have to fucking hide and seek with. So, change your outfit in a way using things that make it to where you really camo on all levels, like in on pretty much any environment. So in any environment, does the camo you currently have stick out and blend in? Does the camo you currently have blend in perfectly, or at least allows you the probability or the possibility of going ghost, right, which is just the art of hiding in plain sight. Talked about this in the past. Or does it cause for you to fucking stick the fuck out like a sore thumb? Again, as a quick close recap, think nipples for headshots, think legs for just getting more accurate shots in, and then in terms of viewing, so display capabilities, look into Call of Duty menu options pertaining to brightness. And what I would do is I would actually push it beyond an edge or quanta beyond the recommended scale, so that your eye can actually recalibrate to those new cues and then play to your heart's content. And then I would do the same thing for the vertical and horizontal scale, right? So push it beyond what is actually suggested, so that just kind of like on messing with CSS or HTML on a computer, you have more dimensions and pixel to play with, which allows for richer quality and value in the overall screen that is rendered and presented to you. And I would also go the next step and messing with the same options for your TV, right? So I'm lucky to have a smart TV, and my belief is, bro, if we have a smart TV and it can do some ill shit, then we might as well gear it and take care of it in the same level of regard that we would our cars, our phones, etc. Right? Like, you want to always, every time you finish an app on a phone, double click the center button on your cell phone and close out of any app you're not using. That's how you increase the longevity of any mobile device by a factor of like 3 or 5 years, no joke. And so in that same way, just like play around with the values pertaining to lightness, darkness, contrast, and variance for your TV. Now, most smart TVs nowadays, they come with what I simply call as configuration profiles, which means it's just pre-configured packaging of these particular elements with values that have, based on statistical inference tests and math scale tests, have yielded to the most of satisfactory viewing experience. My thing is, if you're more particular, if you have an ailment of sorts, nearsighted or farsightedness, your eye has different things that that must be addressed, and so it's actually beneficial to you. And your experience, make sure that that's catered to, right? So that's what I would mess with. I would actually go the step beyond and see if you can't manually exit out of the pre-configured install profiles and just play with them on their own and just kind of seeing the mix that you get. So like I said, like, my shit looks pretty kaleidoscopic. Like, it looks so fucking real sometimes. Like, sometimes I'm like, bruh, bruh, bruh. Am I talking to the TV, or is this TV talking to me? But I don't know. Just see what's possible for y'all. Anyways, I hope this helped. And again, the question was like, how do you go about counting each individual light particle as it hits an object? Well, his proposed method was to essentially first find an ideal point of view by which you could see a light ray. So think of taking your lamp and shining it on an object, and seeing that light ray produced by your lamp has the summation of individual light particles, right? So the first thing that is important to do, according to him, is to find a point of view by which you could essentially observe the individual light particles, right? From that standpoint, you would then come to a quick observation that ultimately, has light hits this object, it actually has a very unusual or peculiar to the object track path, you can call it. So as light hits this object, because of what I call the different light refraction performance scores on the different parts of the object, you will actually see something like the bending of light as it encounters this object, what I simply mentioned to be the light route, right? Now, what was interesting is that he said that according to, if you think about this from another perspective, this will give you great insight as to how your vision and sight ultimately works. Because as human beings, what we do is we are essentially light beings, right? Not to get cheesy like new age esoteric, but we are made of light. We are light individuals, light creatures, casting light beams. But it is quite in fact true. And what happens is, when you look at something, what you're essentially doing is you're casting a kamehameha on the object of attention. And what happens is, as your light beam, your light kamehameha hits this object, it bounces off of the object and gets refracted back onto you. The point of attention, or the point of focus on your body where this is essentially collected back onto you, is your iris or your retina, right? So your retina essentially captures the refracted kamehameha. And his point was, if you think about sight from the standpoint of the individual light points of contact as it hits an object, you will quickly come to the realization of what 20/20 vision actually is. It's actually your ability to essentially adequately capture or recapture all of the independent individual points of contact on an object. So in the past, I said, if you understand this, then you'll quickly become excited, because if you're like nearsighted or farsighted, for example, where I made the example to say, let's say that nearsighted means that you can perceive things that are close to you, but you cannot see things that are far away. And farsighted means that you can perceive things that are far away, but you can't see things close to you. That this then gives you a blueprint by which you can reverse engineer for yourself activities that will essentially improve your eyesight. Simply put, if I'm nearsighted and I'm unable to see or perceive things that are far away, what I will then do is engineer activities for myself that cause me to flex those far-sighted perceptrons, meaning I am forcing myself by the activity in question to essentially pump more blood to my eye to cause for the recapturing of the individual independent points of contact that are attributed to far-sighted objects. So you see Asians squinting, maybe this gives you context. Conversely, if I'm nearsighted, then I will essentially, just like in farsightedness, cause for myself to pump more blood to my eye through the activity in question to essentially recapture the independent individual light points of contact that are attributed to near-sighted objects. And in the past, I said one quick activity for this is, as you're playing Call of Duty, standing super close to the screen or standing really, really far away. That is just one great reverse engineering activity that will essentially work on your far-sightedness or your near-sightedness. Stand super close to the screen and you will cause blood to your eye to flow towards recapturing near-sighted perceptrons. And standing far away from the screen will cause blood to flow to your eye for the purposes of recapturing far-sighted perceptrons. Now, in the lecture and the course in question, he then goes to essentially extrapolate or bring this simple concept of what I deem to be the aspect of sight from the standpoint of projection to one extra dimension, right? So this in the past was when I essentially brought in the concept of using calculus and the algebraic operations of the derivative and the integral to get a solid understanding of what happens when you travel dimensions. So quick TLDR, remember or keep in mind the dot, the point, the line, and then the plane, right? So as you first start out, you're simply just a dot, right? When you go one dimension to that, you become a point. And then the next upper dimension, you become a line. And then the next upper dimension, you become a plane, right? Now, this particular plane in question can take a variety and myriad of actual archetypal shapes in terms of squares, triangles, and circles. But the general basis of what's going on remains the same, right? Ultimately, we're all essentially moving towards a plane that is existent in a spatial point in time, or we're moving towards a point or a dot, which is basically the aspects of taking the derivative, and how every time you take a derivative, you're removing variables from the equation of the model of the situation that is, to ultimately get to a constant, right? So that's kind of what I brought up in the past. Now, the final point in kind of simplifying all this and not bringing up, for example, the Illuminati point of view or the Illuminati attributes of an object, is to just kind of help you understand in simple layman terms how sight can not only be improved, but the very technical and mechanical, you can call it, functions that go towards being able to see, right? So in the past, I essentially brought up how, for example, in game speak, by focusing on your enemy's torso, so the chest part, you will actually cause for an unconscious conscious reveal of the head. So the head will be more prominently be seen on your screen, which thereby raises your probability of hitting more headshots. Staring at your enemy's legs will cause their torso or body to be more prominently seen, thereby raising the probability that you can actually hit them more and raise your metric of accuracy, right? And that's essentially a direct example of this concept that I just called the Illuminati aspects of an object, where you're trying to assess on an object that which, by you focusing on more, causes for an unconscious conscious reveal of the totality of that object, right? And the next point being the Illuminati point of view, which is kind of going back to the initial question raised at the start of this, where I mentioned how do you go about counting each individual light ray particle, was then followed up with the proposition of lining up the light ray beam in such a way that you could observe each individual particle. You can then come to the understanding of what I deem to be the Illuminati or most illuminative viewpoint of observation for an object. So finding basically the time period, the angle, and the angle of focal orientation, the angle of focal observation that causes for the totality of that object to be most prominently observable and referenceable from everything else, from the environment, from everything that is not from the object. In this, I guess, dissemination of the message of this machine vision course, you can maybe gain better appreciation of not just the aspects that go towards customizing your screen. So finding lightness values for brightness, so the tone of light that is displayed on your screen that will most effectively illuminate all of your targets. But then you can also get a sense and an appreciation for the scale that go towards the vertical and horizontal border that you can actually customize through the Call of Duty options menu, right? So there is a particular control that is set to allow you to change. It's like these like arrows that show up on the left and right, and arrows that show up on the top and bottom of your screen. And my point is, by actually affecting it to the palette of your desire and not just the game's recommended value, you will actually most effectively come to a pixel times pixel, kind of like changing CSS width and height on your computer, that is most benevolently effective to the condition of sight that you are currently in, right? So not only do we know in CSS that, like, for example, the max pixel that you allow for width and height allows for the greater variance in the picture in terms of color, RGB values and whatnot. But we also know that when it comes to, for example, going from a bigger screen to a smaller screen, if I start out with a high pixel for height and width, I'm able to retain some of the richness that goes towards creating a picture when going towards a smaller screen. In that same grain, it is the same way that it works on Call of Duty and on most gaming consoles for that matter. By picking a dimension that not only caters to your eye condition, but even to the screen capability that you're able to have. If you have a 4K UHD TV or whatnot, you can thereby not just increase the capability that you're able to affect in terms of your ability to play better, your ability to see way beyond the field of vision that you thought, but even more specifically, your ability to richly render particular nuanced details on the picture. So being able to see soldiers and enemies creeping up on you way better than your teammate, for that matter. Hope this makes sense. Hope you guys get something out of it. As always, swag the fuck out.
So basically what I was essentially trying to say is that if you essentially factor one thing. So one thing that I really love is the art of marksmanship, right? Of basically having a target and hitting it. But then more specifically, having precision when it comes to hitting that target. So as I mentioned before, quickly defining this, accuracy is when you scope in your target, you scope in Tango, and then you hit them, right? Like you actually select a part of the screen that is pertaining to their body. And when you fire your weapon, you actually in effect hit them, right? Whereas precision is consistently hitting their head, right? Consistently hitting their heart, their torso, right? Consistently hitting a specifically denoted part of Tango body part, right? So those are the two primary distinctions. Now, the point that I was essentially trying to make is that when one is trying to increase precision and accuracy, by having in mind this concept of the azimuth, again spelled A-Z-I-M-U-T-H, one is better able to essentially zone in or scope in parts of the body that are pertaining to the marksmanship metrics that I just mentioned before, that I just mentioned right now, right? So by understanding, for example, that if I am at a lower altitude part of the map, therefore meaning that I am further away from the sun, which therefore translates to being on the upper half of the globe, right? Like remember when I was talking about the two halves and essentially splitting the globe into two unequal halves, where the upper half only wants to stay cold and the lower half only wants to stay hot. Then when you factor that in, you essentially start getting a sense of how to go about shooting, right? So to tie this all together, if I am at a lower altitude of part of the map, then what that means is that essentially not only am I in the part of the map that is cold, but I also most likely will have an advantage when it comes to traveling power, meaning that my bullet is most likely going to cover a greater range. Now, to bring up the concept I mentioned earlier, that like basically as time goes on, your bullet actually increases in temperature. So what that means is when I am at a lower altitude, or when I am at the upper half of the globe, it's actually to my benefit to essentially increase the traveling distance, because as I travel through time with my bullet, I'm actually gonna pick up in punching power, right? But initially, at the moment when my bullet leaves the gun, I'm not gonna have much punching power. So to translate this into objective situations, if I am a sniper and I'm essentially trying to cover a target or cover an assignment, and I am at the upper half of the globe, it's actually to my benefit to set up a nesting point that is kilometers away from my target. Because by the time my bullet reaches my target, my bullet will have the punching power necessary to essentially puncture his head and cause basically fatality leading or fatality yielding results, right? Now, conversely, if I am at a higher altitude, or I'm at the higher altitude part of the map, right, or in the game, what that and actually let me tie in one more thing. When I am at the lower altitude and I'm at the upper section of the globe, I'm essentially factoring in for an error click that is going to cause for the slouch. So the best way to think about this is I am shooting from a mountain, or from Mount Everest. And what is the tendency of weapons when you are dealing with the cold? Well, basically, what's a tendency that you have when you get cold? You slouch forward because you start essentially falling into a stupor, a cold yielding or cold caused stupor, right? And so you slouch forward. In the same way, that is what our weapons do. So that means that the error is essential when it comes to marksmanship is going to come from essentially, if you want to draw the projectile trajectory of the bullet, and we're using cosine. The cosine wave has the baseline for our projectile trajectory motion. What will happen is, again, and we go back to the idea of we're essentially trying to favor a high or great traveling range journey, because that will most likely yield to an ultimate high punching power at the end. What will happen is the error will most likely come where at parts of the journey of the bullet as it travels through time, they meet the points of contention where the bullet actually essentially just drops off like out of nowhere because of the cold, right? So instead of like covering that like perfect nice cosine curvature, it's just going to have a shorter cosine, if you want to call it, upward range. And so because of that, what I mean by error click is downwards. You essentially have to scope up, right? So you essentially have to laser in your target a couple clicks above your target, because you're essentially factoring in for a cosine journey, or you're trying to create a cosine journey that is essentially higher in terms of rise in levels on the y-axis of the target specified at hand. I hope that makes sense. Now, conversely, if you're at a higher altitude of the map as previously defined, you're closer to the sun, which means that you most likely have a tactical advantage when it comes to punching power, right? So that means that at rest, most likely, your bullet is actually going to be made with a higher set point. By this definition, or by this logic, what that essentially means, or what that translates to, is that when it comes to marksmanship, right? When it comes to the science, or if you want to call it the training, the art form of raising the metrics pertaining to both accuracy and precision, you essentially have to factor for a weapon result that is going to have a high velocity driven error, or what I would simply denote has an error click that is upwards, meaning as you're shooting, it's literally like you're creating a kamehameha, right? And so you will feel the jolt of that, and my essential point in saying you'll feel that kick, and it's most likely going to have an upwards mobility, meaning that it's actually to your benefit or to your advantage to essentially laser in a part of tango that is essentially lower than where you're trying to shoot, right? So again, this all goes back to raising precision, right? I think oftentimes most of us can understand the idea of how they can go about increasing accuracy. Just press the circle, right? Move at a neo style of pace, take in more of tango, and just calmly make sure you just aim at him. That's literally the greatest way of increasing accuracy. Just take your time. But when it comes to precision, it's all about essentially specifically lensing in parts of tango that, when it comes to raising precision, it's about essentially projecting where the blast motion of your weapon is ultimately going to end when you release the R1 button or the fire button. Because oftentimes, if you're talking about precision, we're most likely speaking about hitting headshots, right? And because tango is, you typically when you're playing this game and you're getting kills, you do it in a way where often, unless you're like really smart about it, kind of like what I've been talking about, where you essentially just know where traffic is going to be and you set yourself up in that way. Oftentimes your targets are going to be moving, right? So even if I've had these experiences where even when I laser in the head, because of or if you want to call it the blast motion of the weapon, the way it moves about, I don't end up hitting the head, right? Because my gun either butts up or I just overshoot it, right? So by gaining an understanding of where ultimately the blast motion, if you want to call it, or how your weapon is essentially going to react as you hold the fire button over time, how that's going to essentially be manifested, you'll get a sense of where you should end up at the end or after when you release the R1 button. And this is essentially my entire, if you want to call it, masterclass or dissertation on all of this, right? So going back, if you're at a higher altitude or at a place in the map where you are essentially punching power favored, then it's actually to your benefit, if you're trying to hit a headshot, to laser in like the neck or the shoulders part, or basically the part right below the head. Because what happens is, as you hold your fire button, you're actually going to experience the kick that I mentioned, right? Which is caused by the high velocity driven excitation, or if you want to call it damage yielding kamehameha, caused by being in that azimuthal or being in that specific part of the map, right? Now, and that's essentially why I really spent a lot of time on this phenomenon or this concept of the AZIMUTH. because it has a lot of interesting correlations. This is just one of them, and it's interesting specifically if, for example, you're into esports like myself, where you're seeking to actually make money playing this game, right? It's really to your advantage to be able to like not just go through people effectively, but also making tactical decisions when it comes to your equipment itself, right? Like, what are the guns that you keep on hand in such a way that you essentially develop well-rounded equipment to where when it comes to dealing with long-range engagements, when it comes to dealing with medium-range engagements, when it comes to leading or having close range or close quarter engagements, you're prepared for all of these situations. And more specifically, you're able to be prepared in such a way that you can be not only self-sufficient, but you can also be an incredible complementary element to the rest of your squads, right, and your squad mates. And that to me is what a ghost, I guess a good soldier or a ghost is. Like, he's not just this guy who's like blessed or born with talent and knowledge and all this shit and skills, but he's just this dude that went about going. He's just this dude who went about his life always, every single day, on a consistent menial task like aspect, crossing his T's and dotting his I's. And because of that, gleaned insights and experiences, wisdom, if you will, that allowed him to essentially suss out these small tactical advantages that gleamed him that like superior performance that we see in the storyline. And it's something that we can all do, right? It's just a matter of being disciplined and just being present to the moment, going about meditating every day and striving to be 1% better than we were yesterday, and why I kind of harped at this at length. So I hope you guys got something out of it, because I am essentially putting together a squad. I'm an entrepreneur as well, like business owner, and into development, like actual IT. And I find that when I essentially surround myself with people who are like-minded in philosophy, in mindset, and I guess in outcome, then I'm more than likely able to not just be disciplined in my endeavors, but also being passionate in seeing what's possible, especially when it's in like a collaborative environment, like being in a team or forming a group, where I guess the symbiosis of all these different, if you want to call it, life cultures make for a great fun party, like Beach Boy vibes style kind of ambiance, where we're not just growing together, but we're having fun doing it and making money at the same time, which is always a fucking blast, if you ask me. Anyways, hope you guys get something out of this, and as always, swag the fuck out. To what I'm saying, I am part of an international clan, right? By the name of Ownage. So the fun story about this is that back in the days of Counter-Strike Source, where I was basically an avid attendant of the Scouts Knives map. So SCOUTZKNIVEZ. Where basically the laws of physics were altered in such a way to where if on your computer you timed the, if you want to call it, the combination of A and D with W in such a way that when you pressed the jump button or the space bar, you would actually essentially do what they call bunny hopping, or basically surfing, strafing all over the map, right?
I don't know who had the genius idea of modding that particular map in that way, but what they did is they actually decreased the value for gravity, right? And they also increased the value for inertia. So what that meant was basically when you jumped, your jump actually just like you lasted a long ass fuck. You jumped way high in the fucking air, right? And because of the change in inertia, if you were to essentially wiggle yourself around a little bit, you would actually pick up speed, right? So people realized that by doing this, they could literally just fucking swag surf all over the map and just snipe people that way. So that was literally my introduction into sniping, right? As far as like marksmanship goes, and specifically in the context of a player shooter environment, right? That's literally how I came up. And so it was really interesting because Counter-Strike Source, if you think about it, was actually one of the games that got sniping right. Like, when it came down to the physics of ballistics, specifically when it comes to lasering a target, scoping them in. So I'm talking about line of sight, right? Remember what I talked about the other day? Like, line of sight is basically what you see on your screen, right? Line of fire is what you see when you hold L1, right? So that's the denotation, if you want to put it. And so, in my experience, Counter-Strike Source was one of those games that got down this art extremely well. Like, they had it down to a science, in my own opinion, to the point where you would actually get a really, really in-bone sense of what a sniper experienced in real life. And being an immigrant and essentially playing the Half-Life and Valve suit has one of the first ever games that I essentially played when I came to this country. It was a blast. Like, it was the greatest segue into video gaming and first-person shooters, as far as I can recall. Now, going further, the thing I think, in my own opinion, or from my own viewpoint, that really distinguished them from other games like Halo or even Splinter Cell, I think, on Xbox, was that they understood that when it came to sniping, if the soldier, the operator, builds himself in such a way that he is basically always attuning to himself to this phenomenon that I simply call reading the wind, meaning he is first present to the moment, centered on what lies in front of him, and then he goes the extra mile of essentially merging with the ambiance of the flora and fauna that surrounds the environment he finds himself in, thereby essentially going ghost. At that moment, what happens is he essentially taps into latent ability. By implementing diaphragmatic breathing, what will happen is, as you essentially decide to essentially move out, you're a sniper, right? You're holding a sniper rifle that has a long length, right? Like the weapon is very long, put simply, right? And so you are moving out of cover into another cover location. So what happens is, again, just to reiterate, you move out of cover, you peer, and you find another cover spot, right? Then you safely and quickly move towards that location in such a way where you do not get hit by fire from Tango coming at you. Finding yourself now behind the safety of this new cover location, you then peer out into the battlefield, identify Tango, and then begin to essentially line of fire them, which is basically holding L1 and scoping them in, right? And my point is, by essentially implementing or having diaphragmatic breathing has the driving locus throughout these very physical stages of movement, combat movement, you will essentially find the, if you want to call it, dynamic trajectory that is most fluid and most conducive to achieving this in such a way that at the moment when you scope in Tango, it will be as if there is no tressaillement, there is no stabilization, instability to occur, meaning you will be at rest from a physics standpoint, physics force standpoint, and so it will naturally allow you to just very calmly set, sight, aim, and fire, right? Without any click error or any, if you want to call it, motion error to essentially have to calibrate and mitigate for. And my point is, Counter-Strike Source got this flawlessly perfectly when you think about all of the first-person shooters we had. Because from the get-go, that was essentially how they designed fire and gameplay, right? When you were a sniper, you actually didn't experience the G-force, if you want to call it, details that you so palpably do in this game, for example, and why it was such a joy to play. On top of that, as I mentioned, the bunny hopping, if you want to call it, what they call swag surfing or strafing properties of Scout's knives added this extremely dynamic element when it comes to the practices of marksmanship that made it to where you had to become extremely good at being laser focused on where you wanted to hit, right? So from there arose techniques like QQ shooting, that I'll simply put as, where instead of right-clicking the mouse to pull up the scope and then firing, you would essentially switch the button to switch from, for example, the primary weapon to your knife was Q on the keyboard, and the players realized essentially that if you had a sense of where your crosshairs were, basically the center of the screen, but when you had a solid sense of where the center of the screen were, then you knew exactly where you were aiming at. Because if you think about marksmanship or shooting, that's essentially the root problem we're all facing. Like, what am I exactly looking at, right? And why you gain so much, you increase so much in accuracy by simply scoping in your shots, holding L1 before firing every single time you fire your weapon. Because you go from just like if you want to put it, shotgun style of aiming to a more surgically precise way of a gameplay. And so players in Counter-Strike Source sniping realized that the knife actually gave you a solid, if you want to call it, zone of contention, or if you want to call it, zone of concentration when it came down to sussing out exactly where the center of the screen was. So by switching over to the knife and then switching back to the sniper rifle, you would essentially be able to quickly aim at people without having to pull up the scope. So that was one technique that came up. Another one, quite simply, was just spray and pray. And what people did was, by essentially pressing the right click button, which would pull up the scope, and then firing very quickly subsequent of each other, you would essentially experience an increase in accuracy as well, because the scope was used, right? So again, kind of going back to the point I just made, every time, again, line of sight is what you simply see on the screen, right? And then line of fire is what you see when you hold L1. And so people realize that when you're shooting from a line of sight viewpoint, you have a very high decrease in accuracy. But when you essentially use a line of fire standpoint or view screen, you have an increase in accuracy by at least like 66%. Like, it's insane across the board, if not 80. I say 66 because it all depends on the weapon that you use and if you've added mods. So just to touch on this quickly, not all mods are made for every weapon. So some mods are actually harming to a particular weapon, but extremely beneficial to another, like an actual literal upgrade in every sense of the word. So you actually have to be careful with what you add to your weapon and how you go about using it, right? So they realized that by essentially right-clicking and firing extremely fast, they would essentially use the added advantage of having increased accuracy and try to essentially come up with, if you want to call it, cathartic calculus of where the center of the screen was. That was the second method. And the third, quite plainly, which is basically using training wheels, and the one that I used personally, was you would take a piece of paper, you just crumble like a small tiny piece of paper, you would put it in your mouth, wet it, then you take it out of your mouth, and then you crumble it all up in your, you crumble it up as a ball, and then you essentially open or pull up the scope, right? And you would place the paper ball that you just made right where the dot of the scope was, right? And you basically played like that with a paper ball, and you knew exactly where the center of the screen, and that's how you went about learning how to go about sniping, right? Like, that was my chosen method, and that's the one that I used for a long time, specifically because not only was I able to really get a sense of how things move about, not only did it become extremely useful and super fucking fun even when you add in strafing to the mix, but then going further, it allowed me to get an intuitive feel for how line of fire affects your overall psychology, which is gonna be my final point, right? So we often hear in life that, like, as far as awareness goes, what you want to do, in some context, they say, don't be too tunnel vision, right? But in other contexts, they say you have to be focused like your tunnel vision, right? So the point is that sometimes being tunnel vision actually is a good thing, while in other times being too tunnel vision, meaning the depth at which you're being tunnel vision and laser focused on a particular dot, for example, is actually very, very, very bad, right? And so I guess part of the maturing process comes in the form of essentially discerning when I should be laid back and when I should care and be a bit more engaged about something, or a bit more engaged about the end result or outcome that's being produced, right? Now, my point in bringing this up is to essentially get people to realize that oftentimes the state of mind that we find ourselves in has a huge effect in our ability to tap into our concentration, memory, focus, and precision abilities of our brain, right? A thing that I really love a lot is that in Buddhism, actually, and this lady, you'll hear me play a lot of her content, by the name of Venerable Robina Corton, mentions how in the philosophy, or actually in the religion, there is essentially what they just deem to be three ultimate states of mind. One that is positive, which is essentially what they define as being harmonious, meaning it has this root characteristic waveform profile, if you want to put it, or root characteristic attitude of just finding a solution that not only gets me what I want, but is not infringing on the other, right? That is the positive state of mind. And they call it karma abiding or karm abiding. It's harmonious at its root essence or root nature, right? And then we have a negative state of mind, which is basically disharmonious, and whose root characteristic attitude is essentially focused on finding a solution that is infringing on the other in one way or the other, right? And when I use the word infringing, what I mean is, for me, let's take, for example, the situation where you have, we're at the candy store and I'm giving 2 free lollipops by the candy shop owner. And he tells me to essentially give one, to keep one for myself and to give you one as well, right? But you are outside of earshot distance as this occurs, so you don't know what he told me. All you know is that I was given candy, basically, right? You do not know that I had that directive given to me, right? Now, because you do not know that I was given that directive, 3 things can occur, right? One thing can occur is that I follow the directive that I'm given. So I keep one for myself and I give you one. Another thing that can occur is that I keep both of the candies and I tell you nothing about the whole affair altogether, right? And the third thing that can occur is that I keep one for myself, and then actually let's put it even better. The third thing that can occur, and let's call it the mystery box event. Kind of like, does anyone remember playing RuneScape? How like you'd be like wood cutting or fishing or whatnot, and then randomly I think it's like an imp or an elf or whatever, he'd appear and he'd give you like this mystery box. Let's call this the mystery box event. And the reason why I call that is because it's more of a randomized event and a collaboration of all possible forces. So me, you, the candy store owner, the environment itself, or even fucking God, for lack of better words. Right? Okay. So in this mystery, for example, what could happen is I keep one of the lollipops and then I go back to the candy store owner and I say, how about I sell you back this candy, right? Another thing that can occur is I keep one of them and then I head to you and I say, hey, I was given this. What do you think we should do about this, right? As if it was not given, or as if basically I don't tell you about the directive that I was given. And so you're not aware that it's actually your possession. It actually belongs to you, right? But I act as if it's basically mine. And I ask you, what do you think we should do about this? Do you think we should try to sell it, right? So these are, and you kind of see where I'm going, how there's like 1,001 possibilities that could stem forth when you kind of just apply your creative mind, right? Now, what I'm trying to say is, in these 3 different categories or 3 options of what could occur, you link it back to the definitions that I made for the positive and negative, and then what I will verge on to be the neutral state of mind, right? When I use the word infringing, I mean that ultimately, basically, if I'm given a directive to give you something, and I do not give it to you on some level, I am infringing on your ability to also experience happiness, right? Because the happiness that I experience is ultimately something that is to be experienced by all people. Like, everyone has the desire and the right and the privilege to experience happiness. And my decision to not give you that lollipop on some level is infringing on your happiness. That's kind of how I'm using it, right? Now, to verge onto this third neutral state of mind, She essentially uses the concept of, huh? Okay. She essentially uses the concept that the brain has these neutral state of minds that literally are simply tied to our higher cognitive abilities, concentration, memory, focus, clairvoyance, astral projection or projection into the future, right? Like being able to plan, like planning, right? Management, those things that like are essentially you can essentially coin to be like mechanisms or functions that are pertaining to living, right, and existing, that are neither negative nor positive, simply because they are more of helper functions than actual, if you want to call it, driving energy forces that tie into the creation of a karmic seed, so to speak, right? So put simply, these states of mind do not have any verge on the negative or the positive into what defines a good or a bad action. They are simply there to facilitate the possibility of being able to make an action, right? That's the best way that I would put this, right? And so my point is that in that third, in using that paper ball option of training myself, I realized that basically what happens is oftentimes because of line of fire and line of sight and the sheer difference in the two viewpoints, you actually experience a physiological shift when you go from one viewpoint to the other, right? When you're using line of sight, you tend to have a very expansive, is the word that I would use, consciousness or state of mind. You tend to be more 360 in your peering, scanning, and spotting of the environment. So let me quickly define peering as kind of like when you give a quick look to something, right? Scanning is when you are essentially trying to assess the totality of an object, like trying to look at every single detail that comprises an object. And then spotting is typically, and it's kind of funny as I'm saying this, you kind of see the levels of, if you want to call it, reach when it comes to when these three forms of looking are employed, right? So peering tends to be for like short-term engagements. Scanning tends to be for like medium range engagements. And then spotting, which is the final, is when you're essentially seeking far out objects or seeking to make out what will come. Like, what is the object that is just a hair beyond the explicit focal zone, right? So I mentioned this the other day, how basically our awareness, the way it's made is you want to essentially think of a pineapple, right? You cut it, like the pineapple ready to eat. You take a pineapple or circle, you cut it in half, right? And you get like a half circle. And then what you do is, let's say 0 is literally the top of the screen. You tilt your pineapple at a 45-degree angle, right? And that's essentially, that whole zone covered by the pineapple is what I call the explicit focal zone, which is typically the zone that we all typically just put our immediate attention on, right? But how growth, the path to growth lies into essentially developing our peripheral focal zone, or basically the zone that is literally not the explicit focal zone. So actually I have to end this right here. I'm about to catch a flight. But the little thing, I guess the one thing that I would leave y'all with is to essentially think about the consciousness or the state of mind that you find yourself in when you're in your line of sight viewpoint and when you're in your line of fire viewpoint. So when you're in your line of sight viewpoint, you typically tend to have I'd give it like a 224 to 360 degree sense of consciousness. And you typically tend to be expansive, right? You typically tend to be more patient or more elaborate in your, if you want to call it, scanning through the environment approach. But when you're in your line of fire viewpoint, you typically tend to be very focused, like surgically precise and very penchant on getting something done, right? Very zealous in achieving a particular task, if you will. Now, my point in saying this is to essentially get you to expand your consciousness to the point where to develop your line of fire consciousness in such a way that even though it makes you essentially be psychologically prone to be more tunnel vision, to essentially start by using stillness and inviting presence to what you're doing, expand that consciousness so you become more expansive even in that tunnel frame of screen. By doing this, you will essentially be more patient and extremely aware as the combat situation evolves, has targets come to you, and even more specifically, has to the key decisions that need to be executed in order to be an effective and supremely elite player for the sake of achieving the results of the mission objective at hand, for the sake of, I guess, supporting your team in the way that it needs to be supported, and most specifically for the sake of essentially creating deep level impact in the game. Anyways, I'm up. Hope you guys got something out of it, and as always, swag the fuck out.
Very well, bend over, very where your seasons turn. My pockets will be jingling on the day of my return.
Get some B-roll, as they say. We're off. Batman. And then he banks, taking that airwave. Sweet. Your boy about to go in. God damn, boys. Oh my god, so much fucking food. Tell you what, that's how you invest $45 though. When it comes to doing business in a dynamic environment like the digital landsphere, we all too often forget the necessity and need
of strategically positioning ourselves in such a way that our end user audience can not only find us, find out more about us, and be excited to get to know about us, but more specifically, develop our relationship in such a way that mutually beneficial rapport, opportunities, and events can be reverse engineered in such a way that you benefit from the release of the event or opportunity, but more importantly, your audience also benefits in a evergreen way. This, my friends, is how I come to assist you today. Having a strategic vision in the execution of this is of tantamount importance to the success of the sales, marketing, and conversion processes for your endeavor. Hit me up.
Friends, is the view of a king. Hey. Yeah, boy.
So you should ask mommy to take away your passport when you're back.
Now, tying this back to this concept of a smart drug and what I mentioned earlier, electrolyzation or alkalinization, when you think about how the exchange of atoms is essentially done by the excitation of electrons back and forth from from an atom or to an atom, you realize that, oh shit, even my neurotransmitters and the electric side of the electromagnetic field of my brain, which will comprise the neuro chain that will lead to the very way in which things occur in a very cyclical pattern style, which will form what we will know to be a brain wave. Even that is interconnected with something as minute as the very way I breathe, the very level of water, the very level at which I allow myself to operate when it comes to water, right? And then when you link it back to essentially the concept that I mentioned when I was speaking about the blood, you almost get a big picture world view of how this interconnectedness allows for a flow of what that we so commonly refer to as the free productions of radicals that will essentially have the roles of being anti-aging, if you want to call it, elements that have to do with dealing with inflammation or decay of the cell, which will literally dictate our ability to maintain vitality. That's the point of this whole video, right? Vitality is simply, and this is where I get super fucking Jedi, the presence of midi-chlorians in your body, right? Let's just not use the word chi or life force or oxygen. Let's just say that when there's a concentration of these things, there is such a thing that it is as if it is a truly multidimensional energy, life-giving entity that literally begins to self-perpetuate in your body. And we will call this entity as a midi-chlorian. When there's an accrual of this particular entity in the body, you will essentially experience signs of elevated states of operation, of being completely in touch with all of your physical senses, of being completely in touch with all of your mental senses, of being completely in touch with all of your physiological senses, of being completely in touch with all of your etheric capacities, right? Now, going further, this allows you to have supreme mastery, for lack of better words, over not just your reality, but your environment itself, right? There's so many ways in which I can take this conversation, and for the sake of enrichment, I will simply end it there and allow you to kind of be compelled by the life level IQ you find yourself in and the complementary elements that are needed for you to elevate to the next stage of evolution to spur forth, I guess, this research materia and the subject matters and knowledge bases you need to essentially unleash more of this infinite potential and uncover more of this truth. Hope you guys got something out of this, and as always, swag the fuck out.
You want to warm it up?
So cool. I love it.
Sad, but not.
Gone but never forgotten.
We're here for your comfort. I'm gonna give away both.
At least it's a good flight.
One above your head.
Now go ahead, keep talking. Adding content to storyline.
And it could take 2 hours
Just to like pass a block or
to go from 60 miles, like to Fredericksburg to DC could take 2.5 hours.
oh my god.
Because and 95 is in 90.
Jeez.
And everybody commutes into the city for work. So, like, people live out farther because it's cheaper, and then they commute in because that's where the jobs are.
Oh
So
man.
it takes, I mean, most people who live out there commute in for work.
That's probably why the metros are so efficient, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Tesla's gonna make it in with the Hyperloop? You've heard of that? You don't think it's gonna get
What
here?
is that? What is that?
So, you know how often, so the metro right now, I think, so this is my understanding of it, it's extremely efficient because think of the days of, you've seen Gangs of New York? Okay, so fast forward from Gangs of New York, where that like group localization effect takes place, and as opposed to you essentially everyone buying a car in the neighborhood, we put money together because we're like a group of guys, we have a squad, and we just find a sick way of creating like a bus. We buy a bus, for example, and so instead of all of us having to always individually worry about travel, transport, we have a bus dedicated to group activities. You fast forward that, and then that's essentially how you get an extremely efficient public transportation, because those groups of those days, if you remember the movie, they set up unions, right, and entire organizations that catered around fostering public programs for the individual, right? But because like oftentimes it was maybe a race driven, some races were able to lobby better services than others, and so that's how like some cities were able to receive assistance that were much more developed and advanced than others, right? So you fast forward that, and then that's how you essentially get metros, where it's actually viable on a cost benefit analysis level to have something that takes you from DC to Maryland, because the squad's always in that area. So why not maintain like the most optimum levels of transportation, right? Now, what Tesla is doing is he's saying, yo, like, instead of just being racist or just dealing with only the squad, why don't we approach it from like a city or state level, where by essentially taking a higher level perspective on this, we can essentially build an entire infrastructure that make it to where, for example, Washington is a great hub, Maryland or Virginia is a great hub, and so the line is nice, right? Let's also identify like key cities along the way, like Baltimore. Is Baltimore in?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Baltimore, smaller cities that have like a population of exactly. And so now, because you have these traveling city keys or key strategic city locations along the way that are also connected to this web, you don't essentially have to travel 500 miles to transfer the minerals and materials for steel or construction. You can just park your stuff at Baltimore, and so now you save money in transportation, you save money in economy, you save money even when you save on capital when it comes to like the strategic planning and allocation of all of these things for a project. And then on top of that, because you're approaching it from the state level, you're able to identify parts of the land where, for example, here's where a lot of our farms are, here's where a lot of our lakes are, here's where a lot of our mining operations are. So then the city, the key strategic locations of these small cities that we're talking about, they will be picked in such a way where they would be contributing to the aggregations of those particular resources. And so when it comes to like moving steel, for example, I know that the best route is going from Baltimore to another minor city because it's rich in minerals and there's a mining operation before connecting to the big city in question. And then by doing that, you're not only saving on time because you're not having to wait from stuff coming from way further away, but right there. And also you're saving on strategic planning because everything is just funneled. So for example, if you're trying to mobilize a train, for example, that has a capacity of like 500 tons, right? You have to like book that ahead of time. You have to switch the train lanes, etc. And so if you do it all in one go in such a way that all of the things that are required to move heavy, really heavy minerals are occurring at the same time, it makes for example, the picking of the train lanes a lot easier. Because, okay, this train can hold 1,000 pounds, but it's also slower. This train can hold 500 pounds, and it's a bit faster than that one. So this one goes first, this one goes second. You know, little things like that where someone who doesn't really think about it doesn't really see the value. But then when you realize how by doing that you save a week in transport time because you don't have to like have the train stop over at some random spot because they're switching train lanes. You're able to just like snipe away all of these lanes in such a way that it's just like a straight shot. It makes it a no-brainer. Now Tesla, Elon Musk is a fucking genius when it comes to these things because he's really tapped into the concept of electromagnetic fields, right? Like basically every time you see electricity, magnetism isn't far away, right? They have a kissing cousins kind of relationship. And so when it comes to that, what happens is by building our infrastructure in such a way that at key locations we build systems that tap into these fields, we can essentially move things at a rapid pace. So for example, a mining rich city will have a lot of metals, which means they most likely have a very strong magnetic field. So just think of putting magnets at that location and then magnets at the next location that would be like a tool booth, and then just pulling things in that way. It's literally instant. And that's essentially how the Hyperloop works. Magnets are like specific parts of California where now not only do you travel literally close to like speeds reaching a jet, but you're able to cover so much distance and everything is interconnected because of the way you go about planning it. So, I hope you like my freestyle. Thanks for coming. Look at this bag of candy. Jesus came through today, fellas. I think he was like, damn, who are those hot girls by that black guy? Let's hook it up. So basically the way that I would explain it is that when you take off, what they do is they chart a path, right? They find what you could call basically optimum altitude, and then they find an optimum, you can call it mile per hour speed. And then ultimately, they also they try to assess the distance that we're going to cover, right? And then that essentially factors into the time. Now, as you're climbing through air, what happens is the jets, or the plane propelled by the jets, essentially crash through, you can call it barriers of shear bubbles of air, right? Now, the distinction that I want to make is when you encounter a bubble of air that has, let me take a step back. As this occurs throughout the skies, these formations of air, what we know to be clouds, because of the change in temperature, where one part of the cloud will be colder than the part of the cloud, you get what's called condensation, right? So mist, or sheer, quite literally the sheer presence of water, right? What happens is as you go through a cloud that is completely aerified, right, full of air, you essentially just get like, imagine take an air balloon and just popping it, right? You get this quick gust of wind. This gust of wind is what propels birds to fly forever and forever without having to flap their wings, because they just ride on the airwaves as they go through the sky. When they flap their wings, what they're essentially doing is creating this gust of wind themselves. And so that's why on like sunny days with small winds, eagles are always found, because what happens is the way a bird's wing is made, it's kind of like how we designed a plane. You have these small flaps that really go up or down that make it to where you rise in altitude or you go down in altitude. Now, as we take off, they also factor in what's called, if you want to call it, takeoff velocity. Because what happens is the moment when you lift the front part of the plane, you essentially change, if you want to call it, the physics trajectory of the plane in such a way that you're not just moving straight, or what they call x-axis movement, but you're adding y-axis movement. You're moving up and down as well. The reason why this is important and why takeoff velocity is important is because if you think about this whole scenario I've mentioned, the speed at which you take off will dictate the particular airwave path that you will be able to tap into. So if you take off at a very small or a very slow rate of speed, you won't be able to gain access to airwave or airways that have a high change in altitude. Now, going back to this concept of the clouds and all that, every single time you burst a cloud, you essentially create wind, right? Now, imagine that there's a concentration of this burst. You get those waves. So some of them go up based on the way the cloud is formed, based on how much heat is present, and ultimately based on the nearest cold front. So that's why snow and rains are some of the things a lot of pilots and like air planning resources really factor into, because changes in water are the predominant factors that dictate overall time spent on the air. The more water present, and that's kind of the next point, what happens is if you encounter a cloud that is aerified, but parts of it have condensation, when you burst it, you will quite literally affect or sense or feel the experience of having a water blast. Just think of your Pokemon and water gun attack. Like the sheer, if you want to call it, punching pressure on your body, right? Now, this occurs on a grander scale because the plane is moving at extremely high speeds. And at that level, any change, any fluctuations really get magnified. So for example, if you're in a jet, like an air fighter pilot jet, and you even go like a couple degrees up, you feel the sensation immediately, because at that level, everything is just magnified. Now, to put it quite simply, this is the definition of turbulence, right? So those moments where it's like, because you're essentially feeling the wave of crashing through that water-air gate, if you will, throughout the entire plane. And the sadness or the tragedy in turbulences is oftentimes, by the way in which they form, they typically tend to be it's like a whole group of them, right? So the skill in the pilot isn't actually spotting them about half a click away or half a mile away. There are things in the to the eye that make it to where they're more noticeable. For example, the sheen in the cloud, for example. Or how I put it is, imagine you have like somewhat of a sheen cloud, and it's followed by a trail of, imagine what would happen if you farted in the air, for example. Just small little clouds forming. That's actually adequate flight path, because those are purely air pocket forming clouds. Now conversely, conversely, imagine like a big non-sheen cloud where it's more grayish, and followed by bigger non-sheen clouds, and then right in the center you see like a really shiny cloud. That's most likely the presence of water, right? So as a pilot, you essentially try to pick a velocity that make it to where you're able to pick the airwave path with the highest altitude, so you can just ride the wind. Remember sine and cosine from school? Okay, right. So you have a sine wave does this, cosine wave does that, right? So you're essentially picking a path that has the highest airwave path to where you have the highest, essentially, the highest y-axis level, right? Because what you're doing is, as you're even just tapping on the gas, you're not adding any energy. We're talking about basically riding on they call it the ley lines of the earth, right? Now, to put it simply, by picking, as you're flying and driving the plane, if you're able to ride on these air pocket only forming path, what will happen is you just keep encountering gusts. What that means is you just keep bursting air. You keep just bursting clouds, which create air, which propel you forward. As opposed to you relying on the emissions of the jet burners themselves, causing you to essentially put in more gas, you're just riding on the air energies of the world. Oftentimes, actually, 100% of the time, doing this reduces fuel consumption and then also travel time, because we typically think of what happens in turbulence, right? Not only do you encounter water, which reduces your speed, but you also encounter fluctuations in this airwave pathway, which means you have to constantly adjust your altitude. So that's essentially what slows us down, which should make it to where we end up spending more airtime travel. So a good pilot will make it to where he's constantly trying to find exactly, and then from the get-go. And so the coolest thing about technology is a lot of our stuff is made to where you can kind of scan for this stuff ahead of time, which is really epic. And back to your regularly scheduled programming. That's a fun side. Do y'all believe in aliens? Aliens? Me too.
That's all this new, like, the new telescope.
Yeah.
I haven't read a lot about it, but I was watching something yesterday.
Yeah.
It was saying, like, maybe it's like, there's gotta be life.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the things that have consistently been observed anytime UFOs have been sighted by like planes is that they operate under this principle where if you draw a line of their flight path, all of these elements have always aligned. And so maybe it lends to why they're able to reach such superior speeds and even travel power, like be able to like change at the flip of a dime, etc. Because even the very shape of their vehicle is designed in such a way to basically surf in the air. Yeah.
I don't know that I know what's on it. It's like one hole. Country grammar. Oh, country. Well, what's the line before that?
I don't know. It's one of, like, okay, fun fact.
Country grammar.
It's on the scene.
Oh,
I bought the album from Walmart with all change. $17. My brother had to take me because I didn't have everything. I was in middle school and I wanted the country grammar CD. My parents were like,
hot shit, yeah, going down, down,
and like CDs were still $17. But like Sean took me specifically to Walmart so I could get the explicit album.
She was sharing a listen to me now. Well, you said country grammar, like Nelly? Yeah, that was my shit. That was like one of the first songs I listened to when I came here from Africa. Yeah. Yeah.
When did you move here?
In like 2004. Yeah, it was that. It was TLC, No Man, No Cry. That song made me cry for those No Scrubs. I don't know why, I just cried.
Except now it's funny. Like, all with gas prices, like all the memes that's like, he's being economically smart, hanging out of his best
Somebody was saying that she was, is that Missouri? That's Missouri. I'm like, yeah. She was like, I don't ask me anymore. She was like, you know where it is. That's what,
I didn't know.
That's what Kristen said.
It is.
Yeah, I know.
Like, even my shop guy
I'm
today,
like 6 days.
he goes, where in the world are you going? I said, St. Louis. He goes, up to Missouri. And I was like, oh, yes, look at Missouri I go. Add it to another state. I have no idea where St. Louis is, where Missouri is. When we were flying to Utah, I was like walking on the map. Like over like Wyoming and like all these mountains.
see it? This is how close we are. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, Batman. Oh, and you see how when you choose a good takeoff velocity, what happens is on the come down as well, just like decreasing in altitude is smooth. Yeah.
But like taking on, I don't know, it feels different too.
Yeah.
It's like super gliding.
Des Moines, that's really gonna matter.
And obviously the best part is you don't have to brake for so long because you're not tapping on the gas, you're just riding on the airwaves. You are swag surfing, as I call it. That's actually another video series.
Welcome to St. Louis.
But it's more for soccer.
With your seatbelt fastened until we arrive at the gate
Swag
and the
surfing.
seatbelt sign is turned off. Please use caution when opening the overhead bin. Items tend to shift during flight and could fall out. If you're connecting to another Southwest Airlines flight, check the TV monitors in the terminal for your flight and gate number. If you are continuing on this aircraft to Panama City, please stay in your original seat until we get a crew count, then we'll make an announcement. Caution, if you're traveling with small children.
By essentially getting a feel for what you guys see over here.
Go for it.
So, do you happen to have instrumentation that measures azimuth? A-Z-I-M-U-T-H?
Azimuth?
Yeah.
Well, we have instrumentation that we fly usually in GPS fixes usually.
Okay.
And I'm not sure to tell you that on it.
Thank you. So let's take a moment to do what I call a sit rep. So on spawn, look at your heads up display and point yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR, basically when you spawn, press the start button, view the map, and take a gander at where you think enemy spawn is. If you're correct, my friend, you'll get a kill. But if you're incorrect, someone fucking dies. Now remember, this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. An army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vectors, meaning by I approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Price approaching from the east, we quite effectively cut down any option the enemy has at launching a counter maneuver movement towards us, and quite effectively take over the game. Or as Call of Duty Mobile would put it, domination. Swag mantra on reading the wind, assessing the grain of the land. Now, something that I'm really going to be focusing on a lot as time approaches is the implementation of using your heads-up display specifically in real-time gameplay. What do I mean by that? Quite simply, any single time you feel like you have, you've achieved or you're in a safe area, meaning you're not at the mercy or running the risk of getting killed, I advise you or I recommend that you press the start button and you quite simply meditate on the combat situation. That you look at basically the direction in which your teammates are heading. That you look at essentially where the last enemy blip appeared. That you look at most specifically the overall regional direction that if you were to sum up the vectors that our entire platoon makes is going towards. That you basically kind of figure out what the tip of the spear and the tail of the arrow for our combat team is. Why do that? Well, quite simply, this is the same principle that in the days of old, when battle protocols were not formalized, were doing when they were essentially performing the activity of surveying, or what will later be known to be reconnaissance. Basically, think of it as trying to measure the length and width of an enemy movement. And another simpler way of putting this is measuring how many columns it spans and how many rows it takes. Why do you do this? Well, if you remember quite simply the games of like Age of Empire or Risk and those spot pieces that would essentially denote, if you want to call it military capital deployed over a region of the map, and how a square would denote a platoon with a certain amount of units, and a bigger square would essentially denote a larger army movement. By essentially making yourself familiar with essentially the total size at a particular enemy movement, you start getting a beat for what I call the cadence and the flux of a particular enemy movement. The simplest way that I would put this is think, for example, what would happen if you knew that a squadron comprised of 4, 5, or 6 people. That would mean that if you got a 3, 4, 5, or 6 kill streak, you quite effectively wiped out an entire squadron. Why is this important to know? Well, if I'm a professional gamer and I'm making money off of this game and I kill 6 people in a row, then I would essentially, or the wise thing to keep in mind at that moment then is that I'm anticipating a new spawn location. That means that if I kill 6 people, then I should immediately start veering the vector direction that I'm going towards in another direction, because spawn location will change at that moment. By essentially getting a sense a beat, a pulse for the way this is occurring throughout the general area that is dispersed or that comprises the combat situation at hand. You can get a sense for the flux, and what I simply will in this context refer to as the way by which the game spawns each movement, whether it's my movement or the enemy or the team that we are facing. By getting a sense of the general direction, maybe it's in a counterclockwise direction, maybe it's a triangular direction, you can always get a sense for what will occur. You can always get a sense of what direction to head towards. How many times have you been running all the way down to a particular corner of the map, being so sure that you would encounter enemy movement or enemy presence there, only to realize that you just wind up meeting your friends and your teammates, and the enemy movement was actually in a completely different part of the map? Or even more, how many times have you been just running down an alley thinking no one was there, only to just get capped over and over and over and over again? This is my point in essentially cultivating this sense that I call reading the wind, where you're trying to get a sense for how things are being disposed, how things are being laid in this current game iteration. And again, as I said, one great way of developing this particular aspect of your battle IQ is by simply pressing start and being completely still and reading the way that the game is unfolding, looking at your teammates' movement, what direction they're looking at the last enemy blip, looking at the regions where we are currently not in, and realizing that that is essentially the white space, the places that have the highest chances of having enemy movement present in them. By essentially doing this, you not only cultivate a greater sense of what's occurring, you not only get a greater idea of how to cover blind spots, which are simply places that are not currently being able to be covered in an effective manner by yourself or by a teammate, but you also are essentially able to quickly generate, if you want to call it, a combat map that essentially denotes where one should be, that denotes where one of us is fucking up. Maybe we're being too close apart, we're looking in the wrong direction, we're staying too close and bunched up together, or maybe we're way too far apart from one another, and you can quickly, effectively know what to do. Me personally, what I do is every, I say 5, 6, 7 steps, meaning if you were to hold the left stick forward and run, every count yourself doing that for like 3, 4, 5 seconds, I quickly just stop, I press the start button, and I just reassess that combat heads up display, making sure that I'm essentially doing the right thing, making sure that I'm actually going towards a direction that is a white space direction and not a direction that's already covered by a teammate or the rest of the platoon, ensuring that I'm essentially always course correcting in such a way that the decisions I take will actually be effective towards achieving successful accomplishment of the mission at hand, which is eliminating all tango and depreciating all of our own deaths. One thing that we know, for example, in life is that if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. But something that's funny is when we play this game, we all too often take such a willy-nilly approach to the gameplay strategy and tactics and what I simply dub to be modus operandi or mode of operation. And we think that there is not a systematic approach to always having a high kill-death ratio, which is quite simply a false like it's the furthest thing from the truth. Just remember that a kill-death ratio at the end of the day is the culminative result of the decisions that you made in the game, and more specifically, the tactical positioning of yourself throughout the map. Are you in the right place? Yes or no? Anyways, hope this makes sense. And as always, swag the fuck out. As a fun caveat, remember that there is such a thing as magnetic fields, which kind of ties into my idea of flux, and specifically reading flux. And the notion is that there is such a thing as a North Pole, meaning something in reality that causes things to spin in a clockwise direction. And there is something has a South Pole, meaning something in reality that causes things to spin in a counterclockwise direction. And if you can tie this truth into the sense of your way of reading the combat region, of reading the wind, you can essentially get a sense of when there is an occurrence of a spin change direction. There is an occurrence of the spin going from a counterclockwise change or spin to a clockwise change or spin. And essentially my harping on understanding, or not just first understanding how many people are in the platoon, which translates to what a 3, 4, 5 kill streak means, to understanding where or how that causes the change in spawn locations. Things that are extremely vital to someone who, for example, has a bonus on the line if he not only kills 3 people at the time, but then he's also able to kill people right as they spawn. Things that could very well be at play in an esports event. Sup, guys? Let's take a moment to do what I call a situational or situation report, or sit rep. And how you do this is you just take a beat and you point yourself or orient yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR on spawn, basically press the start button and look at the map. Looking at the map, take a gander at where you think enemy spawn is. If you are correct, my friend, you will get a kill. But if you're incorrect, someone fucking dies. Now remember that this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. Remember that an army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vectors. Put simply, by I approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Price approaching from the east, we quite effectively cut down enemy options at launching any form of counter-strike movement maneuver towards us, and quite literally take over the fucking game. Or as Call of Duty Mobile would put it, domination. Swag mantra, gyroscope. On 0, lean, tilt, and the 6-axis movement. So the reason for this sit rep particularly is because I've been going back and actually watching or rewatching my past recorded sit reps, and have taken a new interest specifically to the ones pertaining to azimuth, or Azimuth. So if you recall, that was essentially my essential, if you want to call it, masterclass dissertation on the sense of essentially keeping in mind the fact that the geospatial location that you currently find yourself in has influence when it comes to torque, inertia, and even the relative momentum at which the bullet exits the chamber of the gun you're using, and how that ties into your overall marksmanship metrics, specifically accuracy, which is simply lasering in a target and shooting them properly. So lasering in a section of the screen that is denoted to tango body part and shooting it. And precision, where you're essentially saying, I want to hit the finger and I fucking hit their finger. I want to hit their head and I fucking hit their head. Consistently, repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. And how my essential, I guess, if you want to put it, imparting truth in that master class was the fact that essentially by becoming present to the moment, so to speak, and actually building an ingrained relationship with your equipment, you'll actually start to get a sense of what particular section of the screen you should essentially laser in, right? So remember the two definitions I made in the past, where line of sight is quite simply the viewport or the viewpoint, the view screen that you see right now, right? When you're not holding L1. And line of fire is the view or the lens through your weapon's scope, right? What you see when you're essentially targeting in a particular target, right? And how by essentially being mindful of the error click that is ingrained in your weapon based on its center of mass dynamics, whether it's front loaded and back loaded, and thus essentially has you hold R1 or the trigger button, causing the weapon or your line of fire sight to go up and up and up, or causing your line of fire to go down and down and down the longer R1 or the trigger button is held, right? And how that essentially was a surefire way of raising precision. Because most of the time when we're talking about precision, we are essentially speaking of hitting more headshots. Now, the point that I wanted to make today was to kind of follow up on that grain of thought and to kind of align ourselves with the, if you want to call it, gyrospatial truth that are inherent in any particular moment in time, right? So this is going to be really useful maybe for people who are going into the Air Force, where the onus is essentially always on ensuring that you basically become one with the instrument called the gyroscope. So put simply, for those of y'all who are not aware, the gyroscope is essentially, think of drawing oval or circle, right? And placing it right in the center of the screen, right? And then now, let's say that as you're listening to me, you just decide to stand the fuck up. Like you just stand up and you just look straight ahead of you, right? You basically just look right in front of you. You don't look up at the ceiling, or you don't look down at your feet, but you look directly in front of you. And let's define that as absolute zero. Basically, if you were in the air, what that means is at that moment, both the nose and the tail of your plane are perfectly aligned, both on the x-axis and on the y-axis. And this essentially denotes that there is little to no delta when it comes to the y-axis, and you're essentially purely moving in the x-axis bound direction, right? So you're just literally going straight. Now, were you to all of a sudden lean forward, or as I would put it, tilt forward, what that would mean is all of a sudden now your nose would be tipping down. So your nose would be decreasing in altitude, or your nose would essentially all of a sudden take an angle on the y-axis, while your tail would essentially be going up, right? So your tail would essentially be taking an angle on the y-axis in a positive direction, while your nose will be taking, if you want to call it, a decrease in angle in the y direction, right? And the onus, I guess, the point to remember at that point is, at that moment, you're essentially free falling, right? In a state of, you're essentially increasing the forces tied to mg. So for my physicians out there, or if you didn't fall asleep or you weren't as high as you typically are, that when you took engineering physics 1 or 2, and he was discussing dynamics, right, or center of mass dynamics, and he was talking about the forces of the normal force as opposed to the forces of gravity, right? The normal force being the force that holds you up, and gravity just being g times mass of my object, that is I, right? So at that moment, basically, when you're tilting forward, you're essentially increasing the force that is tied to mg, right? Because you're essentially you're shifting the center of mass from a center point where mg and n are nullified, but now you're increasing the forces of mg. And basically, based on that definition, you're in a state of free fall. Now, to translate this back to the gyroscope, imagine that every time you're leaning forward, you're tilting forward, you are essentially dipping into a blue a space on the gyrosphere that is denoted by a blue color, right? And every time that you are doing the opposite of that, you're essentially tipping into a part of the gyrosphere that's denoted by the color black, right? So let's just make those quick definitions. And then let's also say that when you're at 0, the black color, or the black area, and the blue area are perfectly aligned. It's as if it's one and the same thing. Now, the point that I wanted to make, or to translate this back into game speak, and to tie this back to the connotations I made previously with azimuthal aware shooting, is that all too often, because of the very predispositions that make up our personality types, our attitudes, who we think we are, the images we have of ourselves in our head, we actually come into the game with preconceived biases that essentially lead us to essentially choosing one specific equipment loadout over another. So quite simply, because of the way you're raised, the way you think, the beliefs you have around the world, you actually quite literally reverse engineer yourself to be a heavy machine gunner, or an assault rifleman, or even just a sniper rifle, right? And the point in understanding that bias is that it not only has influence when it comes to the particular equipment loadout, but more specifically, into the crux of the sit rep, is it has biases when it comes to the actual range of motion that you're essentially going to be expressing as you play the game. My truth that I essentially sussed out as I was watching these past sit reps is that, holy shit, all too often, because of the very equipment that we choose, I have a preconceived notion to look beyond the 120 to 135 angle range of motion that my joystick essentially enables me to see. So put simply, most of the time, we actually do not turn the right joystick past a degree that is expressed on the screen that denotes the having passed the second or first quadrant of the unit radian circle. All too often, we literally restrict ourselves because of these subconscious biases to only stay in that particular region of awareness. What this simply means is, all too often, we think we have a 360-degree awareness, but really we are only just ever looking left and right, as opposed to like spinning all the fucking way around and then all the fucking way counter around, right? Now, in bringing this up, it also makes you aware of how the particular loadouts that you would choose, whether it's the assault rifle, along with the scopes and mods that you're going to fit to that particular weapon, cause you to essentially build this preconceived range of motion bias. Simply put, when I'm using my M27, because of its weight, I'm less likely to look around because of the sheer time it takes to reflex sight, right? Which is radically different than the reflex sight time it takes for me to essentially line a sight when I'm using my Remington, for that matter. And what this results in is essentially a self-constraining of the range of awareness when I'm using a particular weapon. So my point in denoting the fact that we have a 6-axis controller is the fact that all too often, if you do not essentially self-discipline yourself to, hey, take your right joystick and push it all the way up, and then push it all the fucking way down, and then push it all the fucking way left, and then push it all the fucking way right. If you actually do not self-discipline yourself to do that and remind yourself of the possible range of motion, quite literally, on some level, you're actually creating these subconscious, influential biases that make it to where when you're going through a particular area or ground and you're clearing it you're clearing enemy movement from that particular area or ground, you will not be checking with the full range of motion that you're actually able to cover, right? You'll actually just be selectively constrained to just one corner, which I just dubbed to be the 30-degree or 50-degree on your right-hand side, to the next corner, which is just a 30 or 50 degrees, right? Now, people would say, oh, well, that's because, I mean, ain't no nigga that's ever on the fucking ceiling shooting at me, right? Or most of the time when I'm just running through the fucking area, like, that's just where most of the enemies are. And you have a point to that. But I'm always speaking at this as if we're all elite players. And more specifically, as if we're actually making a fucking living off of this shit, off of playing these first-person shooters. And the point is, when you're at a professional event, most of the teams and people that you're going to be facing are going to be so disciplined in the way they go about just playing, in the way they even just go about standing next to each other. They're most likely going to, if you're up against a really elite team, they're actually literally going to be looking like a fucking military platoon, which is, funny enough, conversely, one of the fundings that go into these professional events. Quite simply put, think of how far we've come in Call of Duty in terms of simulating an actual combat event. And now imagine if you're a sergeant or a commander in the army and you want to run simulation missions for a particular op that's coming up. That's actually a fucking great way of generating possible situations that may come up, of generating possible even tactical strategic executions, or even seeing if a particular equipment loadout decision is right for the op or not by playing Call of Duty, by grabbing youngins like myself, like yourself, who know this game in and out, putting dollars into their hands and telling them to just fucking stress test the shit out of their plan, which, my friend, is why I say we should organize. So now, so to go back now, remember that you have a 6-axis controller, and that means that you can look all the way up, way beyond what you normally think. You can look all the way down, way beyond what you normally think. You can spin way greater than 360 degrees, meaning that your screen will register more than a complete cycle if you just want it. And then more specifically, you can actually merge together quadrant 2 and 3 and quadrant 2 and 1 of the unit radian circle, creating for a very multi-dimensional movement and awareness in that. Now, the final point that I wanted to make in this is that realizing that when you're up against an elite team, and my point on earlier, where no niggas ever on the fucking ceiling, by essentially every so often, so as I mentioned previously, one of the things that I do now is I just constantly use my heads up display. And this is simply done by pressing start and meditating on the fucking battle situation, on the combat or the war zone situation at hand, looking at how your players are moving, figuring out which ones of us are fucking up by just literally following their friend, as opposed to looking in a diverse direction, thus effectively increasing that overall effective coverage zone. Remember that every single one of us has a unique point of view, right? So if we're all looking in a unique angle, we're then able to cover one another's blind spot in a way that the other person cannot, thereby decreasing the chances of us getting caught off guard, right? Now, simultaneously, as you're looking at that, using your heads-up display, I'm also essentially creating an emergent calculus for the actual enemy offensive modus operandi. Are they coming at us really fast, or are they really essentially drawing us in, wanting us to come at them? Are they really specifically converging in one particular part of the map, or are they just interspersed, right? And you kind of start to build an intelligence for who you're up against, right? If you're realizing that these are just nigglets who are just doing their own thing and they're not really unorganized, and it's not really that hard to pick them off one by one. And then remember my previous point on what a 3, 4, 5 kill streak means, right? How that relates to a change in spawn location. But if you're realizing that they're pretty organized, then the way that you're going to have to come at them is going to be extremely thoughtful and extremely methodical. And my point is, by employing this way of playing the game even on training day, you're making it to where that way of thinking, that mindset becomes a mentality that becomes a second nature. And when come professional event day, there's no shift in gears, because you would have essentially been inundating yourself in that way of life from the get-go. The way that I simplify this is kind of like when Goku was teaching Gohan how to go Super Saiyan, right? And when they went into the hyperbolic time chamber, he first put him through the rungs of, if you can call it, Hell Week, right? For a Saiyan, just working out how to throw a punch properly, how to block, put up your guard, which is one of the things, for some reason, people just fucking do not really value. Like, the art of putting up a proper guard is something I just don't understand why people do not value and respect, and why Floyd Mayweather is why he is. Basically, if you can ensure that no shots come in, what does that say about your offense? Not only do I catch the person who threw a punch completely unguarded, like zero guard up, because I just like nullified his attack, but whatever I throw is just a complete impact maker, from the fucking way I twist my hip to the way that it fucking connects with his jawbone, right? reverberating that damage all the way to his fucking bone skeletal muscle. Anyway, you see how I'm thinking, right? So to the way he should go about sensing, right? Like how to go about absorbing natural energy and how to essentially properly implement said absorb natural energy in such a way that his power level was rising in such a way that his base effective usage of that energy was also increased every time power level was increasing, right? That was literally the concept behind his instruction of Saiyanhood, right? And because of that, taking that slow but fucking grow way of combat and training, he reached a state of Super Saiyan that was so natural, meaning their hair just naturally stayed blonde, and that Super Saiyan 2 exemplified way of being because their bodies were just in tune with the amplified energy states that they were essentially using, right? And the point of saying is that by essentially breathing elite level thinking every single time you turn on your machine, it's not even a shift of gear when money comes on the fucking line. You're just actually having a blast. It's just like it's just a party. Like you're like, oh, for real? I'm getting paid for this? I'm already doing this, right? And that's literally how I want you to think about whatever you're doing. Reverse engineering whatever kind of success you're trying to have. Be it girls, just like being friendly and social and saying, hello, how you doing? And like making light of whatever it is you're doing to where the time when that girl comes through you're trying to fucking holler at shows up, it's not even a shift of gears because you're just already social, right? To even the way that you go about training where all that matters is executing on the idea, on getting your ass to the gym. So that way, the moment when you can actually play professionally arises, it's not even a shift of gear because it's what you've already been doing. And my entire harp on this particular facet of your battle sense. If all of this kind of went awash, just remember fucking gyroscope. For those of y'all who are not aware, just think of a fucking what is that? You go to a mystic and she reads a fortune teller ball, right? And it's covered. And on one hand, it's there is a part you just put it on the center of whatever you put your fortune teller ball in where it is, and if you're leaning forward, basically the ball gets dunked into water, and so it's essentially in touching a blue colored part of the gyro map. And if essentially it's levitating in the air, then it's essentially touching the black part of the gyro map. And my point, and I guess for those of you who are in the armed forces, is realizing that as you're climbing up in altitude, right? So touching the black or leaning backwards, right? What happens is you're essentially touching on your own fuel because at that point you're going against the forces of gravity. So you're expending fuel. But when you're essentially doing the opposite of that, when you're in free fall, you're not really using much fuel. Which is why when you take an airplane, for example, what always happens is they try to pick up a lot of speed and they try to rise extremely fucking high as they possibly can, despite that fat ass Boeing plane, right? And all of those fat passengers. Because they want to get as high as fucking possible so that they can later on coast on the swag surfing airwaves that are brought about by the air itself, and essentially thereby save on fuel and coast along on free fall until the point when fuel needs to be inputted again. The point in saying this is just remember that the goal is to maintain zero. and to essentially rise when you need to save energy because you're only rising to essentially free fall at some point. And that, my point, my ladies and gents, is the definition of swag surfing. Anyways, hope you guys get something out of this, and as always, swag the fuck out.
To us.
Conversely, so a fun idea I just realized is I think that's probably why alien spaceship always have that saucer-like, appearance, or I guess physical manifestation. Because if you think of the dynamics that allows, or that is allowed by a rotational center hollow type of a build, you can realize that there's a fuck ton of things that you can do with a frisbee in midair. Or take your frisbee, blow it up, and then just like go around flying with it. You can do so much more in terms of 540-degree movement than you could with an arrow. So think of the fucking planes, right? And maybe something that will allow you to be a bit more creative in the way you go about scanning the fucking screen, right? And what I mean by scanning is just how you go about assessing for enemy movement. And this is also, I guess, some of the things that you learn in training. Oh, 1 second. So my guess is like if you go to like marksmanship school, they actually teach you like actual patterns that you do with your eyes that essentially allow for or cause for the complete total reading of a screen, a map, an area, or region, right? So I know they use a lot of like sacred geometry. So triangular, starting from like the top right corner, making a diagonal line to the bottom left, going up, and then reading, and then right at the halfway point, making like a square-like line all the way across to the next side, and then doing that again and again until you have a complete cycle, right? So they have like specific ways of reading to where they ensure themselves that they're essentially seeing the totality of whatever it is that they are doing. And I guess my introducing it to kind of joggle your brain and start thinking along those grains, because that'd be fucking badass. Imagine if you make a triangle with your eyes, then you see the whole thing type of shit. How cool would life, or how much simpler does life become when you have those types of techniques? Hey? So guys, so let's take the moment to have what I call a situational report. So take a beat from whatever the fuck you're doing, assess your heads up display, and redirect yourself in the direction that you believe to be mutually beneficial in a strategic sense. TLDR, on spawn, press the start button, look at the map, and make a guess as to where you think the new spawn location for the enemy is. If you are correct, my friend, I'm pretty sure you'll probably snipe away a couple kills or 10. And if you're incorrect, we lose, because in your fucking incorrect guess, by you going in the wrong direction, looking at the wrong angle, and essentially doing the wrong thing, you leave a fucking hole that can be exploited and is exploited by the enemy, and thus we become vulnerable and crippled to attack. Now remember that this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. We become invincible when there is a variety and variance in our attack vectors and approach. Meaning, by I approaching from the back with my Remington, you approaching from the front with your M27, Ghost approaching from the west with his fucking tar, and Price approaching from the east with his Ripper, we quite effectively take over the game by cutting down any option the enemy has at launching any source of counter strike movement maneuvers towards us, and literally overpower them on all possible fronts. Swag mantra on gyrospatial sauce. So to follow up the sit rep that I just played, I figured I would essentially tie in all of the elements that I mentioned previously back into game speak, right? So recall the concept of a gyroscope, which is essentially the instrument that is primarily used in the Air Force branch of the armed forces that has to do with spatial locational movement when it comes to being in the air, right? So you just think of a fortune teller ball, and basically you imagine it placed directly at the center of your screen, right? And then you cut up, you divide the screen that you see in front of you in two parts that are color coded as such. The upper part, or the part that is essentially seen when you push your joystick down, is essentially so the lower part, the part that you see when you push your joystick down, is color coded blue, right? And then the part that is seen when you push your joystick up is color coded black. And so now what that means is when you push your joystick up or down, you're essentially moving this oval, this fortune teller ball, into one color coded part or the other, right? Now recall also that I mentioned that when you're pushing your joystick down, or when you're essentially touching on the blue part, this is likened to being in the plane and being in a state of free fall, because at that point you're shifting the center of mass dynamics to go from being null, meaning normal force and gravity, or mg, are equal, to essentially mg being stronger than the normal force. So you're essentially falling from the skies, right? And how I mentioned that in this state, basically, if you were in a plane, you would not be using your gas, right? You would essentially be riding on the airwaves of the skies. Now, the reason why I mention this is because when it comes to, for example, the aspects of precision, right? It's oftentimes a lot easier to sight down a particular target by lasering in a lower section of a denoted target than it is to sight down a particular target by denoting or lasering in an upper location of a particular target. So put simply, were you to have a weapon that has what I call an arrow click, meaning has you hold the fire button R1 longer and longer over time, and it has a downward mobility, meaning as you longer press R1, it actually goes down and down and down, essentially using this concept of gyrospatial targeting will allow you to increase your accuracy and precision by understanding that the inertia it takes to sight in that particular part of Tango will be done in a way that's easier than if you were trying to laser sight in an upper location part of Tango. So put simply, to kind of bring it back again, locations in the game that are at a lower part of the screen are easier to sight in than locations that are at upper parts of the screen, right? Now, to bring it back to game speak and in a way that would benefit us all, when I am essentially using my Remington and I'm trying to hit a headshot, the first thing that I do is I put into crosshairs the center of mass of my target, right? So this is simply their chest, right? Now, if I am moving in such a way that I'm in like a crouch stance and the target is coming at me head first, then what I'll do is I'll literally go out of crouched, and that will immediately shift the sight section that I'm looking into for my target to a section that's more upper than it was before, right? And then now knowing that my Remington has an arrow click that results in an upward mobility, I will just simply long press or start firing the moment I sight in their neck. And that instantly, automatically, always results in a headshot. Because what happens is, as you long press, the gun goes up and up, and pop goes the weasel's head, right? Now, the point that I wanted to mention when bringing gyrospatial sections, like the color-coded part that is blue, that is essentially what you see when you joystick down, right? So when you you take your right joystick and you push it down, and that's the blue section. And the part that's color-coded black, when you joystick or you use your right joystick, you take your right joystick and you push it up. The point that I wanted to mention when when bringing that up is when it comes to, I guess I would use quarter combat movement. What I realized is that all too often, because of the fun aspect of the storyline, we actually don't take it at a, you can call it depth that we should, right? The lessons that we learn from playing the storyline. So put simply, if you play the game, you'll realize that actually there is a certain aspect of pressure that should be avoided when it comes to moving forward or moving backwards when playing this game. So put simply, I realize that all too often we actually move way quicker than we should, right? So I'm talking about essentially using the left joystick now, right? And my point in saying this is like there's a certain degree of precision and pressure that we should essentially engage in when moving forward, when moving backwards, and even when looking around the corner. And the reason I bring this up is because it will essentially attune your awareness to the actual level of sensitivity and hardness and pressure that you should employ in order to actually reach elite level performance and mature decision making when it comes to making decisions that go towards moving through the map, looking at a particular cover location, making even a decision to line of fire someone, so holding L1, or even making the decision to enact draw fire. So put simply, oftentimes when you play with people, and kind of why I'm always like, hey guys, you should like meditate, you should like be present to the moment, because you'll essentially detach yourself from group think, and you won't just fucking blindly follow your mates who are just like blah blah and thinking maybe something stupid like I'm just gonna get that revenge kill, but you'll actually be reading the game and realize, oh shit, if I can actually detach myself from time, like fucking Doctor Strange, by moving at a rate of speed that is radically slower than the actual game clock, then I can actually affect change on a radically different realm, right? By first understanding that, and then understanding even the notion of making a step forward, you can be more cautious when it comes to the way you move through the map. By employing this method of movement, you'll actually be able to put yourself in a position where you're drawing your enemy to essentially put themselves in a position that is locationally, strategically beneficial to you getting the kill, to you beating them to the punch, and more specifically, to you downing Tango while simultaneously being in a position that is setting you up to kill the oncoming next Tango, right? I think all too often it's kind of funny where, because of the short respawn time of the game, we don't really give a fuck about survival. We just think, I'll die while I'll rebirth, right? But what if you're actually like taking this seriously? Like if you were a fucking soldier, would you actually be happy about dying 2 seconds into the war? No, you wouldn't, right? You would actually be seeing this as like your life is on the fucking line, and you would actually be cautious as to what the fuck you're actually doing, right? So this is my point in saying and doing and essentially reading the game in this way, right? Now, going further onto the concept of gyrospatial sauce, when you realize that this 6-axis controller allows you to spin, right? And you can also put into mind the facets of flux, right? The facets of, there is such a thing in the game that causes things to spin in a clockwise direction, right? And there is such a thing in the game that causes things to spin in a counterclockwise direction. You'll start reading what I call these micro spiral movement moments that occur from frame to frame to frame. So put simply, and to be as blunt as possible, there are actual times I've realized where it's actually faster as opposed to looking right then left, to actually take my right joystick and push it all the way to the left, and then as I'm doing that, take my left joystick and move it forward and just spin as I'm moving forward, covering that entire cover zone and the rest of the radiant circle in such a way that I'm perfectly set to check and kill and take care of any enemy movement that is found in that cover zone, all the while maintaining a safe cover position, right? All because at that moment, the wind, so to speak, is going in this way. And so by me going with it, I'm literally just in tandem and actually moving at a rate that is faster than all of the players in the region, right? And it kind of ties in that perspective of what I meant when I talked about I added in the concept of like a flying saucer, right? Like imagine if you had an alien spaceship, or the reason why most alien spaceships are like circular, right? Or basically like a fucking frisbee, is because when you're in a circular thing, as opposed to being in a fucking arrow, right? There's so much that can occur in terms of movement, like that is just radically outside of, if you want to call it, even the concept of human understanding in terms of what's possible in one time spatial location that can occur because of the geometrical aspects of the saucer, of the disc, right? So when you're with the arrow essentially has to always think about center of mass. It always has to think about where gravity, or where Zeus to just punch directly straight down. If I don't think about center of mass, I would literally just crumble, right? That's why the arrow has so many constraints. But the saucer doesn't give a fuck about it. Where Zeus would just punch, I would just go with the punch, right? And then I just literally just go with it and just keep going. Or I would literally just ride on the airways that were created from the punch appearing, right? You know what I'm saying? So there is so many options that can come about from just thinking about a gyrospatial term, or a gyrospatial flow, or a gyrospatial flux, when considering the realms of possibilities and options that are available to you with this 6-axis controller, right? So my point in saying this, I guess, and to kind of crux and finish this subject matter, is don't always think straight and back. Don't always just think forwards and backwards. don't always just think left and right, but think spinning clockwise and counterclockwise. Think spinning in a quadrant 3 and 4 or quadrant 3 and 4 merge way. So you're spinning like this, kind of like the Earth does at some times, or the opposite of that, quadrant 1 and 2. So you're spinning like this, in this way, right? And don't just think moving forwards in terms of I'm coming closer to the target, right? So I'm going on an x-axis direction, or I'm going above or below the target. So I'm moving in a y-axis direction, but think in x, y, and z. So as I'm approaching the target, how are the realms of angles, if you want to call it the unit radiant circle that is displayed to me, changing, right? How is that being affected by my spin, right? How is that being affected by the addition of the pressure that I'm using? So when I talk about being sensitive in the way you move forward, so don't just like tap hard on the left joystick, but actually literally just edge it. Like if you had like a trigger hair sensitive sniper rifle trigger, right? Like literally edge it and look at the realm of opportunity that opens up to you, right? Look at even the rhombus and the different geometrical types that occur from the aspects of the visions of possibility that occur based on that contextual decision, if you want to put it. And don't just be thinking so willy-nilly, but always think, how can I do it all? And furthermore, Jedi my trick myself in such a way that the dispositions that I would like to occur in such a way that it's just simple, right? So oftentimes people think, I need to do this, I must do that, I must get there, I must have this, as opposed to how can I allow it to happen? Whew! I hope this makes sense. Hope you guys got something out of it. And as always, swag the fuck out. Let's take a part to do or to have what I call a sit rep. So basically, when the game begins, orient yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. Basically, where you are right now, come up with a calculus as to where you think spawn location is. TLDR on spawn, press the start button, look at your heads up display, and as I just said, take a guess as to where you think enemy location spawn is. Doing this because we keep in mind has Ghost Protocol activate operators that as the game unfolds, spawn location as well changes. And so by us continuously course correcting based on our new enemy spawn location, we are essentially always poised to catch them off guard. Now remember that this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. An army is invincible when there's a variety and variance in attack vectors, meaning by I approaching from the back with my Remington, you approaching the front with your M27, Ghost approaching them from the west with his Ripper, or I guess it would probably be a Honey Badger, and Hesh approaching from the east with his Ripper, or I guess L77 sniper rifle. We quite effectively produce a variety and variance in offensive attack maneuver, continuously keeping the enemy off guard, continuously having them guessing, second guessing, and trying to calibrate to the variance in our vibrationary offensive attack vectors. Swag mantra on the 300-hour work week. Now, I guess the inspiring muse for this sit rep is, as you so listened, David Goggins, the fucking, it's like the blueprint of Super Saiyan for combat warfare. And I'm currently going through the audiobook right now, Can't Hurt Me, and fuck boys, it's the shit. Like, I don't know what it is, but Rich Rolls, or I guess Adam, whoever is reading the book, is a phenomenal fucking voice, bro. It's like you kind of just see the, if you want to call it, energy emblems of different vibrationary thought patterns. But simply, your state of mind when you're one way is one voice, and then your state of mind when you're in another state of mind, right? When you're another way is another voice. And it's so well, like, dynamically reverberated across the entire audiobook. And so that's something I highly recommend you guys all check out. But one of the prominent things that he mentions, and that I'm essentially internalizing, mulling over and over and over and over again, because I guess from one reason or the other, my body, mind recognized awareness that, yeah, that's it. It's like, you know, those foundational pillars, like, bruh, like mom just dropped some fucking swaggy ass knowledge. It's like, peep this shit, right? It's one of those things. And he essentially talks about how in this current culture, we kind of clap at people who essentially clock in 7 to 9 hours continuously every single day. Like, we clap, cheering them on, like if they actually achieved something. But his point is, if you think about how in 1 week you have 148 hours, and basically of those 148 hours, we're essentially giving people cookies for having only been productive for the 40 hours. Then you realize that we're essentially we're rewarding laziness on some level. Even if, for one reason or the other, this achieved, if you want to call it, aspect of being consistent on a decently or higher, or I guess you can say above baseline usual, is better, right? Like, most people think, oh, if I can 9 to 5 or whatever, that's really good. You're a good guy. But his point is like, nah, B, like, there is like all those fucking hours. Like, what the fuck are you doing then, right? And so when I heard that, from then stemmed this idea of, bro, like, what would happen if you had to essentially be consistent for 300 hours straight, right? Like, imagine if, say, for example, you are an automotive worker, right? Like this, just talking to a potential client, and he's in the automotive industry, and I raised that question: what would happen if you had to essentially envisage or plan for a mission, plan for a project that essentially forced you to work for 300 hours straight, meaning there is no going home. There is there is no taking a break. You know how we have the lunch breaks and shit? Like, there is none of that. What would it do to you? Like, how would your psyche change? What are some of the tactical decisions that you would make when it comes to even the planning of that? How would you go about thinking of food? How would you, and I guess to the crux of the sit rep, would you go about thinking of energy, right? I think it's fucking fascinating that, like, we're on some level a bit smarter, just a bit, than the caveman of the past. And I say just a bit because I truly mean just a bit. Meaning, yeah, we have all this technology and all this shit, but if you think about it, nothing has really evolved on a etheric level. Meaning, we are not flying, right? We're not like levitating. Well, I guess, let me kind of make a caveat. We are not mainstream flying, meaning we don't come out. It's not a mainstream, I guess, capability to just be levitating in the air, right? And so, on some level, there is still a whole bunch of capabilities that, when you essentially compare it to the caveman of the past, are actually quite the same. We are still the fucking caveman on some level. And so when we think about that, then it makes you kind of, on some level, even appreciate what's possible and what's to come, right? How? Remember that there's still entire fucking eons of DNA code that has not been realized. So you remember physics, where they talk about static energy and dynamic energy, where static energy is simply energy or potential that has not been realized. It has not been converted from the latent form, which is just life force dormant, to the in motion form, in the process of living, which is essentially life force in action, right? And so when you relate that to DNA, there are entire aspects of DNA that have not been actualized. And so it makes you realize that, well, yeah, we really have not, on some level, been that much, or have not occurred, or have not undergone a significant development when it comes to the overall actualization potential of our DNA. Now, to stem or to bring this back to this concept of a 300-hour mission, it kind of makes you appreciate even the whole aspect of preparation. How some people literally embody the virtue of patience. And so when it comes to understanding that for I to essentially do for 300 hours, there is no sin, or there is no reason to cause the sin of rushing, right? To kind of answer my question, were I to essentially think about preparing for a 300-hour mission, the only thing in my mind would be the mantra: the mission is the only thing that matters. The mission is the only thing that matters. The mission is the only thing that matters. And so when I have that, saying that over and over and over again, embodying those words, everything becomes streamlined, right? Literally every single thing I do, say, and think becomes streamlined. Because at that point, every single output of my life force is essentially for the purpose of the accomplishment of the mission at hand, for the purpose of the accomplishment of executing this particular activity for 300 hours straight. And when you think about things from that level, it becomes radically simple, right? We often have, or we're finally understanding that when it comes to design, planning, and even strategy, minimalist is always the winning, game-changing factor. We all too often, in rushing, cause for the addition of fat, of things that literally serve no purpose, of things that do not move us closer to the accomplishment of being able to execute for 300 hours straight. And so by that recognition, it is almost principle to realize that, hey, were I to just patiently understand what must be executed upon in my thought, in my words and in my actions, I can simply just go about the process of doing those things without adding anything more and without shirking on anything less. Hope this makes sense. Hope you guys got something out of this. And as always, swag the fuck out. Damn, that last recording didn't work out, so I guess I'm gonna have to start this from scratch. So, as I said, I guess the major news behind this particular sit rep, which is basically on observation, positioning, and essentially revering the art of stalking your prey, and also the respect for the retreat, is this book, which is the autobiography of Chris Kyle, which is basically the armed forces' most decorated sniper, right? So if you look at the history of the armed forces, he is the one attributed with the most sniper kills, right? And I guess one of the things that made an undeniable mark as I'm essentially reading this book is how he goes at length into how, to him, one of the things that marksmanship school really taught him was to cultivate and nurture his ability to observe any situation, scene, scenario, event, or object and capture the most minute or mundane of details about it, right? So I'll give you a quick example. Last night I had a memory recall of a past encounter with a past fling. I can vividly remember how her hair smelled to me like the roses that I would essentially see growing in my yard of a previous house. I could see how her curvaceous appearance in bosom and in, if you want to call it, ass, made me quickly excited, right? Thereby making me extremely, if you want to call it, outgoing in my mannerisms of affection and my way of communicating with her. This particular memory recall essentially grew to a crescendo moment when I can vividly recall the moment when we kissed, sharing the intimate kissing, touching of the lips to the point where we both could feel an orgasm coming, right? So basically, you see how like this is basically, it's just like I'm talking about me kissing a girl, right? But yet the way in which I vividly report that scene, the nouns that I use to accompany basically me and her, the even imagery that I use specifically to denote, if you want to call it, the passions or the fires of eroticism within you, right? Kind of make that very mundane scene so much more grander, so much more larger than life, right? And the point that I'm trying to make is when he went through sniper school, that was actually the thing that he can attribute to gaining the success that he would later come to have. It was the ability to just take in every single minutia of a particular thing and capture it in your mind, no matter how minutia it is, because essentially you never know when the next game-changing intel is going to, you never know where the source of the next game-changing intel is going to come from. So in the book, he takes the example of how when he was breaking the whole, in like growing up and in learning and deepening his relationship with the skill of observation, he was able to vividly point to how this is probably why he was such a good rodeo head. This is why he was probably such a good cowboy, right? How by understanding how, as he was approaching a horse, and if the horse would essentially on paying attention to the way the tail of the horse waved about. If it was moving up and down and very quickly, then the horse was most likely in a state of agitation, thereby most likely going to require a lot of cajoling in order to get that horse into a particular location or the other. While as opposed to if the horse's tail was just chassing ever so slowly from one side to the other, he was most likely denoting a state of extreme calm and most likely going to be extremely open to being cajoled into one direction or the other, right? And in the book, he essentially makes the relation between how something has retardedly mundane and commonplace has looking at a horse's tail allowed him to be a lot better at handling the different horses he had to essentially deal with in his job as a cowboy, allowed him to also make that very distinct notation when it came down to distance between himself and target, distance between himself and the time it's going to take to aim upon a particular target, and other metrics that have to do with the setup of a sniper. Like, for example, an effective location to set up your nest in if you are a sniper, or particular commonplace items that would be beneficial to setting up the angles that would at the same time has maintaining the sniper's location outside of enemy coverage, so outside of their line of sight, but at the same time also prevent him from being detected in such a way that upon firing he would not be noticeable. Which brings me back to my second point. In this book also, they talk about how for if you were to give two master chiefs, or how they go about selecting who's a viable sniper, is given two people who have high, where one of them has high marksmanship capability. So give them a target from 1,000 yards or miles out or kilometers out, and they're able to consistently hit them, and give them a sniper who has high positional situational ability, in the sense that they can not only spot the location to most effectively set up a nest, but they can also move into those locations in such a way that they appear or remain undetected. They will always stick with number two. And that was kind of fascinating to me, because hearing about sniper school, hearing about just the Army and the armed forces, and just the deadly impact that snipers had, I always figured that even at that stage, what was most beneficial to the platoon was being able to essentially impact or deliver death at large distances away, right? Like if I'm a sniper, like it's probably to the benefit of the platoon is if I can hit you without you not being able to hit me, right? But according to the book, that's actually what they don't give a fuck about. And the reason being is that according to Chris Kyle, basically you can train anyone to be a deadly marksman. You can train anyone into having higher precision metrics, into being able to effectively and consistently hit the same target at the particular time denoted over and over again. All you have to do is basically get them to live on the range, and they'll be able to snipe your mama's nipples off in no time. But when it comes to actually moving in such a way that they can maintain that ghost-like effect, when it comes to actually maintaining the abilities of a chameleon, of essentially ensuring that tactical maintenance of undetectability is sound as they traverse through the battlefield, that is actually something that's quite close to rare. Because on some level, most people understand that they should be precise in their shooting, but when it comes to the tactical understandings, if you want, or benefits of, for example, stop what you're doing right now, press the start button, meditate on the combat situation at hand, and make a gander on where you think enemy spawn is. Most people do not actually unconsciously realize that that is more to their benefit than a properly made equipment loadout, because we have a natural tendency to just rush forward into battle. We have a natural tendency to just shoot first and ask questions later. And so because of that natural tendency, we don't take the time to add perspective and be level-headed in the decisions that are to come in the moment following that initial stimulus. In the moments following seeing target or tango coming at us. And it is because of that we wind up being too sure of ourselves, too cocky of what we're about to do and our ability, and ultimately too easy to essentially fail in the overall achievement of the mission at hand. And it was funny because he actually talks about this at length, how when it came down to sniper school in this particular part of the academia, so like that part of the education, they spent ample time over it, going at length on educating the particular sniper on how to even change his ghillie suit in such a way that it would reflect the environment he's crawling through, right? So put simply, the ghillie suit, just think of a suit and it's like made of like plants and twigs, but they're like detachable, right? And so you can think of like it's like a thin layer of glue, right? That's on the outer layer. And so what this allows you to do is you can take plants of the surrounding region that you are crawling through or laying in and just tack it onto your ghillie suit. And so it was actually part of the test for the sniper to constantly calibrate and recalibrate his ghillie outfit in order to remain unseen and undetected as he was moving through the battle situation. It was pretty cool the way he described it, because it really, at least in my own personal opinion, painted the broad stroke yet complete big picture understanding of what they were expecting from a sniper. It's not just this person that can essentially deliver death from miles away, but rather it's this unique individual whose sole mission is to tap in to a particular oncoming enemy movement's blind spot. So what the fuck am I talking about? Put simply, if you were to come directly at me, right, there are going to be literal angles in your vision that you can't adequately turn and either shoot in, turn, throw a fist in, turn, or throw a grenade in, right? There are literal angles where you are quite literally ineffective, where no matter what you do, if I were to come at you from that angle, I would have 100% chance of getting the drop on you, right? And so as a sniper, your actual primary mission is to observe the oncoming enemy movement, and upon having enough actionable intel or enough information about vector of the oncoming movement, so how fast they're coming at us, how big of a movement they are, right? And then what is their flux? So what is their propensity to stop and course correct, right? Like, what is their propensity to kind of like check in with their combat HQ, right? And then make, based on all of those, if you want to call it information axioms, come up with a metric for how now you are to engage with them. And engage simply means how you are going to essentially make your presence known in this current battle situation. But the funny thing in this is, Your mission is to essentially never make your presence known, right? And you do this by engaging the enemy movement only through their blind spot. So the best way that I put this is, if we're all together and you're seen, that is basically a sign that you are not a master at hide and seek, and so you are quite effectively useless to the rest of the platoon. Remember that the sniper rifle is typically a one-shot weapon with a 3 to 4.5 second window for a person to launch, sight, and fire a target, right? Meaning you only have about 3 to 5 seconds to effectively sight in your target and shoot them in such a way that you have enough time to come back into cover, right? And so because of that extremely short window, the aspects of operations of someone essentially serving that role for the platoon lies in their ability to remain unseen, in their ability to remain out of sight, in their ability to be undetectable. So to go back to the book, he talks about how they have this particular test called the second shot test. And what it is basically, if it's not on the first shot that you are graded, but rather on your second shot. If on the second time you engage with the enemy movement, your bullet can be traced, where the second time you engage with the enemy, your location can be found. The second time you engage with the enemy exactly knows what angle or direction to fire in, and thereby demonstrate that you are not in a blind spot. Then you have quite effectively failed the second shot test, right? So to them, it's up to you essentially to prove yourself as an asset, to be able to take up to 3 shots without losing coverage zone, without losing ghost coverage zone specifically. So being undetected. And it was pretty awesome reading that, because I think oftentimes when, for example, we play this game, so first-person shooters like Call of Duty or even Battlefield 3, and the expectation is always that you're most likely gonna die, right? But because there's a short turnaround when it comes to rebirth, you shouldn't really care too much about it. We never really take the time to think about how can we play in such a way that we do not die, or in such a way in which we can decrease death. Why think this way? Well, quite simply, by playing in this way, we can actually essentially capitalize on those key strategic locations on the map, on those well-mounted places on the map where if you just get there first, you will essentially get kills over and over and over again. And then on top of that, by having this mindset in mind, you make it to where when it comes down to spawn locations, right? So remember how earlier I talked about how by having an understanding of, hey, if I kill 4 people in a row, if I kill 5 people in a row, then I'm essentially expecting spawn location to come from a different direction. By not dying, you can essentially know and get a leg up on where that next spawn location is, because you're essentially pushing not only the enemy back, but you're also pushing them in a direction that's most likely closer to your own platoon's location. So you're kind of like being the shield, and you're just like sheep herding them in the direction that you want, right? I found that really fucking cool. And it really made me appreciate the final thought that I wanted to bring up, which was the aspect of the retreat, right? So oftentimes, as I mentioned, because we love to rush into combat, we don't actually take the time to just like stand still, right? We don't really actually take the time to realize that, as opposed to thinking, how can I force a result? what are the dispositions that I can place? What is the positioning that I can put myself in that will essentially cause for a Jedi mind trick scenario where you're kind of like creating a chasm of traffic to just constantly trickle into your line of fire, and you can effectively deal with that oncoming movement in such a way that you're never at risk of death. I think ultimately, when I think about how far I come in the book and all of the learnings that I've gleaned from it, that to me was, I guess, his essential truth. The aspect that there is no need to ever rush to meet the butt of the gun. There is no need to ever rush to your death, my dear friends and gals. Just let the enemy do that and rack up the kills on the way to glory. Anyways, hope you guys got something out of it. And as always, swag the fuck out. Do what I call a sit rep, which means press the start button, view your heads-up display, and point yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR, on spawn, press the start button and take a gander at where you think enemy spawn is. If you are correct, my friend, you will get a kill. If you're incorrect, someone fucking dies. Now remember that this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. An army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in attack vectors, meaning by I approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Price approaching from the east, we quite effectively do what I call taking over the game, or as COD Mobile would put it, domination. Effectively crushing down enemy possibilities at launching any form of counter maneuver, and essentially overpowering them in every single which way. Swag mantra, orientation. What the fuck do I do when my magnetic north is completely frazzled? My absolute south is completely downtrodden, meaning it's spinning in every single which way, and I don't know what up is or down is. So one of the things I've been thinking about recently is this idea of grounding yourself to the present moment. I was watching Gemini Man by Will Smith the other day, and it made me have flashback memories of that great After Earth movie. Specifically the scene where he teaches his son how to essentially bring yourself back to the present moment, especially in chaotic environments, or when the environment is moving at such a dynamic pace that it's almost too much for your senses to even bear, right? And as I was thinking about this scene in a movie, it made me essentially bring back to mind this really old iconic fucking principle, if you want, or process that I just call simply grounding yourself to the present moment. And how I do it is literally as he provided it or presented it in the movie, right? What you do is, and this is especially handy for people, for example, if you're tripping balls, like if you're taking shrooms, for example, and you've had too much to take, or you're tripping acid or some shit, or you're really fucked up one day and you just can't get your bearings. All you have to do, my friend, remember, take a knee if you can, or if it's not, or if it's, I guess, too uncomfortable to do in the public moment, just take a deep breath and stand really still. Then the next thing you do is you cycle through sight, smell, touch, and taste. So let me go through this really simply. The first thing you ask yourself is, what do I see, right? And for me, I'm really like traditional Catholic, so I'm always in like spiritual warrior prayer mode. And I've noticed that like when it comes to understanding like esoteric principle, when they talk about setting mantras or intentions for yourself, they're really powerful in moments when you can't really think, right? When all you can ever muster is just an idea, then at those moments, it's really fucking sick to like mind train yourself or live in such a way where you essentially instill small mind training moments in your life to where the willpower accrual of, you can think of backup energy for moments like these where you can't do anything else but think of an idea comes in handy, right? So to me, the answer is, I always say, the beauty that is awesomeness. That's what I see, right? And so as you bring that to mind, what happens is your RAS has a flip. Like it literally reassesses the entire environment. And instead of seeing the shit that makes you want to throw up, the shit that kind of makes you worried, you start looking at the beauty that is awesomeness. Like something as simple as the way a tree chasses as it's moving in the wind makes you become present to the moment and brings back that presence that you so desperately need to find your center point, right? Something as simple as like the vibrancy of a color and the compare and contrast, and how that it's almost like a beautiful tapestry moves in tandem with one another to create the picture that you see, right? That's how you grind the sight sense. The next thing you ask yourself is, what do I hear? And I always put it as the awesome hustle and bustle of magnificent awesomeness. Something as simple as that. And so to go back, the sound sense, right? The awesome hustle and bustle of awesomeness, right? And it brings to mind basically all of the sounds that you hear in the environment. The low hum of the fan that you may not have heard before, or even like chatter that is like a couple feet or even, I want to say, distance removed from you, right? Conversations, people talking, or even you talking on the phone, you hearing the ping of your phone going off from social media or whatnot, right? And then at the same time, one thing that I really always strive to do is I try to hear the wind, right? There's this, one of the things that's always marked me is the passage in the Bible when, was it Moses or Elijah? Whichever one of the prophets had to encounter the burning bush, right? The fire that didn't go out. And how it wasn't until there were all these different phenomenons, right, of I guess him trying to encounter God wherever he was, like in, I guess, his absolute sense, in his real, you can call it nature, right? And there are all these like huge and I guess very palpable experiences that he felt, like the rain or the harsh, I guess, staccato of water dropping onto the cave, or even I think he felt something to sort of like an earthquake or whatever. I forgot all the different phenomena, and God was not present there. But it wasn't until it was almost like a barely distinct experience, the wind just grazing by his skin, that he felt the presence of God. And that to me always marked me, because I realized at that point that life, I guess the richness of life isn't encountered in like the things that are directly big and like in your face, but it's always in the subtle and barely distinct phenomenons that we don't really calibrate ourselves to or tuning ourselves to. And it is in this practice of in bringing yourself back to the present moment like you can essentially attune yourself to those really subtle phenomena and even get a glimpse of what auras are, right? Because if you think about the human body as like a set of distinctly present experiences felt in, I guess, multi-dimensional pathways that are anchored to our biological senses, then you come to the understanding that being a complete human is on some level kind of doing the change your oil, so to speak, process of the mind by essentially cycling through your senses and making sure that everything is tuned in correctly, right? And so for me, when I'm doing the sound sense calibration process, if you will, I'm always trying to hear the wind, because it is in the wind that you can hear change coming, so to speak. So that's kind of how I put it. Then the next senses, I just tie them together into smell, right? And I ask myself, what do I smell? And how I always answer it is the magnificence that is beauty, the divine feminine, if you will. And so then it brings to mind all of the things that you smell, right? You may not even realize that maybe that pasta that you ate a few hours ago had some cilantro in it, right? Or there was like a touch of garlic or a hint of pepper that you didn't even notice while you were eating it. But because, I guess, some of the residue of the pasta is still on your body, you can actually still pick up on that scent, right? You can maybe smell like cat litter if you're like me and you have a cat, like a brand new litter, right? Or you can even just smell the overall aroma of your house, right? Like if you have like air wicks going on, or if you have just sprayed some Febreze, you can actually still pick up on those scents. It's just a matter of attuning yourself to those subtle experiences still present, right? And then the final, or I guess how I culminate it is the final sense, and I just simplify it as touch, right? Like, what do you feel, right? And again, I always put it as simply as the realization of God everlasting, right? And in this, that's kind of how I start. At that moment, I literally twirl my fingers and I start feeling the little, you can call it frog-like webs that essentially take place over the course of the day as we secrete the natural oils that essentially make us grow, that make our hairs vibrant, that give us that natural aroma, that natural scent. I start feeling that on the tips of my fingers. And at the same time, it also brings me back into place or into center with my body, right? The goal of this whole entire experience, or I guess exercise, is to get to the point where you can essentially get a palpable feeling intuitively for what a pulse is, or impulse. And for like my doctors and physicians out there, you will essentially get you kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about, which is basically your heart, right? This is something that I kind of actually discussed or realized was very distinct when you're in a car somewhere. So if you're ever bored or whatever, or if you kind of have the wherewithal to keep me in mind as I'm babbling on about, just one day when you're in your car in traffic in standstill, just turn off the radio and try to maintain or become very still, right? Do some breathing exercises. Remember diaphragmatic breathing until you get to a point where you're at peace with yourself, kind of like some Jedi shit, right? Everybody has their own set point, but in seeking these, you'll know what I'm talking about. And so at one point, you'll actually start realizing that, oh shit, the motor creates a vibration, right? The car itself, the hum that it makes is creating a vibration. And the stiller and calmer you get, you can actually get to a point where you can start noticing the difference between the vibration that the motor makes and the vibration that your heart makes. And what's interesting is the vibration of the motor will lead you to the pulse that your heart makes. And that's where you really get into the idea of entrainment, like when it comes to bioenergetics. Elliot Holst, I don't know if some of you are familiar with him, but he talks about this in depth, how there are literally different circuits in the body, what the Indians have referred to as nadis, right? Nadiis, or essentially points that essentially conduit or conductors of energy. And so by one essentially maintaining or instilling this practice of stillness, of becoming present to the moment in more times of your life, you'll actually start getting a sense of how these nadis direct and redirect energy, direct and redirect awareness, and all of the resources that it pulls. So this is not just oxygen, VO2, so velocity driven oxygenation, but it's also like blood, right? Like what the bodybuilder will call the flex or the pump. And how by you actually gaining a better or growing deeper in your meditative practices that involve the aforementioned processes, you actually get mastery over redirecting or directing energy to your will's content, right? And that's where you get into like Chi, Life Force reading, Dragon Ball Z, not to get too fucking nerdy. And what's cool is if you extrapolate this, it goes deeper into like just playing this game and marksmanship, right? So in the car yesterday when I was doing my meditation, I started getting the sense that oftentimes, for example, when you're a sniper and you're looking through a scope and you essentially peep some movement, right? What's actually happening is you're detecting a vibration that's distinct than that of the environment. And that's how you can essentially start training your peripheral vision, right? How I would essentially explain the peripheral vision is imagine a pineapple, cutting it, and getting what the half circle, right? Not the crescent moon, but the half circle. And then taking this half circle and tilting it at 60, 80 degree angle. And that's essentially the immediate point of vision that we all have, right? Like that's what we essentially always explicitly focus on. And the peripheral vision is the entire field that is not covered by this pineapple. So this is going to be a video, and if you guys are interested, I'll probably do like some little drawing doodle. So just keep a lookout on it at onewave.org / either cultivating your life force or / ruthless execution. But this explicit point of vision is essentially what a lot of people deem to be our immediate awareness or the immediate focal point that we essentially always zoom in on, right? But by striving to gain a better awareness of what's beyond or what's not in the explicit focal zone, you actually increase your awareness on a 360 degree plane. This grants you essentially understanding of movement that's beyond your immediate zone of vision, right? So things are not happening in front of the eye senses, but are essentially using the other senses that we are privy to having, right? So one of the things people talk about oftentimes is how there are different forms of intelligence, right? Kinesthetic, spatial, temporal, just knowledge intelligence, physical intelligence, and by essentially striving to increase the awareness that is not always explicit to you, you will be increasing intelligence that has not even been colloquially dubbed in a traditional way, that has not been formally defined yet, right? Remember that the human potential is infinite, and oftentimes, because of the wars, we have lost a lot of abilities. So in your DNA right now, there's latent abilities and skills and capabilities and talents that have not bloomed yet and are simply waiting for the ripening, the right conditions for them to come to the forefront. Right, so people, I remember in the 2000, 2009, 2010, when like the, I guess the esoteric community came onto the web, and people really focus on things like astral or lucid dreaming or clairvoyance and stuff like that. But there are things that exist on like higher dimensions that we have not even begun to tap into. And why I'm so excited for this age where finally with the legalization of like marijuana, and now they're looking at even methamphetamines and ecstasy and MDMA, we're actually able to reassess what exactly is a living being, what is a human experiences, and most specifically, what are some of the substances, the compounds, the atomic elements that drive us in a known or unknown ways. And then what are the things that we can essentially supplement ourselves with in such a way that we can come to a more holistic place, right? The simplest way I put this is, imagine if your body, for example, you're lacking precious minerals that you just don't have the life, I guess, situation to get in your diet or in a natural way. And so these supplements, these substances can be a way of infusing that into your body and getting that holistic nutrition that you so desperately need. And it's kind of cool that we're getting to that point. And it's really, really fascinating too that we're actually approaching it from like a mature standpoint. So not just like, you're just trying to make legal money, or you're just trying to take away from the legal system. But we're actually seeing it as like a viable way of healing deep-seated traumas that have literally left scars, that have literally changed the very personality matrices that people evolve with. And that to me is fucking awesome. Anyways, I shall stop this here, but I hope I gave you guys something to chew on and that this made sense. Swag the fuck out. Yo, so let's take a time to do what I call having a sit rep or a situational report. Basically take a beat, stop whatever the fuck you're doing, press the start button, look at your heads up display, and point yourself or orient yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. That is a direction, or I guess take a guess at where you think the enemy spawn location currently is at, and basically attack that direction with all of the ferocity that you can muster, right? TLDR, basically on spawn, press the start button and imagine that based on the unfolding of time, has spawn location changes, enemy spawn location that is, this changes the way that we also spawn throughout the map. And so by you taking this beat, taking the time to reassess your combat heads up display, you can essentially make course correction that will essentially unite the army and veer us in the right direction. Now remember that this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. We become invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vector. Put simply, by I approaching from the back with my fucking Remington, you approaching from the front with your M27, Ghost approaching from the west with his fucking tar, and Price approaching from the east with his Ripper, we quite effectively take over the game by cutting down any option the enemy has at launching any form of counter-strike movement maneuver towards us, and quite effectively do what I call taking over the game by overpowering the enemy on all possible fronts. Or as Call of Duty Mobile would put it, domination. Swag mantra, the art of reading the fucking blind spot. Now, in addition to, I guess, the practice of literally beating into everybody's head who's going to be playing with me, the concept of essentially implementing their heads-up display, meaning press the start button, look at the combat situation, and then make a decision as to where you want to go. I think one of the things I'm also going to be focusing on is on the concept of a blind spot. Now, to colloquially define it in, I guess, this particular sit rep, I'll just put it as the zone in a particular person's field of vision that is literally outside of his explicit, immediate awareness, right? So your blind spot is quite literally the place where you can't fucking see right now. It's the place where you are not even aware of, right? It's like the spot where most people think, when you think of their blind spot or the place that they can't see, they think of like behind them, right? So you hear of stories of like covering your six, right? But I'm talking about angles too, because oftentimes in Call of Duty and even in combat situations, things come at you from a fucking angle, right? And more specifically going forward with this, things come at you with a particular vector is a word that I like to use. Meaning there's an angle and then there's a direction, right? So for my fucking nerds out there, this is our cosine theta, right? And then plus our sine theta. And then this is also adding in the imaginary numbers, right? So remember how the world consists of real and imaginary numbers, right? So my point in saying this is basically oftentimes when you're in a combat situation, in a dynamic situation, things come at you from the sides that you least expect them to come at you from, right? Now, previously when I brought this up, I essentially advised people to think of an equilateral triangle. So let's say that you draw basically the unit radian circle from fucking school, right? So for those who don't remember, you just draw a circle, right? And then you say 0 starts at your right-hand side. So look on the right-hand side, and that starts at, that's 0 degrees, right? And then 45 degrees is just like north of that. I mean, 90 degrees is north of that, right? It's basically looking in front of you. And then 180 degrees is on your left. And then 270 degrees is south of you. And then 360 degrees is back at 0. So there is your fucking trigonometry little class for those of you who decided to think or belittle school or your education. That's pretty much how you draw a unit radian circle. And my point is draw up an equilateral triangle, meaning put a dot on north, put a dot on west, and then put a dot on east, right? And that would be the equilateral triangle, meaning there's a triangle where there's equal sides, or it has a length that is equal on all sides of the triangle. And then at the same time, because of that, it also has a property of having equal angles on each of those sides. Now, going back to this concept of blind spot, you can clearly tell that the zone that covers or comprises this particular equilateral triangle would be your, what you would call your immediate explicit zone of focality. It's pretty much the zone that you can adequately assess and cover on your own. So if you were to swivel real quick using the right joystick to the right or to the left of you, that would be essentially the 90 degree or the 0, or the 180 degree, right? And my point in saying that you have blind spot is saying that no matter how quickly or how good you are at swiveling, there's going to be a point in between I would say from 103 degrees to about 177 degrees, where you can't adequately swivel in time to actually line of sight or line of fire someone. So hold L1 and then the trigger and fire the button, or fire or shoot at them in such a way that you would actually be able to kill them, right? Basically what that means is in those ranges, your enemy always has the drop on you. That's another way of putting it, right? So there are points in your field of vision where your enemy literally will always have the drop on you, right? And my point in bringing up the concept of a blind spot is to not only make you aware of it, but then furthermore, to make you align with your squad mates in such a way that as you cover the map, you tactically position yourself in such a way that the blind spot, those regions where you can't fully swivel and beat your enemy, that is essentially an area where a teammate would be in, right? So as you're moving through the fucking map, right, you look in directions where basically everyone is covering another person's blind spot. And this is literally quite effectively the concept of the phalanx, right? So if you were to fight with the Spartans of like 300 from back in the day, that's literally what they did. Basically, everyone was just looking into everybody else's blind spot, and this ensured that basically you were never left on guard. And so every single corner, every single quadrant of the radiance circle, so quadrant 1 is the zone from 0 to 90 degrees. Quadrant 2 is the zone from 90 degrees to 180 degrees. Quadrant 3 is the zone from 180 to 270. And quadrant 4 is the zone from 270 degrees to 360 degrees. By essentially aligning oneself with your teammate in such a way that you will look into each other's blind spot, it essentially left it to where every single part of the quadrant was never left checked. So no zone of the unit circle radian was left unchecked. In this, you could essentially say that you were perfectly covered. Now, why am I bringing this up? If you're a professional gamer and you're like making money off of playing Call of Duty and you're at a professional event, and if you think that, oh, I have like supreme skills when it comes to marksmanship because like I've been blessed by the gods to be lucky to have like some ungodly sense of getting like 5 kill or 10 kill streak. Well, when you're in those situations where niggas are literally playing tactics from like the way they breathe to the way they scan the screen for enemy movements, those kind of wishy-washy or wishful thinking mindsets just won't apply. Basically, you're just going to get fucked and butt raped over and over and over again, because your enemy will know that, this kid thinks that like he's the shit, and he hasn't understood the powerful concept of playing with a team. That no matter how good I am on my own, there is so much more that can be done when I'm with other people, when I'm with a group of 2, 3, or more folks who are essentially like-minded in the desires of self-actualization, in the desires of self-development, and the desires of essentially playing to their untapped potential, and then the desires of growth and success, right? And so they'll just be extremely disciplined when it comes to making decisions, when it comes to the aspects of tactically positioning themselves in situations, places in the map, and even in the concept of drawing fire, of causing you to rush at them, or even psychologically disturbing you and getting you so upset that you start rushing at them, thereby allowing you to just put yourself in a situation where you fall into a part of the map where you can just be shot over and over like crabs in a bucket, right? So this is who I'm speaking to. And my point is, oftentimes, by having a desire to have an elite type of performance, you kind of become better on all level because you mature in your gameplay. And ultimately, it's like kind of like my desire for all of you here, because by maturing in the way you play, we all become better at playing this game, and it makes it fucking interesting, right? It's not this shit of like, I'm just playing with fucking kids, but it's like, oh shit, I'm actually meeting other like-minded thinking minds in this game. And how much cooler can that be, right? It's almost like you start showcasing what you can do and what's possible, right? And then on top of that, the added bonus of like a fuck ton of dollars on the line also makes this extremely viable and a reason to kind of take things in this way, right? Now, going back to this concept of blind spot, I want to bring up this this idea I brought up recently where it's pretty much what makes ghosting a real thing. Around the 45 to 50 degree angle, there's this phenomenon called what I just simply called ocular fuzziness that occurs. And what that means is objects that are 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters out at that angle. So 45 degree and the mirror to that. So that is, you just do the opposite. So 45 degrees on the right hand side. So the 45 degree on your left hand side as well, right? That same concept holds. There is this ocular fuzziness. And what that means simply is things that are 3, 7, 9 meters out into the environment do not get rendered, or your eye does not so really focus on them to the degree that objects that are closer to you in your environment do, right? So put simply, you just don't pay attention to things that are that far out in the scenery. And so what that means is, as you're going through the map, you just won't, your mind, your brain literally does not process things to the detail that they do with objects that are closer to them, right? In that, and then if you combine, and then when I obviously originally brought this up, I took on to explain this further, the idea of your camera, how like your camera has what I call a configuration profile. And so when you click on it, if you open any like iPhone or latest Android today, and you open the camera app, and then you tap on a particular part of the scene, it will actually do this like thing where it's kind of like recalibrating, and how by doing that you're kind of saying, hey camera, use this spot as the baseline for values for saturation, how much light you take into your retina, how much variance when it comes to color, right? And then how much hue you're allowed to essentially exist in terms of variance of range of values. Or like think of like a really bright red, like the color of blood, to like a light red, like the color of a tomato, to like the color of like a light, super light red, like a carrot, right? So my point in saying this is that like your eye essentially does this same thing, where 3 to 5, 7, 9 meters out, it doesn't actually take in things to the level of depth that it does things that are closer to it. And so one of the things that I actually suggested to combat it is to take the game at a neo-pace game style, meaning you press the circle and you crouch and you move through the map in that rate of speed, allowing your mind, or forcing your mind, to essentially process more than it would originally do, right? And on top of that, for those who want extra credit, I essentially suggested to look up the concept of sun gazing, which is literally just staring directly into the sun. And what that would do is essentially cause your eye to take in more light. And by you taking more light, you're essentially forcing more blood flow to your eye senses, causing for more processing to occur, right? Now, to bring it back to this idea of blind spot and going back to the equilateral triangle, remember that this also means that there are literally zones or sections of your area, or if you want to call it range of vision, that are literally outside of your immediate zone of attention, right? And then for this particular sit rep, and the reason why I mentioned it, and I guess I'll probably end this here because this is more of like a suggestive sit rep, meaning I want people to kind of look into it on their own and to not just like take for face value what I'm saying, but actually like call me out on my shit or not, and then maybe even see if I'm like right or wrong. The concept of like there are different sections of blind spots, meaning some blind spots can just be uncovered by just looking at them. So for example, if you turn to your left or to your right, so literally just turning 90 degrees in one way or the other, you can literally unshade a particular blind spot, right? Some other blind spots can only be, you can call it removed by the interaction or invitation of other elements like light, like the sun, right? So if you're in like the way I would put this is in the storyline, for example, there are parts where you're going through like a swampy like environment, and it's only through the sun coming in or water that you can see gleams of light bouncing off of where Ghost or Price is hiding that causes them to be more revealed than they were before, right? And essentially negating the concept or the benefits that are added by the assets that is their camouflage, right? So some zones of your blind spot can only be unshaded by the interplay of another element, right? And then the third thing is some other blind spots can only be shaded by the interplay of another individual, by your teammate, by him running directly into you, causing for you to actually see life or see a perspective, see a point of view that you just did not have before, right? Now, to end this or to kind of highlight this one, and it's something that I brought up recently, the concept of blue on blue situations, right? So situations where like armed forces or even firemen or even the police shoot upon each other, right? Like you think another special forces unit is an enemy, but in reality it's actually just another special forces branch, and you weren't aware of that, and you shoot upon them thinking you were the enemy, right? Now, the point in saying it in this way is to realize that oftentimes as we are in the field and with the chaotic entropy of things in the field, we don't actually adhere to some of the protocols that are outlined in our training. And then because of that, our minds are literally warped to the point of seeing colors, of seeing commands, of seeing sounds in a radically different way. Put simply, we're in a different mind state. As a result of that, by the only way by which we can become aware of it is by the explicit intervention, or if you want to call it interceptive interplay of that other particular element or unit that is like you, that at that moment, because it's kind of like knowing what you are going to do, essentially allows you to see the error of your ways, right? I mentioned how in the past sit rep, I was actually going to draw a drawing on how like there are different sections of blind spot, and I hope that in this blind spot, that particular drawing, how like I'm going to essentially render the different, if you want to call it, blind spot shadow zones in the picture, this will make more sense, right? So my point in saying this is like, be aware that you have blind spot, and be aware that it leads to bias, right? And be aware that in this bias, you kind of see reality in a warped way. So the best way to combat it is to always take things at a neo style of play. So in a particular set rep, I actually mentioned, I recommended that one of the best way to gain mastery over the game is actually, the first thing you should do is to not move at the same rate of speed as the conventional rate of play. So put simply, move slower than the game would actually advise you. So most people don't press circle and then walk and then move forward. They just move forward, right? So the first thing is move in a crouched way. And then because of that, you literally unplug from the natural or normal flow stream of time, right? And then that allows you actually to gain greater perspective over the possible spectrum of possibilities that can occur in terms of decisions, in terms of options of views, in terms of the way you can see things, and ultimately in terms of how you relate and interplay with your other squad mates. Realize that you're not in an independent island playing this game, and oftentimes if you have a high kill death ratio, it's most likely because of a hidden figures type individual who's just always at the right place at the right time, making it possible to where it corrals the enemy to essentially it corrals the enemy to come at you in a way where you are in a blind spot location from the enemy's standpoint, to where you can just cap niggas off over and over and over and over again, thereby allowing you to have that high kill death ratio. Ultimately, you're not as good as you think you are. And so the quicker you essentially adhere to that axiom, the better you become, because now you can actually, as I put it previously, LeBron off of people and literally become way better than you even thought possible. Anyways, hope I didn't talk your ears off and that this wasn't fucking moot, that you guys got something out of this. As always, swag the fuck out.
What's up, guys? Steven here today, and today what I wanted, the swag hack of the day, is aligning with Leela and the Layla key. But in all of using this particular swag hack, I figured I might as well just do a 2-for-1. This is gonna be pretty cool. Is that it is attracted by the electron, and so what happens is it literally pulls. So as I was thinking about this one particularly, I actually wanted to do one on cultivating your dormant life force, the counterpart to another molecule by the name of the electron. Now, an interesting part about this proton molecule, closer towards each other, their love bubble is formed. Now, it has been shown that in this, the strongest the electron toward it, right? Conversely, the electron is propelled by this proton molecule. Of understanding that essentially energy is a matter of
static energy and dynamic energy. And the electron is propelled by the proton, whizzing towards it. And so as they come closer and being the force that is held or believed to essentially causing an upward that have not yet been put in use, that are quite simply dormant. Case in point, unrealized intensive, so feel free to just kind of go through the video. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible without losing y'all, so bear with me. Now, the way that, and conversely, dynamic energy is simply life force that has been converted into energy and downward y-axis axiomatic frame, right? So put simply, I wanted to break this down is simply from the standpoint of life force, right? Or let's just take the atom, right? So you have DNA. If you remember, I guess I haven't put this out, but the aspect of DNA is, just think of DNA that has been unrealized, is being put in use, or quite simply, life force in action. And thus, you essentially, in that point, have the two fundamental may hold in our very, not just psyche, but even organico-electrical system. The suction pressure of your abdomen, of your the if you want to call it the belly air balloon, to have some similar sort of exoskeletal infrastructure in the way we breathe, in downward y-axis axiomatic frame, right? So put simply, we has vital states of energy. You have one state of energy which is dormant, or dormant potential, dormant life, gravitational exertion upon the very stemming from the core of the earth in the body, right? In this, you can essentially see the principles of what I drew earlier. From static, essential skeletal frame undergoes, in order to make that a reality, the muscles, the bones, the tendons, right? If you remember your biology class, a molecule by the name of the proton, right? And this proton is essentially realized in DNA that has been unrealized. And there are entire segments of the DNA genome that quite simply have not yet been realized. If you were to draw the globe and essentially draw lines vertically and horizontally across it, areas in the earth, what I deemed to be ley lines. So put simply, if you basically just trace your skeleton, the spinal, right, how by that suction, oxygen is caused to be suctioned into the very physical instrument that is, right? So put simply, by virtue of the physics that are, we then also organically evolve virtue of standing up, by virtue of standing, exert down force, or force that is essentially going downward. Virtue of standing up, by virtue of standing, exert down force, or force that is essentially going downward. The toughening, the hardening, all of those things. And even look at the angles, right? So for tensegrity folks, body mechanic, life force, just air constantly being available to us, turned to dynamic, or life force dormant and moving up towards the very surface of the planet. Put simply, the thing that ensures that the ground does not cave in. The way we even conceive the aspects of building our backbone, right? So think, for example, you start your body, causing for its flowing up in and through the body, and then as you exhale, the very column specifically, just go up and down the spinal column, you'll realize that there are key concentrated areas where life force accrue that make the job of breathing for the planet that much easier as well. Recall that the earth spins and another state of energy which is active or dynamic life force or dynamic potential. Now folks, even rigid body mechanics, this will make a lot of sense. And so my point in bringing this up is that as we right, and thus the understanding is because we are able to walk on soil or matter on the y-axis, and thus because we're not just perpetually falling into the earth all the way into the on the y-axis, and thus because we're not just perpetually falling into the earth all the way into the falling, right, then you then decide to get up on your feet, then you decide to look upright. The reason why I bring this up is that it is essentially now more than ever very aware to us, or very prominently observable, air continuously being available to us, turn to life force in motion as it moves through us. And this, my friends, is why I believe levitation is actually more of a reality than we might think, right? It's just a matter of that holds firmly together. There must then be a force that exists that is essentially exerting the pressure core. There must then exist a force that is causing an upward force, and essentially nullifying is more prominently observable in the hardening of a particular bone, in the particular demarcation, you can say reverse suction. So think of shooting like your air freshener, right? Like that very mechanic, actually realizing that particular potential of actually converting that static life force into greater understanding of self. It is vital for the sake of evolution to implement those very axiomatic, both clockwise, which is essentially causing the experience of phenomenon that we have most commonly referred to as time, or there must then exist a force that is causing an upward force and essentially nullifying that there are huge entire foundational pools and reservoirs of human capacity, and empowering us to do the things that we do. Now in this, and essentially keeping in mind the concepts like based exertion of force is also exerted or occurring in order to essentially of a particular bone in the particular curvature or non-curvature, smoothness or non-smoothness, hardness or necessary to nullify the pressure that we are exerting on a downward y of what I mentioned when I was relating the world to us. So seeing it as dividing it up to active life force. Now why the fuck am I talking about this? Well, take the globe for example, and counterclockwise, which is essentially the phenomenon or causing for the phenomenon experience we have most commonly referred to. So we're looking directly in front of you, and then you start running, right? And look at the different stages of evolution that you're push out or force out all of the non-used or oxygen in or life physics truth in the very practices that are to be the spiritual lives that we live, right? Or if you want to call it gravitational carbon footprint, right? Now, the reason why I mention this is that all too often, or if you want to call it gravitational carbon footprint, right? Now, the reason why I mention this is that all too often, as you breathe, think about how life force flows through you, how life force stemming from non-hardness of a particular bone, essentially giving you clues as to why or how that particular cycles. In that clockwise spin and counterclockwise spin, you get what are called gravitational turns, right? And that in terms of lines, right? Vertical and horizontal lines, you can actually get a greater sense in your meditative practice of how you have periods. Now, the reason why I mention this is that by virtue of being alive, the earth also, part of the spinal column, is able to perform the critical roles that it does, right? In that same grain, they are, and I guess in the aspects of meditation, awareness, and even breath control, we forget the understandings that this, and I guess in the aspects of meditation, awareness, and even breath control, we forget the understandings that this. So let's take the time to do what I call a situational report, or sit rep. And what that simply means is, upon the beginning of the game, you simply press the start button, you take a gander at your heads up display and the combat situation, and you make a guess on where you think enemy spawn location is going to be. Remember that I keep mentioning this because as the game as time progresses and the game unfolds, spawn location changes. And so I think it's smart as an army to actually take that into account and change the vector directions of our attack vectors. So that's why I constantly remind people of this. TLDR, on spawn, you simply press the start button, look at your heads up display, and assess where you think the enemy will be coming from. If you are correct, my friend, I guarantee you'll snipe off a fucking killer 10. But if you're incorrect, one of us dies because of your mistake. Simply put, your incorrect guess leaves us defenseless, creates a hole, because that leaves or makes for you to be too far away, lead to you being in the wrong direction, or lead to you not covering a blind spot, causing for the exploit of a particular weakness in our formation that can easily and effectively be exploited. Remember that this does not mean that creativity goes out the window. An army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vectors. Meaning by I approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Price approaching from the east, we quite effectively take over the game by cutting down the enemy's choices or options at launching any form of a counter-strike movement maneuver, quite effectively dominating them on any and all possible sides. Swag mantra on the tachyon touch. So the reason behind this particular sit rep specifically has to do with something. So it's actually you're gonna see it more and more in the next, I'd say, 3, 7, and 11 months to come. But basically, there's a piece of technology by the name of tachyon, right? Spelled T-A-C-H-Y-O-N. right? Tachyon energy, or tachyon equipment, or tachyon technology, again spelled Tachyon, is basically a sort of energy, or a sort of equipment that heavily relies and operates, or if you want to call it, exponentiates on the truth that when it comes to reality, right? When it comes to the aspect of bending reality specifically, there's a lot that can be done when you exploit the concept of a capacitor, right? So kind of take a step back for those of y'all who didn't take like DC circuits or AC circuits or any kind of like electrical engineering courses. There is an electrical component called a capacitor, and how it's built is basically, imagine you take two metal bars, right? And what you do is you bring them close together, kind of like you're trying to tether or Bluetooth your Mac devices. So you bring them side to side, right? And then as opposed to letting them touch, what you'll do instead is you'll create a gap between them, right? Just kind of as if you are in fact tethering your Bluetooth or your Mac devices, right? So you bring them together, and then what that does in creating this gap, right, in allowing this gap to occur, because there are two metal objects, what will happen is you'll literally be causing a bending of the fucking metal fields, the fucking electromagnetic fields of the environment itself, right? So again, let me put it simply, or let me again explain this. What happens is you take two metal objects, right? And remember that the inherent properties of metal objects is the fact that they essentially have this ambient electromagnetic field to them. You then align them in such a way like this, so that basically the two electromagnetic fields can interact with each other. And then on top of that, by creating a chasm to be present between them, you allow for the visible demonstration of the electron exchange to occur, that occurs between them, to be palpably noticed. Why? Put simply, remember that opposites attract, so protons go to electrons, right? And so furthermore, by creating, adding more space in this chasm, right, you're essentially causing for more energy to be summoned, or that has to be summoned, in order to essentially in order for the interaction between the two fields to occur, right? So remember that electrons are constantly moving and they're going towards the protons, right? And so when you increase the gap or you decrease the gap based on the overall energy that's already been infused in the circuit by the battery source, or even by the metal objects at hand, you actually create a field of, you can call it resonant energy, to be created. Another simple way of putting this is think of a Kamehameha or the spirit bond, right? Goku's like, people of Earth, lend me your power. Put your hand up. And then all of a sudden you start seeing like chi balls manifest. You start seeing sprites pop up from all sorts of angles. And you start seeing this collection and accrual of life force vitality being concentrated at the point of his hands, right? In that same way, because of, you can call it the direction from awareness to lead that energy to a focal point, you can essentially directly be witness to the ambient resonant fields that are actually commonly at play in reality, right? Basically put, every existent object has ambient fields of energy to them, right? Some sciences refer to them as auras. Some of them refer to them simply as like grids or resonance fields. Other art forms refer to them as like power structures, like lattice structures, solfeggio structures, crystalline structures. There's 1,001 ways of dicing this slice. But the reason, the fact remains that that phenomenon is there, right? Every existent object that you are essentially able to have an experience of has with it resonant ambient fields of energy that may or may not manifest themselves in a concrete way through the objects of your 5 and more senses, right? So that's my point on that, and my point on the fact that this is how we're actually, I think on some level we kind of discovered the aspects of a North Pole or a South Pole, where we took a metal object and seeing how it changed the flow of water, right? Causing it to spin in a clockwise direction or causing it to spin in a counter-clockwise direction, came to the realization that there was such an element in reality that was at the cause for the direction in these spin changes, right? And then furthermore, going to the next mile from the line of that truth, came to the understanding that they are in fact fields that cause for, if you want to call it, the fluctuation of energy, force, and direction to occur at different angles, or looking at an object from a particular point of view, right? Hence a field. It's literally a circle, and then based on how close you are to a pole, the north or the south, it's actually going to have a stronger geogravitational pull to that pole, right? So what I'm trying to say is you have to just think of the electrons at play and where they are on their journey towards getting to the other side. So going from one metal object to the next, or going from where they just left and how much energy it takes to essentially get the next excitation cycle going. So I'm talking about electron shell orbital here, right? So put simply, the closer the electron is to the proton, the greater the electronic charge, and thus the less energy will be required to get the electron in a state of excitation. And the further the electron is from the proton, the greater the need for the electron itself to get itself in a state of excitation, causing for most likely a greater attraction pull that is there ambiently, right? And that's essentially my way of explaining the capacitor and how we essentially create what I call simply resonant fields, right? Fields that are there but are created based on the fact that there is a chasm present in between fields of two distinct entities. Now, my reason for bringing this back again is to kind of bring to mainstream the concept of tachyon, right? So the simplest way that I would put it is a capacitor. So if you understood everything I just said, you'll understand tachyon energy and what I call the tachyon touch. So put simply, you just want to think of Goku charging up his spirit bomb, right? And so what happens is, at a certain fucking point, his spirit bomb is going to be so charged with energy that he himself will be vibrating. Like he's just going to be like he's just going to be like shaking, right? Because he's literally dealing with like a reservoir world of energy. Like imagine the pool of energy of the earth at your fingertips, right? Like that's a lot of fucking joules, a lot of kilojoules, a lot of power, put simply, right? And so what happens is at that point, it's almost like if it turns into the release of energy when you're dealing with an inductor, right? So put simply, an inductor, imagine a piece of coil. You take a metal rod, a metal coil, and then you twirl it on itself, or even simpler, you take a metal bar, a long straight bar, and you coil it on itself, coil it, until it literally resembles one of those toboggans, like from a kid's playground, right? So by taking that kid's toboggan, Tobogan, you have this like spinning factor, right? And if you understood the concept that I just laid out when explaining capacitors, you'll realize that the chasm, the little space in between each twirling space in this coil is creating resonant field, right? And that's how you essentially hold charge, or that's how inductors hold charges. Now what happens is the longer and what you take this coil and then you stick a battery to it, right? So you induce energy to go into it, and what happens is the metal temperature rises because it's a metal, and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, right? This is why we have light bulbs, right? It's literally that. It's just like really hot metals, and that heat exhibits essentially a hue, like it makes the thing shine, right? Causing for luminescence, right, to occur, which essentially produces what we know to be light. And so what we do then is we just take like a little, think of your cup, and we trap that. And now you can essentially cast that luminescence across a greater zone of coverage, right? That's how we get a light bulb. Now, to bring it back to the concept of an inductor, remember, again, as I just said, that those little twirling, the space between each twirl, if you want to put it, creates a chasm. And what do we know about chasms? They're opportunity zones for resonant ambient fields to essentially accrue. So put simply, think of I don't know if some of y'all were familiar, but like I was so fucking lucky that when like I kind of like started getting into like mindset and like mind training, and I guess became familiar with like new age principles. A lot of them were speaking on the concepts of like, before you utter a word, your energy is felt, or shit like doing the happiness challenge, where I guess I'll issue that challenge to all of y'all. If you can handle this master challenge, you yourself will become a master. But so for the next 7 days, right, I'll just make it easy on you. Challenge yourself to, every single time you start getting pissed, every single time you start having a reason to complain, and therefore wanting to complain about something, or every single time you start wanting to get depressed, having a reason to get depressed, and then fall into the stupor of that depression train thought, to essentially say, like literally mentally slap yourself in the face, and then find something positive that you can instead focus on, and then say, I am appreciative for the fact that I can experience that, right? So change your focal point from whatever it is that's upsetting you, that's making you mad, that's angering you, to something that you can be grateful for, right? And essentially, in doing this, cultivate that spirit of gratitude and invite it to live within you, right? So that's the happiness challenge. that I issue to all who are listening to this message now. Can you do it or not? Masterhood awaits all. Now, to go back to the sense of the New Age teaching, some of them were really cool because there was, for example, a practice where you would, I think a lot of y'all who have taken martial arts may have actually heard of this one, where what you do is you try to make a Kamehameha. So what you do is you put your hands like directly next to each other, kind of like this, right? Kind of like you're doing the foot-long sign from Subway, right? And so at first, because you don't really have a sense of how to experience, or you don't have a first-hand experience of chi, right, working with your own life force, vitality, and how it actually manifests on the physical realm, you don't really know what to attune for, right? So my suggestion is actually keep your hands pretty close together so that you don't have to cause yourself to strive for much when you don't even know what to look for, right? So try to, and there's actually, there's a lot of articles online about this. Just Google how to make a chi ball, right? And you'll see what I'm saying concretely if you need the picture. But so stick your hands close by to each other for like 3, 7, 13, 19 seconds. And then as you're doing this, try to essentially recall the happiest moment that you've experienced as of late, right? Like, what was the moment that like made you smile from fucking ear to ear, as Lil Wayne put it, right? And just vividly hold that memory in mind. And then the next thing is, once you can like crystal clear think of all of the little things that made it epic, I want you to imagine that particular memory playback scene essentially moving from your mind onto the chi ball that you just created, right? So it's kind of like in Harry Potter when he's with Dumbledore and he's like, drink. No, Harry, no, don't give up. You must make me drink. You must. It is imperative for the survival of all that we find this memory. You know what I'm talking about? Like, and so like they're like drinking from this like ectoplasm thing that like pulls memories in, and then he puts it in a cup, and then Harry is actually able to see Dumbledore's like repressed memories, right? So imagine that like the memory as you're thinking about like your most happiest recent event experience is that fluid, and you're able to actually move it from your mind to in between your hands. So you hold in your hands your most vividly happy experience, right? And so now, as you do this, the next thing I want you to do is to actually literally practice twirling that particular memory within that chi ball, right? So then you essentially, the simplest way I put it is you convert or alchemize that memory from if you want to put it, a picture to a root essential primal nature energy, right? Like a force, right? And so by doing that, you kind of get a sense of how chi moves through life, what creation or energy looks like. If you've ever wanted to know a physical idea of how that feels, or you even get a better sense of the subtle ambient fields that are present in every existent object that you can experience or come into experience in your life. Now, the point that I wanted to mention in saying all this is when it comes to what I call the tachyon touch, it's really like those movies of like you see the alien and he has like the 3-finger hand. And I honestly, I always had this feeling that he wasn't trying to like just like hold his hand next to the human's hand, but he was trying to like on some level leave seeds to essentially show them the power of the capacitor gas chasm, right? Of the power of allowing for space for, I guess, divine or higher intelligence to come and essentially show itself and infuse it with like a spirit of wisdom to where something new could be created, right? I think that's honestly what they were trying to do, to kind of show you that your subtleness is your power, not your overtness, so to speak. Now, the point in doing this is to realize get a better idea of where we're going with technology, right? So you'll hear oftentimes, for example, your phone is a great example of this. Literally all devices now have what I would call a tachyon touch interactive style of design to them, meaning most phones, smartphones, or what I call, some people use the word the convergence device. It's telephony, it's messaging, it's like video production, and then it's also satellite data on some level. They use or implement this form of interaction with the reality or the environment around them, and this is done by, so you're able to like put your finger on a particular part of the screen and hold it, and it does a particular action event, right? And then if you longer hold, it does a particular action event, right? And so on and so forth. Now, my point is, we're going to come to a point where basically, and I've mentioned this in the past, the reality of things is going to be so rapid that hyper and supercomputers are just going to be commonplace, right? So right now, your nearest commercial supercomputer can be found in your PS5, for example, all right? The latest and like advanced tech gaming devices, where basically you're not just fitting like one, if you want to call it, motherboard in there, but you have like a design that's making use of the concept of cores, the concept of hey, we can, as an army, we can, instead of all of us just focus on one mission, some of us can be the defensive movement of the army, some of us can be the offensive movement of the army, and then we can essentially hit like 10 birds with 2 stones, right, so to speak. And so that aspect of, if you want to call it tactical specialization, is also seen in the hardware that you see in a lot of computing gadgets and devices that will become more commonplace today. Your smartwatch, for example, that thing that reads your heart, not only reads how many times you take a breath per second, but it also taps into things like what was the last thing that caused that flutter to occur? Like what was the last thing that caused you to take a deeper than usual inhale or deeper than usual exhale? And then because of that, how many times has that occurred in the past? Is this a sign of a changing baseline heart rate? And should I monitor for these fluctuations, right? That's how you're essentially able to get proper readings for times when, for example, you're measuring your heart count if you're running, right? Like people who are like counting BPMs, so to speak. Now, my point in saying this is it's going to get to a point where, for example, I used the example that I put this is you're going to be out and about. And I don't know if some of y'all have played Call of Duty Mobile, but like they wear armbands, like, and in the armband, it's like this LCD small, flat yet crisp panel. And what this panel has is like their heads-up display, tactical comms, strategic locations, things that they should remember to achieve the mission objectives, along with like direct callback shortcuts to reach a particular platoon member, etc. Right? So viable, actionable, tactical gadgetry, right? And my point is like I had this vision where basically you would just put on this wristband, for lack of better words, and then it would augment the reality around you in such a way. You're just walking out and about, and it's like, oh, it's like, hey, and I guess Jarvis is talking to you. He's like, hey, you see that piece of chocolate? So I've analyzed its atomic structure and quite like compositional structure, how it looks right now. And according to this, if you eat it, you're gonna switch your body type operation mode from an energy saver mode. So having a high chances of tacking on fat or building fat because you're just converting everything, all the energy that has not been used directly into fat to a high energy output mode. So think of basically creating proteins, right? Because that's literally what we do, by the way, if you don't realize it. We either create new cells by making, by essentially executing the will of the body, which is the DNA code, right, found in the nucleus, and essentially creating new amino acids, which makes new connections, which makes new protein entities, which makes new, if you want to call it, atomic connections. So protein to the sugar that binds it to a carb, right? And that's kind of how you get nitrogen or carboxyl based entities, right? That's why we need oxygen, basically. And so if you go from an energy saver, so increasing fat mass, so the cell mass, to an energy output, right? Like an energy outputter. So just continuously expending energy. So a high protein favoring operation mode, which is essentially saying you're just constantly creating muscle. Then based on what I know of you, eating this piece of chocolate will do that, right? Like we're just gonna get so much of that real time converted intel, right? And the point in saying this is that it's going to have a lot of, to get to that point, our understanding of even the way we go through life is going to have a lot of different changes. Like the way we process information, where right now, for example, we're so tied to this sense of using words and letters and numbers, but what if you could read the waveform of when you're happy? Like what if you knew the picture that your body made, like has a wave when you're extremely happy, like when you're about to come, like when you're about to orgasm, right? And then furthermore, if you could like recreate that, like call it up on demand again and again and again and again, right? Like make yourself get into a horny with the chances, like without a guess, that orgasm is going to be reached again and again and again and again and again, right? Like, so that's where we're going as far as, if you want to call it, high efficiency and lifestyle engineering. We're just going to be such masters and precise about what it takes to get where, that when it comes to the what of it, it's just going to be as simple as the click of a touch, right? And my point on drawing on this concept of tachyon energy is that a lot of our equipment and our technologies and sciences is going to go back to that sense of naturalism, right? So you remember, you ever see those movies where basically the girl or the guy, it's like a village or a tribe, like but there's like a bunch of warriors, but somehow that shaman has like that exceptional understanding of earth to like make that broth to save that baby, or to stop that like bleeding through the anus from occurring, right? That kind of thing, right? So we're going to go to that overall aspect of naturalism back in the way that we treat and deal with reality, and it's going to make it to where everything becomes streamlined, from the material, the hard material we have, to the refinement process. The broth is made by just taking seaweed and putting water into it, right? Like, to even the way that it's applied in a commercial sense, right? How he goes about haggling, and just how the common sense of kinship, of friendship, of familiarity, and almost like a familial bond dictates the overall discount that he dispenses to a particular person, right? So society, I think on all level, is going to experience that aspect of minimalist hyphen simplicity on all levels, and it's going to make it to where everything becomes easier, right? Now, to come back to the sense of the aspect of tachyon itself, I think we've all too often realized that that's why wormholes are created. So when it comes to like space travel, so when it comes to like dimensional gateways, for lack of better words, where you step into this thing where imagine just holding on to energy, like creating a chibo that took like 1,000 years in the making to make, and then all of a sudden releasing that energy. You have so much, energy that is being released at once that is literally creating a rift in space-time itself, causing for you to literally translocate or appear at different parts of space-time, because the rift is no longer, if you want to call it, unfolding or manifesting itself in a linear level, but it's almost like an asynchronous software engineering operation, right? The sense, or the reason why I bring this up, is because if you can just keep in mind the aspect of the chi ball, right? You put your finger on something and you hold on to it, or you let your finger there. You let yourself hold or leave your finger there for 5, 11, 19, whatever time, and then that in and of itself creates an accrual of symbiotic resonant field energy to be presently found, felt, and palpably demonstrated. And then you then take that and you essentially do whatever you want with it, changing even the aspects of creation itself. But simply Frieza and his death beam, right? And you're essentially able to point it in ways where higher consciousness, purpose-driven activities are done, felt, and occurred, and thus you're just building on what is already there. Then you'll get the sense of where all of this is going. I guess the final way that I'd put this, and where I'd leave you with, in both explaining this and then making it concrete, so making it game speak relevant. The special army, the special operations right now. So they have there's a lot of when it comes to warfare, right? For example, the aspect of going to war with another nation isn't as profitable as it was in the past, because a lot of the physical landmass that that surround us has been charted, for lack of better words, right? And so before, where strife essentially occurred because what was not known was held to be valuable uncommonly, now we have understood that it's more interesting to actually think of how the extremes are still in occurrence, right? It's more beneficial to our evolution to realize what makes Greenland, Greenland, right? What makes Iceland, Iceland? What makes Australia the center of the world, right? And so in this, technologies that can withstand those extreme conditions are essentially the forefront or pioneering drivers of science. Put simply, how can I build a shoe in such a way that I can stand the heat, the cold, the spring, and even the summer all in one day? Meaning, from like, I move 5 meters out and there's a blizzard that occurs to the point where I can literally, I almost froze myself to death. The bottom of my soles literally froze. But then how can I use the fact that water is essentially now trapped in the bottom of my soles to convert that fact into energy that can be ambiently touched upon or called upon at a later time by my simple tapping of a particular angle or another of my foot, right? Now, as doing this, I can then release dynamic energy back into the system that is the shoe, thereby making my running through the water bog that I'm currently in a lot easier. It's as if literally I'm walking on water, or as if I'm like creating, like steam is like shown as I'm running through these waters, right? And then even further, it starts thundering, right? And to my fucking luck or not luck, whatever, however you want to see it, I get hit with lightning. How can I design this shoe in such a way that it can even absorb the high thunder, high electromagnetic effects of lightning itself, and store it in such a way that at a later time, were I to just tap the 45th, 1/30th, or 270-degree part of the shoe, I can release that thunder-like energy in a way that is beneficial to my movement, conducive to saving energy, or even that is contributing to adding or releasing or causing damage to my enemies in one way or another, right? So if you understood all of this, you kind of get a sense of what I mean by tachyon, right? It's literally another way of thinking about alternizing the way we think of energy, right? Most people think it's just, oh, batteries give us energy. Or most people think, oh, it's the sun, the water, or sorry, the sun and the moon that gives us energy, the fact that we have night and day. But I'm saying, well, what about the earth, right? Like, what about the fact that magma is still there, right? What about the fact that even if a volcano doesn't erupt, the fact that it did erupt at one point means that there's like a chute through which it can essentially peekaboo at any time and say what's up, like Diglett. What about that? You know, and then how can we essentially take advantage of it to build a more ecologically conscious world, a more ecosystem driven energy field, or a more sustainable technological environment? Kind of like Krypton. I don't know. But I'm telling you it's possible. We just gotta ask the right questions. Hey. Now to finish this, bring it back to GameSpeak, recall that when you tap onto the button L3 and the button R3, right? So tapping onto the joystick, the left joystick, or the right joystick enables you to sprint forward, and then tapping on or allows you to essentially slice and dice your enemy, right? Slice and dice a target, right? And also recall that holding on to the circle as you're doing some of these activities causes you to move at a rate of pace that is faster than the common rate of frame of the script of the gameplay. I guess I'll just leave it as that, right? So one great way that I've found when in essentially making use of these different truths and I guess options is not only first going back to what I mentioned a while ago, which is first try to like force yourself to move slower than the gameplay itself, right? So press circle and then just move even slower, right? And then so press circle and just walk in that way, right? Attune yourself to a gameplay rate of speed that does not follow conventional rate of speed. I think that's like the first step to mastery, because if you can essentially take control of the rate of speed at which you are moving through things, you can take active control of the rate by which you're processing these things. And more specifically, by taking active control at the rate at which you're processing these things, you can gain effective control at when it comes to the level through which you discern, analyze, make a decision, and then course correct any of the decisions that are to be made in a moment-to-moment contextual basis as you're playing this game. So put simply, I press circle, the game starts, right? I spawn, and then first thing is I am trying to move at a rate of speed that is slower or that is not in flow with conventional movement. So I'm not running, right? And then I'm not rushing forward. Immediately consciousness is invited, and then I realize, oh shit, 99% of people, the first thing they do is run forward. So if I don't do that, I increase my chances of survival by a lot because I'm not rushing to my death, right? That's one. By not rushing to my death, I then start paying attention to my spawn mates, the people who are my teammates, and the direction in which they're going, realizing that 88% of them are literally running in the same direction. I go in a completely different direction. That's number two, taking control of your own decisions and not just falling prey to group think. In doing that, I then assess strategic locations and situations that would be beneficial and conducive to not just my survival, but most importantly, the survival of my teammates, thereby locating key traffic-driven or key traffic-laden parts of the map that I can just chill in, spot on, and just rack up kills over and over and over and over again without even putting in much effort. All of that simply by making the decision to take the touch, to move at a pace that you are not swayed by the environment, but rather by a pace at which the environment in your decisions can be swayed. Anyways, it's kind of a lot. Most people are like, what the fuck, bruh? I'm just trying to like play my COD before I gotta change my kid or get high, smoke my bowl before I gotta go to work. What the fuck is all of this, bro? And if that's you, don't worry. I guess I'm speaking to more of a specific audience. Those who want more, those who are looking to make money off of playing this game, and those who see this as not only a way of making a living, but as a mind training exercise in becoming the best that they can possibly fucking be. If that's you, drop a DM and see if you'd be down to collab, join the squad, and maybe take part in some of the paid events that I will be lining up in the future. Cheers. Yo, so I took this time to have what I call a sit rep, simply done by taking a beat from whatever it is you're doing, assessing your heads-up display, and orienting yourself to mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR, on spawn, press start, view the map, make a guess as to where you think the enemy's spawn location is, and orient all of your attack in that direction with all the ferocity you can muster. Now in this, it's important to remember that creativity does not go out the window. An army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vectors, meaning by I approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Hesh approaching from the east, we quite effectively put ourselves in a position to succeed by eliminating all options the enemy has at launching any form of counter-strike maneuver movement towards us. Or, as Call of Duty Mode will put it, domination. Swag mantra on Omni moments. Now, I guess to kind of precursor this, I'm literally trying to fucking finish this like 15,000 hour video that I've been working on literally for like the past year. It's just like a mega collection of all of my recorded sit reps. And as I was doing this, it dawned on me that I guess it was this all important crystalline concept that I forgot to cover, which is the Omni moment. Now, the best way that I would describe this is that recall that essentially the importance of maintaining structure and organization in the overall, if you want to call it, deliberation of all things. So the way you play, the way you read the game, the way that you go about making decisions throughout the game, and more specifically, the overall tactical positioning of self in relation to others, in relation to the big picture, and most specifically in relation to enemies throughout time, is mostly important because it just makes everything simpler, right? And to bring this to mind, or to update this, as this occurs, it is then at that point like we are just one fucking living, breathing entity, vibrantly moving through the ebbs of space with, if you want to call it, the essence of time, right? So we are just one. And in the way that we look in different angles, in the way that we approach different attack vectors, and even more specifically, in the way that we employ and utilize different, if you want to call it, exploit entrances, we can, on some level, be a multi-dimensional, kaleidoscopic entity, right? At that point, it is then not so hard to conceive moments that I simply deem to be the random mystery event from RuneScape, where it seems as by the perfect execution of all the potential abilities individually, we create, if you want to call it, a magic moment to occur, where for one reason or the other, it is as if the sense of the laws of physics, gravity itself, the sense of the turns of time, so gravity, or even think of forces, right, are simply, for a lack of better words, suspended for a moment in time. And then at that point, it's as if you can be existent at all points possible. The Omni moment, then I guess to kind of fully colloquialize this, is then, at least in my experience, felt as if you have, for the perfect sense of the word, a fully 6-dimensional axis of movement. So you're not just looking up, down, left, and right, but you're also looking through all of the possible quadrants, right? Recall that we traditionally refer to them as 4, simply because of our understanding of north, south, and west from east, so the hemisphere. But were you to go to another planet, another galaxy, or even another axis, you would be referring to a radically different coordinate system, a radically different coordinate vector, right? A radically different approach of sensing movement through time. So then I guess the way that I would put this is that there are moments in the game when it feels as if turning before taking a step forward is faster than actually taking a step forward and then looking left, right? Or it feels as if crouching or sprinting or sliding, for that matter, when you hold circle, allows you to line up 3 targets on the same line of fire line pathway. So just think Tron, and then lining 3 targets in one is more easily done if you just slide than if you were to, I guess, traditionally position yourself into place to line them up, right? So the point of saying this is that I just kind of want to bring to awareness these, I guess, special events and occurrences, so that on some level, by you becoming more cognizant of them, you can, when, I guess, the seeds of this bloom, meditate on the particular conditions and causes that spur them into existence. And I guess on some level, self-empower yourself to the next level. Hope this makes sense. Hope you guys got something out of this. And as always, swag the fuck out. Let's take the time to have what I call a situation report, or a sit rep, simply done by taking a beat from whatever it is the fuck you're doing, assessing your heads up display, and essentially orienting yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR on fucking spawn. Press start before you rush forward. View the map and make a guess as to where you think the enemy's spawn location is, and orient all of your strength towards attacking that direction with all the ferocity you can muster. Now, obviously, in this, creativity never goes out the window. Remember, an army becomes invincible when there is a variety and variance in our attack vectors. Put simply, by approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Hesh approaching from the east, we quite effectively put ourselves in a position to succeed by literally cutting down all options, avenues, and venues the enemy has at launching any form of counter maneuver strike movement towards us. Or, quite literally, as Call of Duty Mobile puts it effectively, domination. In this, it is then vital and principle that every squad mate is cognizant or keeps to mind front the facets of an effective army element. As I've put in the past, I firmly believe that a true army element, vibrant, and resonant is essentially chiefly composed of an offensive faction and a defensive faction. The offensive faction is tasked with looking forwards and leading the charge for the army element at hand, while the defensive faction is tasked with looking backwards and establishing the security of the force present. So quickly defining this, for the offensive faction, looking forward simply means that whichever direction the game spawns you in, that is your locus of responsibility. That is the zone vector towards which you move forward. That is your vector of movement. And more specifically, that is essentially what labels you, or if you want to call it, attaches you to the offensive faction, looking forwards and going with the direction in which the game spawns you in. And moving or dealing with the primary objective of leading the charge for the force at hand means that you're operating by the swag mantra of Tango Downs. Put simply, your movement, your pace, and you can call it your effective, tactical, evolutionary way of scanning, clearing, and ridding the map of any element is essentially in line with the mantra of Tango Downs. Put objectively, you see Tango, you scope him in, you fire, Tango goes down, you move forward. You see Tango, you scope him in, so press L1, you fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. You see Tango, scope him in, press L1, fire by pressing R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. Until quite literally, quarter by quarter, sector by sector, region through region, and zone from zone, we effectively clear the map of any currently present enemy element, thereby accomplishing the first, you can call it part of the mission objective of this game, of eliminating all of our enemies. Conversely, the defensive faction, which is tasked with establishing the security of the force present at hand by looking backwards, which is simply defined as whichever direction the game spawns you in, you turn 180 degrees from that direction, and that is your coverage zone of responsibility. That is, you can call it your locus of focus, hocus pocus. And thus, that is how you become associated to the defensive faction of the force at hand. And more specifically, dealing with the responsibility of establishing the security of the force at hand simply translates to covering people's six. Put simply, hyphen forward, or I guess, is it forward hyphen? Or sorry, forward slash, meaning you are to essentially establish perimeter. And I guess to kind of colloquially draw this for everyone's mind's eye present, this literally means that you do not allow anyone to sneak up on us, right? You are literally, kind of funny, contrary or unbeknownst to most people's I guess idea or even intuition, playing Chris Kyle, right? Like that legendary American sniper, checking force fire that is coming from an enemy element from a reverse standpoint, meaning you're ensuring that no one ever presses or causes undue pressure onto us, right? Us being the infrastructure or the entity of the force at hand. You can think of us as one cohesive unit, by ensuring that no one is ever to rush us, right? So most people think that, you blitz, or let me put it even more objectively. Say you're a dad screaming at his child, right? You yell at him, to the point where your cheeks get red and like you what is it? You flex your brows. You guys know the picture I'm talking about, right? And then the kid is like, more and more so just withdrawn and like scared, anxious, like reverberating the anxiousness of the pressure energy that you're, I guess you call it, kamehamehaing onto it, right? Most people think that's the way that you apply pressure to someone, right? I guess psychologically putting them in a position of undue mental imbalance, causing for them to more be easily pliable to your will, right? But if you think about it, is it easier to break your leg by doing an arm bar or whatever, or just think of a chokehold, but then on a part or an angle of your leg that you're not meant to stand on? Or is it easier to break your leg by like punching at it, right? So that's kind of food for thought. I hope you guys are enjoying this, I guess, mind blast. I really had no idea how it would come out, but just creative, I guess. Probe, right? Just curiosity. Food for the cat. What's that word? I don't know. Anyways, blues. Anyways, so in the same way, more can be done by just taking people at an angle that they never can be defendable from, right? So if I come at you from the back and I have your back completely exposed, I literally can cause so much more pressure than from like you seeing it coming forward. And so that's kind of the stance of where positionally the defensive faction is to literally flex, shut their stuff. Anyways, and so it's kind of cool though that how I illustrated can allow you to clearly more see the vibrationary resonance that is contrasted to the offensive faction, right? So the offensive faction is kind of like a pond or water in a pond, continuously just rhythmically moving, while the defensive faction is almost like the feedback, but not so much only just the feedback, but kind of thinking of imagine being the trampoline, an air trampoline for a butterfly, right? So at times you will be kind of emanating a direct, hey, I felt your signal, so to speak. But then at times, because of the accrual of air or energy or whatever, it's kind of like a free fall thing where it just glides on the pathways of the energy ambiently there, right? And so that's kind of how you can even get a great inbone sense of hold positions or hold operations, hold and post, where you're assessing key zones on a battlefield that would be conducive to a sentry, to a mount, think sniper's nest, right? And that translates, or translating to even the direct understanding of appreciation, right? Turning something from a commodity or whatever to a viable and literal tangible asset, right? It's literally value adding. I don't know if I said enough, but if all this went out the wayside, just remember establishing perimeter literally just means drawing a square, right? A square has equal sides, right? And it's 4 sides. Draw your square. Once the square is drawn, you have your little fucking, what do you call it? White picket fence, right? And so concretely, typically this is in-game done by just looking at the standpoint of where can I cover or have a line of sight that is pathwaying everybody's 6. And so by you doing that, you're literally in the perfect position locationally to ensure that no one ever sneaks up on us, while simultaneously effectively clearing any danger from coming from the angle where your sense Spider-Man is not able to pick it up, right? And that is how you fucking be. Anyways, in this, then you can almost see just how beautiful it is, where not only do we accomplish the, I guess call it the shadow or hidden side of the primary objective at hand, which is not dying, but then we also kind of essentially facilitate all the operations that are offensive in nature by simultaneously doing our part from where we stand. How grand, eh? As a side tangent, I always say that if you are unsure as to which primal faction you should affin yourself to, I highly rejoice in imploring you to try the defensive, because the learnings you'll learn from just understanding how to read, play, and execute tactics, and you call it battle op modes that literally put do not incur no risk capital as the Bible-like commandment, which side tangent I'll define risk capital as any thought, word, or action that cause you to unduly rush to your death. You, in the upgrade of your smarts, can just clearly and more enamoredly just not only see the bigger picture, understand how the dots connect, but more specifically tactically position your individual specialized skill set and talents and capabilities to asset giving way to the overall squadron and team that is currently present, right? It's kind of like saying yeah, I'm Goku, but if I do not know how to play in a way that actually Goku's overall cohesive energy team at hand, then I'm really not being a Goku, right? I don't know. Circa Vegeta trying to turn Super Saiyan 2 by not realizing that the Majin side, so letting himself get possessed by Bobby D, is literally giving so much more of the equity that is impossibly able to give when you're thinking about what a Saiyan is, right? Anyways, I don't know how I get romantic like this. Apologize, guys, but I hope you're enjoying. Anyways, moving along, just think about it, and then also, as I've come to observe or even analyze past games, defeats oftentimes over and over, like without fail, 11 out of 10 times, it's always led back to improper availability of an actual defensive element of those 2, 3, even 1 or 4 guys who are playing with the Bible commandment, incur no risk capital. And so I always tell people, do that first if you don't know where to go, and it tends to lead you to the way. Anyways, swag mantra on Ghost Protocol. So I don't know. I guess as you probably heard from the previous rep played, so on the Omni moment, it's kind of funny because as I was actually rapping that one, I had a, I guess, flashback to the times in my content where I've mentioned Ghost Protocol, right? So if I distinctly recall well, it was when I was talking about being the ghost or the the cupids in our region, infusing lightheartedness and positive energy to anything that we're doing, and essentially just kind of being that like presence that makes things light, right? And then I just said, and in this ghost protocol. And it's kind of funny because I don't know if people kind of caught that, but the reference was mostly in light of the fact that oftentimes if you think of, I guess, not just special operations, because who the fuck am I? Who the fuck am I? Just some weird dude, nerd guy rapping and sounding like a crazy guy in some random game, right? But when you just think about teamwork or any team-driven event, and maybe you add the layer of military team event, anything, whether you run this game or not, it always feels like this like extra weight, like, oh, now that we're talking about war, we must be men. I was a boy once, but then I laid down my boyish tendency and I became... I'm sure y'all have heard that quote many fucking times, right? And it always made me crack the fuck up because I don't know if it's just because I'm weird and I think weirdly, but I just kind of saw the hilarity bullshit in it, right? But in, I guess, the recall of all this, it's kind of cool to just refreshingly even bring back that, oh yeah, I can laugh about shit and make jokes about shit, even no matter how dark it is. Oh yeah, that's why we have things called dark humor, right? And I guess to more specifically accentuate the point of bringing this up, I've been thinking a lot about just how someone who actually was in the special ops, a spec ops soldier would be training, right? Like, how would you go about preparing, right? So personally, wanting to actually gearing up for SEAL teams, if, as they say, God allows it. I've actually been, funny enough, really enjoying going back to fucking Naruto and like comics and cartoons and shit of the day, because it really gave you some sick ass idea. Like, for example, think of like the way they run and shit, right? Like hands on their sides, right? Tilted forward. That's literally on so let me think about the perfect way of getting maximum fucking, if you want to call it physics-based velocity without having to add any power from self input, right? Like, you don't have to do anything. You just like lean forward, and instead of like falling, you're just keeping the tapping of your foot, like, so from like heel to toe, catching you and using that as like a counter balance point, right? And that literally not only prevents you from falling, but it keeps you just perfectly in line, right? A la Tao Jeet Kune Do, for example. Another one was like, and something that I've more specifically been doing myself is, so I wake up at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning, and what I do is like I practice what I call ninja running, or basically I guess what you would call ghosting, which is simply it's this fun game for myself where I try to run as silently as possible. And in this, it's funny because you realize just fucking loud of creatures we are as humans. Like, we make so much noise. And it's cool because I do this at the crack of, like, way even before dawn, I can hear myself so distinctively and palpably. And so because of that, I'm able to even have what I have believed to be like alternate theories as to, I don't know if some of you are like peep to, but some of the shit that happened in like the past where that was actually when, I don't know if you remember, the SEAL teams, as far as America goes, got nationwide attention, right? What basically happened was that a team in, I think it was like Afghanistan or some shit, came under heavy enemy fire, right? And then because of that, not only did they need support, but there were a whole bunch of channels that were essentially called upon that were never done for those particular purposes. And that drawback caused all this if you call it like snowballing attention to accrue towards the special operations eye or direction specifically. And then this is me weird guy connecting the dots, but I feel like prior to that thing there was some shit going on in Africa. And what I just like to say is basically, if you don't live your life kind of listening to how you walk, how much noise, it is then very easy for your awareness to even miss that has a key operative detail on mission. Like you're dealing with dudes who can fucking see dunes, right? Like the sand speaks to them, and you're like maybe miles, kilometers away, but the way you're moving is literally making so much attention impact on the environment vibrationally itself. And so these niggas are just like sniping you kilometers away before you even arrive, right? And kind of going back, I have a belief that maybe that's kind of what led to all of the shit. And I was just like, okay, I should probably just learn how to run silently. Maybe it'll help when I'm actually in like boot camp, if that moment, God willing, arises, right? I'll just probably be that much better. And then, as they say, God get willing, luckier, right? As say, hard work or success is a matter of preparation and hard work, something like that. Preparation and luck. Yeah. Anyways, so it's kind of cool because in this, I was like, dude, like, yeah, we make so much fucking noise. Like, how much more noise? Like, and that's kind of where I had this notion of Ghost Protocol. And it's cool because the inceptioning muse behind it was literally that Tom Cruise movie, right? When I first saw that, I was like, dude, that's so fucking sick. Like, imagine that. That's weird, sorry. Like, just like, you know how like Super Saiyans always like to reach the next level. They always made it seem like you only reach the next level when it's like you're literally dead, like near death or dead. And somehow, by the grace of whatever, it causes, if you want to call it, unleashing or creation or I don't know, revealing of more midi-chlorians, Star Wars, to show up in your body. And that causes for potential to rise, and you just become this other being, so to speak, right? And it was always cool to me because, oh shit, yeah, like, I mean, it's not just like stressing yourself, like, just making shit hard for yourself doesn't necessarily lead to evolutionary DNA. As I mentioned in the past, the DNA code that has not yet been realized to spur forth new protein entities, right? But I think it's more so of a, if you want to call it, an unfolding and yielding of, like, I guess, right permutative events simultaneous with the causes and conditions necessary for them to actually be there, right? And that's probably why I have like this weird like ode or respect to like the Germans or that part of the world in that time. And anyways, my weird look and all that shit. So going forward, I was like, oh shit, dude, think about even of comms, right? Like I started literally, so like every so often I like see someone running or I see someone out, and so just like saying hello in like my normal like booming voice, I like try practicing street silence. I'm like barely even whispering, right? Because even a whisper, like you're talking and you're moving through like enemy territory, like even you might think no one's there, but the environment still hears it, right? So what is an energetic vibrationary resonance that is in line with below earshot volume or decibel, right? Little things like that. Like, what is a fucking ghost laugh? Like, because I'm sure even if you're doing shit, you still like make jokes to yourself, right? So I literally started like practicing like my ghost laugh, like it's, anyways, weird shit like that. And you kind of see it. It's so weird, but yo, like that's actually pretty cool. Like, it just little ways of coming up with little fun shit for yourself that amuses yourself, that makes you develop selfly, right? You're just kind of like honoring, like more appreciative of everything life has to offer, as they say. I guess to the crux of present moment now, even think of like the times when in game you're about to like cap someone, like you have a scope on an enemy and your teammate literally has like a hair or a nose or even a, I guess you call it pixel, a quanta pixel closer to them, right? That would not just be more conducive to less bullets being spent. That would even be conducive to maybe more of a, you call it like square unit coverage zone area to be expanded. So just think every time you kill someone, right, it makes it to where it's like one less region to look at to see if there's enemy coming, to see if you have to like press L1, so to speak, right? So if he gets a shot off and then like clearly Tango goes down, you can like, okay, on to the next thing, right? So it's time spent and all this shit. And then more specifically, it makes it, or even he is even maybe better equipped to deal with the angle and I guess you can say overall direction from where the enemy's coming from. So simplest way I put it is like if you're on the second floor, for example, right? For literally like this map, and then your teammate is like on the ground floor with them and they're closer, then it's easier if they get the kill because then your position is not exposed, right? And you can just stay more ghost, so to speak, right? But if you take the shot, then not only are you exposing, but then it makes it to where it's easier to find you, where someone who's like looking at this whole thing from another angle or observing the whole thing, like shit like that, right? And plus cool, it's like if they get the kill, then you're able to kind of like overwatch them more, and it makes things more gifts. I hate using that as like the new catchphrase for anything, but you're kind of seeing what I'm thinking of, right? And I guess to the following crux of the past sit rep, think about even the way we go about experiencing motion, right? So I always say, for example, one great way of sharpening your what I call battle IQ is by simply meditating as often as you possibly can upon the combat or war situation at hand, right? By pressing start, taking a beat from what you're doing, pressing start, and upon viewing the map, pause, chill, and then making a guess as to where do you think the enemy spawn location is at this moment, right? Guess and then make a decision as to from that standpoint where you should go, right? And think maybe a step beyond that moment, right? A step or two steps beyond that moment. So the more after you engage, those weird things. Think about now how like that translates to the overall way you're going to be moving through the game, right? Like, are you going to always run directly behind your teammate, like kind of just following him willy-nilly? Or are you just going to be like, huh, he's going this way, I should go that way, right? Are you going to like even be afraid of like laying cover fire, or are you just continuously going to be thinking, do I have a smoke grenade? I should probably cover him, right? Because not only does that conceal him, protects him, but we can run behind the sound of the fog, so to speak. Weird shit like that. Right? So it's really fucking awesome because the possibilities are endless. Just think Ghost. What would Ghost do? Ghost protocol activate.
Anyways, hope you guys get something out of this. And as always, swag the fuck out. As a side caveat, a nice swag like TLDR to everything I just said. Remember Naruto when the god of ninja, or the grandfather of godfather? Of ninjutsu, whatever, or ninju, appeared to him, right? And then from that standpoint, essentially came about the whole actual like genesis or creation of all of this, right? And it's cool. I always love, like, it's like, oh, I'm like crying with like, oh, bro, it's so beautiful. Like, he's like, no, it's not ninjutsu, it's ninju. It was simply meant to create, like chi, right? We all feel it. That's all. And I always just like love that, because like, yo, yeah, you know, we make things so hard. Anyways, it's digital, right? We can feel waves. How about we practice sending like positive chi balls at each other as you're pressing R1? Oh my god, all the wars just ended. What? This new generation, these goddamn millennials done did it. They done did it. They done did it. It's sick to climb to have a sit rep done by taking a beat from whatever it is you're doing, assessing your heads-up display, and orienting yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR, on spawn, press start, view the map, make a guess as to where you think the new enemy spawn location is, and direct all of your offensive power in that direction with all the ferocity you can muster. Now, in this, remember that creativity never goes out the window. An army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vectors. Put simply, by approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Hesh approaching from the east, we quite effectively put ourselves in a position to succeed in eliminating all possible options the enemy has at launching any form of counter movement maneuver towards us. Or effectively, as Call of Duty Mobile puts it, domination. In this, it is then principle that everyone keeps to mind the facets of a vital enemy or vital army element. Honestly, I fully believe that this is essentially chiefly composed of two primal factions, an offensive faction and a defensive faction. The offensive faction is tasked with looking forwards and leading the charge for the army force at hand, while conversely, the defensive faction is tasked with looking backwards and establishing the security for the army element at hand. So quickly defining this, looking forward simply means that whichever direction the game spawns you in, that is your locus of focus, hocus pocus. That is your zone of responsibility and the vector direction to which you are to engage all of your, I guess, assault power in, right? That's your zone of not just control, but responsibility. Your locus, your zone of focus, right? That's what you concentrate on. and essentially dealing with the task of leading the charge for the force at hand means that you're primarily and essentially responsible for achieving what I call that first part of the overall target objective of the mode present, which is eliminating all enemies. Done by essentially operating through the virtue, or if you want to call it swag mantra, of Tango Downs. So defining this, you see Tango, you scope him in, press L1, you fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. You see Tango, scope him in, so press L1, fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. You see Tango, scope him in, press L1, fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. Until literally, effectively, quarter by quarter, region by region, sector from sector, and zone to zone, all enemy elements are eliminated. Conversely, the defensive faction, defining their objective of looking backwards and establishing a security, means that first, primarily, whichever direction the game spawns you in, you turn 180 degrees from that direction. And that's your, if you want to call it, locus of focus. That's essentially what attaches you to the defensive faction from the offensive faction, right? And obviously, as you quickly get the offensive faction is just a reverse. Whichever direction the game spawns you in, you go in, that's your, I guess you could call it, call sign to the fact that you're associated or attached to the offensive faction. Moving forward, as mentioned, defining the aspect of dealing with establishing security for the force at hand is essentially covering what I call to be the second part of the target objective of the mode at hand, which is without dying. So in doing this, the responsibility for the defensive faction then chiefly simply lies in establishing a perimeter. I simply draw this up as making a square. So you know how a square has four sides, right? With 4 points to the sides, if you will. Well, by making that four corner, if you want to call it formation, you essentially create a white picket fence. And that's how we become secure. Now, transiently, this on a concrete basis means that you're, as opposed to the offensive front, which is continually focused on the aspect of gaining ground, increasing territory, and overall eliminating what lies in front of us, that is essentially causing a resistance. You are more to literally and do nothing else but to cover R6. So one great, I guess, swag hack way of coming up with reasonable, I just want to call it modus operandi, protocols, and ways of concretely measuring this is by essentially establishing, identifying, and if you want to call it, setting up for yourself a sniper's nest in or at key locations on the battle zone that would be conducive to essentially putting everybody's six in their line of sight. So what do I mean by identifying and establishing key battle zones or key locations on a battle zone that would be conducive to essentially putting yourself or putting everybody's 6 in your line of sight. Well, simply put, think of a whole platoon has dots, right? Intersparks, typically kind of line up like the fucking your typical American football formation, right? So everyone's on the line, right? And what you're literally to do is to set yourself up in such a way that you can see everyone's back on that like American football line. That's literally covering everybody's 6, right? From that standpoint and angles, not only can you purview any pertaining any enemy element that were, if to come up from, if you want to call it the reverse 180, so negative 180 degrees, right? And attempting to sneak up on us, you would literally be in the perfect effective position to check that movement. It also allows you to, I guess, and to the, what I call the silent golden nug assassin like value asset that is a defensive front, to more specifically kind of like a you want to call it general or commander taking an eagle's eyes perspective on what's all going on. The overall depth and, if you want to call it I don't want to say attributed weight, but just think of the effective force that has been essentially garnered from the resulting offensive assaults, right? Like when, for example, you work out and you lift weights, your muscles get bigger. So in a sense, the aspect of lifting weights has increased overall strength power, right? In that same way, when the offensive front gains territory and garners more, if you want to call it, space for us, bringing it under our direct control, not only do we increase in terms of square feet area, literally like space basically, but at the same time, the overall geometry of what we are able to influence increases, right? So think of a road, right? The road is straight line, to like a lake, right? The lake is like curved and whatnot, to like a fucking park, right? Where there's like all these different parts of the park that are rugged, smooth, like the overall geometry of it, right? And my point in kind of like bringing that up or sussing that is by having you all kind of get a feel for how intersparsing one from the other across the map changes the literal dynamics that are to occur or that occur as the game unfolds and time essentially unravels, right? So in that awareness, and I guess I want to say the overall elite IQ that stems forth from such as as the academia percent would say, the sheer depth and even I could take a chill aspect of the way you go about deliberating your approach towards the enemy literally vibrances, right? It becomes this like fresh thing as opposed to this like let's get to the chopper. And I guess to the defensive crux, it is to your own ability, and that's kind of where I'm like, show them what you got, bruh. Show you know you got this. You know you got shit in the tuck. To essentially kind of Jedi mind drive, if you want to put it, or like Avatar Airbender, the overall army force by your deliberate positioning across one part of the map, one part of your POV angle, right? That is obviously, again, still stemmed on ensuring everyone's 6 is in your line of sight, and more specifically, how that also impacts the overall relational positions that we're able to make by those course corrections, right? So not only you're checking for enemy forces that are trying to sneak up on us, but more specifically, and I guess if you can allow me to more elaborately clarify, kind of like doing a contrapositive proof of the fact that you actually are in a perfect defensive position. So think of an equation. You know how we say x equals 3? Well, another way of reading is 3 equals x, is by essentially showing that as you move across the map, it is actually literally provable that it has also caused like a mirror-like type effect way of the enemy to essentially corral, kind of like being corralled by some invisible hand into the butts of our teammates, right? Like you in effect literally made the enemy fall into the lap of your squad mates, literally rendering them easier to kill, right? So that's kind of what I mean by that. And I guess as I'm drawing this up, you can clearly see the mesh merging in kind of like a beautiful dance, marriage or whatever. That is the sheer aspect of having both offensive and defensive factions, right? One allows us to kill them all. The other literally puts in effect survival, right? So we don't die, right? Thereby literally having longevity in any and everything we do. It's not just enough to succeed, but we all gotta come home too, eh, bruh? Anyways, and then finally, what I always say is, if you're not sure what faction you should offend yourself to, often a good starting point is the defensive end, because the sheer, I guess, allowed meditative aspect approach to the game will make you just realize how much more you are and how much better you can be when you can clearly see a boss flawless victory. Hope y'all like that. Anyways, swag mantra. I had one in mind. I can't believe I just literally went blind. Let's call it Neo on dodging bullets. Because that was literally what kind of sparked this. So I guess in the last hour or so, I've been fucking around with my equipment, loadout, adding or changing the perks and whatnot. And I guess these are some of the TLDR digest game-changing points that I found to be conducive to making a sickly epic strategic and tactical decision-based approach to building your set, basically. One is for air, like, so I mentioned this in the past, but basically not all mods are made for every weapon, right? In fact, some mods literally turn your gun from what could be an asset to a pure loss on all levels, right? I was shocked to find out that the same holds true for perks. Meaning, say for example, I'm a sniper, right? And let's just say that for the sake of conversations, the all-important qualities of a sniper is reach. So having a long stemming vision, basically being able to Illuminati, not just miles and kilometers away, but times and period in times away as well, right? Like, not just being able to see like distances, but see in time, right? Like see way beyond just from 5 minutes from now, from 10 minutes, but let's think from like decades and decades from now, right? So I don't want to use the word reach because that really oversimplifies it, but you kind of get the sense of what I'm saying, right? Projecting oneself in a non-physical way beyond that which currently stands. And then two, the aspects of ghosting, as I put earlier in the past, where you are not only to be able to be a master at playing hide and seek, but more specifically in your elite ability, dare I say, to play hide and seek masterfully. It allows you to kind of illuminati or reveal that which is the most of advantageous to exploit of blind spots of the enemy, right? And then those two, I guess, facets of the sniper allow it to essentially allow him to essentially make it to where conducively aligning high, if you want to call it, marksmanship ability. So having a gun that can scope people really far away with the added effect of being extremely precise in its denoted, if you want to call it, differentials, right? So just think of the 3-level sight, for example. Like there's a scope, you know the scope mod I'm talking about, where you tap on the R3, it's 1 level. You tap on the second one, it's 1 level. It's right. That's what I'm talking, differentials. So it then allows dynamic play to really come into effect. You could be a ninja to an assassin, like the guy that's like on the defensive faction who holds, but then when he senses the wind feels like the right time, can, like fucking Snake from Metal Gear Solid, identify the back row track layway that connects our front or our force to the enemy front in a way that's like sneaking up on it, right? So, and then on top of that, all of the different battle snipers, so people who use a USR, for example. And then in that aspect, then you can see that, oh shit, it's not just about reach, but survival, and then I want to call it like being able to just be extremely lethal. So carrying a C4 or even what's that? The Semtex, not the Semtex, but what's the other one? Sorry, all my shit's in French, so I don't know what the English translations are sometimes. But it's hold on, EEI, right? I think called IED. There you go. Yeah, because then not only when you're setting up post, you don't have to worry about your 6 being unguarded, right? Which is a facet that always has to be present. Even if you're a defensive player, it's your 6 guard, right? So you're always covered, right? And then as I'm saying this, you can get the sense of what's important to sharpen my weapon. One, I should be able to take off if I need to. So sprint and limited may or may not be useful, but running fast, right? Another one is extreme stabilization. So when I sight in, I shouldn't have issues sighting in my enemy, right? Whether it's like really close to me, whether it's far away, the point from tango appearing to the screen to line of sight or line of fire, sorry, when you hold L1 should literally be nil, right? Regardless of the length or the weight of the weapon. And on top of that, the aspect of stealth, right? So people have different ways of stealthing around, so I'll just kind of leave that up in the air. But those are the things that are important in this sauce as we're making this recipe, right? Now, for the sake of the argument, let's take the L115 has the, what is it? The material of example, right? So, silencing my weapon should really be useful, right? And then maybe like those like penetrating mods would be extremely important, because as you increase in distance, sometimes your bullet will drop off, right? And so I don't know if y'all remember that talk. It was like a really long one on azimuth, and if you want a quick, there's so much I cover. Again, that's actually one thing I highly suggest you guys look up. Azimuth. It has a lot of fantastic correlations that are found in like a myriad of spheres, and I think, in my opinion, it's one of those like secret hidden giants that most people do not know or do not talk about a lot or do not even revere, but like a fucking godfather or grandfather who birthed you all, your entire lineage, it's literally everywhere, right? Azimuth, or pronounced azimuth. And I guess the reason why I'm bringing it up is remember your cosine, your projectile ballistics or motion, path motion course, are part of physics, right? How like you have the forces of force equals mass times gravity, right? That's like the force pushing us down, and then the force counter to that is something called the normal force, and it's like supposedly pushing us up, right? And so that's essentially, according to science or scientists, or our currently agreed upon, it's a mainstream idea of thought that is why we do not sink into the ground, right? Now, furthermore, then in the course of physics, there was the understanding of projectile, right? So as any object travels through space, there are essentially two factors, or you can say two perspectives, that can illustrate what's going on. One perspective is what's occurring on the y-axis, and another one is what's occurring on the x-axis. And that was essentially, in mathematics, the reference, or if you want to call it, the aliases that were pertaining to using r cosine theta for the x-axis, and then r sine theta for the y-axis. So at any moment in time, by using the radius and then the angle of initial, I guess, when the object got thrown, you can essentially calculate where on the y-axis it's going to be, and then where on the x-axis it's going to be, right? And then when I brought it up, I essentially brought up if you want to call it, real-time variables like traveling distance, punching power, and then the temperature set point, right, at which your bullet is made. The colder it is, most likely, the further it's gonna travel, because that allows it to essentially pick up in temperature, causing for that nice arc on the r cosine waveform to be manifested, right? And in this, the notion, if you want to put it, is that as a bullet travels through air, it picks up in temperature. And the hotter it becomes, essentially what it means is the bullet just like, as it's flying through air, it's hitting shit, right? Like a bird, random poo, some fucking cloud, right? And that exchange in energy essentially causes for a decrease in overall energy. And that's essentially why it loses speed and ultimately drops off. And the point was that cold bullets travel far and do not have high punching power. So think your shotgun to your sniper bullet, right? Those big ass jacks are huge for a reason, but at the same time, what causes them to radical dynamical velocity pick up in temperature, right at the moment when it leaves a gun, is also what prevents it from flying, essentially, right? And so that dichotomy also plays in the aspects of figuring out just what would be useful to making your sniper rifle better, right? So silencer, and then even it ties into the scopes that you're gonna use, right? Now, in drawing this, I kind of wanted you to suspend or keep in mind the R cosine waveform. So, because remember, and also, yeah, as I mentioned, the objective was to optimize for the x-axis, so R cosine theta, because you want, when you shoot, you want your bullet to go straight, right? And not like up and down or whatever. Now, in this, I found it to be useful whenever even picking or thinking about any weapon for that matter, to think about the heaviness, the weightiness, and then what I call tressaillement in French, which is essentially the stability / instability factor, right? So quickly putting this, the heaviness, most people always just have in mind maybe reach, right? Because think of, for example, what center of mass dynamics translate to, right? So your car, right, your Ford, for example, is like really, it's like a fat kid in like small sneakers, as I joked, right? Because the axis is essentially not centered right at the center of the car, but it's typically, in my opinion, I think it's either way in the back for like some like 8-wheeler or a custom, like, I don't know, Ford, you know, either 4-wheel drive or 2-wheel drive, right? Because there's like a double axle, etc., right? And those extra cylinders shift the weight towards that part of the car. Or it's typically in the front where the motor is, right? In that same way, that's how your gun is too, right? The bolster, your bolster, or the part where you're essentially gonna rest your shoulder, typically tends to be one of the most significant parts of the gun, because that's essentially what will attribute most of, if you want to call it, the shifting factors that tie into where the center of mass of your gun is essentially going to end, right? And then what I guess most manufacturers, and again, this is just a fucking geek freestyling, please. So I hope it's instructive, but allow me to just kind of shine a light on how good you're already doing. And so what most manufacturers have done is they literally play with, in French we have the word carbon, right? Cabine. But it's, just think of where the ignition, where your gun, you have your trigger, right? And then you have the, I don't know what to call it, the thing you cock back to take, the safety, right? And so if you think about it from like a mechanical perspective, it's typically like, there's a lot of ways of locking a bullet in place, so to speak, right? But more specifically at the moment of explosion or combustion, sorry, when you fire, there's a whole bunch of, you can call it jolt back, that occurs in order to cause propulsion to essentially come into being, right? And so when it comes to that aspect of essentially forwarding motion into a x-axis driven direction, most people always just focus on either that aspect of the gun or the points of connection from that part to where the why is my English failing me? The part where you would essentially jam the rounds of the gun, right? Because that's another way of not just aligning the axes together, but also ensuring that where anything could disturb that beautiful balance, the round would essentially cause that counterweight factor to keep it aligned, so to speak, right? Now, the reason why I'm bringing this is to essentially bring to mind why some barrels, so what I'm referring to is you have the part where you rest your shoulder, and then you have imagine there's a disconnect, and then you have the middle part of the gun, and then there's either one disconnect between that and the mouth of the gun, or two, right, depending on how manufacturers do it. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. And then at the end you have the mouth of the gun. The stock, I think is the word, is typically where most of the mods go, right? So think of adding a silencer, for example. Think of adding, I don't know, a scope, a NACOG, right? What you're gonna do is you're just gonna like add in a long cylinder that's gonna be a barrel. It's gonna shift whatever cylinder is currently there right now, holding in place the gun, right? And that's kind of why, actually, maybe that's an interesting, nice Reader's Digest or curious hole to dig into why silencers really became a popular thing, right? Not just because of, I guess, the silencing factor, but anyways, muzzle, keyword, muzzle, note to self. The beauty of freestyling. Your freestyle mind freestyles to you things that you should freestyle research upon later. What the fuck, dude? Anyways, going back, think about the barrel, right? So that stock part, that middle part, and then think about the bolster, is what I call it, where your shoulder rests, and then allow it to kind of guide you as you're merging the virtues and, if you want to call it, virtues and human abilities. Like, imagine we're talking the social abilities, that the class that you kind of see, whatever gun you're using as you're going to be playing it, has you holding the gun, embodying what you want to call it, the battle position that you're going to be, right? To essentially lead you to the right particular mods for your equipment. And the reason why I say that is that I was like fucking shocked because this game is so good. It's so good. There's so many sweet intricacies and nuances to the perks that they built, right? Like, for example, it's like one mod literally words what you want, but if you take a step back, you can mingle and mix two of the minor mods that take less space in order to not only reach the desired effect. For example, maybe I want to add more stability to my shot, and by using those two, not only am I able to add stabilization, but I'm also able to increase in not rigidity, but what's that thing that archers need to have? I want to say reflexivity, but I'm sorry guys, I'm having a brain fart. Just think, take a deep breath and then pull from your bow, right? As you're trying to shoot an arrow, right? Right? That part where, that thing that makes it to where your back relaxes and literally expands the complete range of motion of your back. I forgot the word, right? So, by using those two, I'm only able to increase stabilization, but I'm able to expand my range of motion. And you might think, what the fuck, this is COD, right? But think, for example, when you're super close to an enemy, right? And your reflex sight, right? Like you press L1 real quick and you fire. The time it takes from the moment when you press L1 to the moment when your screen or your player actually registers, if you want to call it the trigger button action, and actually completely terminates the request of pulling up your sight, is tied to those perks, right? Weirdly enough, and that was actually a surprising discovery that I found out, because if you want to call it variables that are attributed to pulling up that site have within a minor variables that play into other things. And so you can literally fucking sauce shit up, right? Gotta like fuck around with it, right? Another one, for example, is so I mentioned heaviness, weightiness, and then tressaillement, right? So to me, the way that I would define heaviness is first thing from the standpoint of reach. So because your thing is long, you essentially have to imagine doing a power clean, right, with your fucking weapon, right? That power clean that has to occur is essentially what brings it to center of screen, right? And that takes time. The heaviness, or if you allow me to, is your weapon. The longer time it's gonna take for that center of screen desire to affect, right? That's one. And then on top of that too, that's also gonna have interesting, I guess, call it dynamics into not just your relation to your weapon, so how you're gonna go about playing with it, but more so even into how much, I use the word cycle or quanta of space you're going to occupy or desire to occupy or move through as you play the game. So put simply, it's like, it's not just how many steps you take, right? But mentally, like psychologically, how much the influence that you feel that occur because you kind of subtly experience or are attuned to that time window that then leads you to specifically or unspecifically move through the map at a particular pace, right? That's kind of what I want to say with speed. That's really the simplest way, but just think cycle time, because it'll be more useful as you're doing this, right? And even more importantly, which is kind of cool as I'm bringing it up, you will quickly see that cycle times literally play a lot in even your ability to be useful. Like, I mean, when someone plays with Remington to using a Ripper to using a tar, or even what's another one, the Honey Badger, right? Like the reason why they feel like they can kill more people or even are able to is tied to the shit that I just mentioned, right? So that's kind of how I put what heaviness. Weightiness, which is kind of a funny one, is just think of how big of a bullet that thing fires, and then think of the R cosine waveform, right? The travel trajectory. And by having that in mind, you can then clearly, distinctively picture the moments that occur as you fire your weapon, as you line of sight, right? So you see Tango and then you press L1 and then shift into a line of fire. And then the moment when your bullet punctures enemy, right? Like when you down Tango, right? Like how many bullets it takes, right? Because of, you can call it the sheer pennant depth or size or geometry, however the bullet makes. And then because of that, you are then able to more clearly see just how much of an impact you individually can affect with that weapon, right? So some people can like literally down niggas with a Remington in like 2 kills or 3, right? That's kind of how I do it, right? Or 4 even at that. And then you can then see the mathematics that go into, okay, what is the effective use of 1 round of 24? So then, okay, do I need to add an extra ammo perk or, you know, so that's kind of why I define weightiness, and that impacts your influence or your ability to more decisively know if maybe you should extend the reach of your weapon, so add a scope, a NICOG. If you should add a extra whatever, so one of those like you either like drop a, what do you call it, a barrel, so one of those things that like increase your stability, make it to where you can hold your weapon better, right? Because maybe you notice that the bullet causes a error click, and that's what I should focus on, right? So it makes your bullet jolt up, has you longer hold R1, right? Or make it go down, right? Or even if the fact that I have a long window when it comes to reloading is what I should focus on, right? Because you realize you're like spending the entire round, and you find yourself reloading more, about 60% of the time you're using your weapon than anything else, right? That's kind of how I see how useful it is to think of weightiness, right? And then the third, tressaillement, clearly, as I said all that already, you kind of get a picture. So art, again, anything that occurs along the path of the bullet can essentially be, you can call it Illuminati, or a la magic projection in your mind's eye, known by using the trace path curvature of r cosine theta, right? And the same is, and that's for the x-axis, so from you to the end of the bullets, and so we hopefully say tango, right? But maybe not, it goes beyond, right? And it's kind of cool, as this came out, you can just see what would cause that too, right? And then on the y-axis, you use r sine theta, right? And then you can see how, like, when there's that perfect alignment in the way the weapon is made, everything makes it to where you don't have to worry about an error click, right? So once, and this is more, if you go back to some of the stuff I talked about before, so Azimuth, and how if you build your shit well, when the bullet exits the weapon, it actually doesn't bounce around in the gun, but it literally exits perfectly, right? That kind of leads to even the notions of where should center of mass be, and should my weapon even be perfectly balanced? And that was another fucking like eureka moment I had as I was fucking with this, like, bruh, yeah, like, holy shit, like, some actually shouldn't, like, because the moment when you power clean the weapon, it literally nullifies any center of mass. You can call it delta, right? And as you putting this together, the culminating, I guess, influential design action would be at the moment of what's it called, combustion, right? So when it's exposed from the mouth of the gunnet. The flash caused, so not just like pow, right? And then you just see that flash, but even the resulting, maybe how can I put this? The resulting moment when you fire your weapon, okay, so you fire your weapon and then you see a flash, right? And then the bullet, you see a bullet fall out of your gun, right? And then depending on what you were aiming on, you feel like, or more bullets are spent. Let's put it, just follow me along, right? It might sound crazy, right? Upon spending more bullets, there's essentially and this is gonna be more nuanced than anything else, but literally right after firing a bullet, there is a moment in time where you have not fired another one yet, and the gun is still, I don't want to use the word recoiling, but it has not essentially went back to rest, right? And yet simultaneously, your mind is already on the next target or the next thing, right? So again, it's going to literally click when you think about it. It's just like my English is really shitty. Right. So at that point, your gun is in a particular state. So I'm gonna talk like it's like a fucking programmer because that's literally how we do. Right. Like at that point or in that state, there are particular physics that are in play. Right. And how I guess I would reduce this, like, or simplify this to, is it easy for your gun to go back to the state of being at rest and the rest state that is likened to when the weapon had not been fired at all, right? And in that, I guess, realization, you can now better clearly affect any mods or make any changes that are pertaining to conducively reaching the perfect or ultimate tressaillement way of how to go about employing your gun. And I think it will make more sense when you think about how many bullets you spend and then how many like joystick or how long it takes you to put your joystick on your enemy's head if you just reloaded your gun. I think that's like thank you, God. Thank you. Hey, Jesus Christ, Lord. Hallelujah. I know that doesn't even, it's like, what the fuck? I'm probably overthinking shit, but those three moments are, I think, more important to the actual precision, marksmanship, and even impact that a gun has in your hands, in the platoon, and overall even in how it should be used. And that's kind of a weird way of putting it, but I digress. Anyways, yeah, thank you. I didn't realize that was 50 minutes. Holy shit. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, dude? There's a lot you can do here. And the cool part is I had like a second appreciation moment when, for the way they lay shit out, right? Like the different sequenced layering of the evolutive perks and what do you call it? Mods, right? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the score, the weight to use it, and then even the bonus, right? So kill 10 and you become Super Saiyan. He just went Super Saiyan and you can define it. You know, it's, at that point, do you want to be an ultimate ghost? Or the Godfather Samurai? Rambo. Anyways, hope you guys got something out of this, and as always, swag the fuck out. Oh, and one more thing has Uncle Chan from Jackie Chan Adventures say. I would stress test this shit by like standing as far fucking away as possible, as possibly as you can from your TV as you're like fucking around with shit, and then play and testing out whatever you got. Because I think that's how you get like the sickest of clearest I guess performance scores on your build, right? Because it's easy, it's nice when like shit works if like you've got like the greatest and ideal conditions, right? Like you're close to a TV or whatever, right? And like it's like nice and easy to like scope or spot out tango or whatever. But I guess the true judge of it is when like it's not ideal, right? Like when you're standing far fucking away, you got like squint and shit, right? And I think that even that gives you the clearest of insight as to actually what's needed. I don't know. Hey, anyways, hope that helped.
So let's take the time to have a sit rep done by excuse me, taking a beat from whatever it is you're doing, assessing your heads-up display, and orienting yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR on spawn, press start, view the map. Fuck, there's some real spicy shit in the atmosphere right now. Sorry, boys. Make a guess as to where you think the enemy spawn locations is, and orient all of your attack and the strength of your might in that direction with all the ferocity you can muster. Now remember that in this, creativity does not go out the window. An army becomes invincible when there is a variety and variance in our attack vectors. Put simply, by I approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Hesh approaching from the east, we quite effectively put ourselves in a position to succeed by effectively eliminating all options the enemy has at launching any form of counter maneuver, movement, strike force towards us, or as Call of Duty Mobile would put it, domination. In this, then, it is important that every squad mate keeps to mind the facets of an effective army element. This being, in my humble opinion, chiefly composed of an offensive faction and a defensive faction. So breaking this down, the offensive faction is essentially tasked with looking forwards and leading the charge for the force at hand, thereby accomplishing the first part of the mission objective at hand, which is eliminate all tangos. While conversely, the defensive faction is essentially tasked with looking backwards and establishing the security for the army force element present, essentially thereby accomplishing what I call to be the shadow secondary part of the mission objective at hand, which is without dying. So breaking this down, looking forwards simply means that whichever direction the game spawns you in, that is your locus of focus. That's essentially the vector zone towards which you move or you advance in, and that is essentially primarily your area of responsibility. And taking care of the aspect of leading the charge simply means that you're operating by the meditative idea or swag mantra, Tango Downs. So, quickly capping this, you see Tango, right? Tango pops up on your screen. You scope him in, so you press L1, you fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. You see Tango on your screen, scope him in, press L1, you fire and Tango goes down, pressing R1, you move forward. You see Tango on your screen, scope him in, press L1, fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward, until effectually, clearly, sector or quarter by quarter, zone from zone, sector through sector, we rid the map of any and current present enemy element. Conversely, the defensive faction, which is tasked with looking backwards, which is defined as whichever direction the game spawns you in, turning 180 degree from that direction, is to then have responsibility for that area of the map, or sorry, that zone of concentration, if you will.
that particular locus of focus. And dealing with the responsibility of establishing security for the army force at hand simply means that you are to do nothing else but to establish perimeter. This, I guess for those who are clueless too, is simply the aspect of drawing a square. So put simply, you know how like a square makes, a square is essentially composed of 4 sides, right? So having not just 4 sides, but also 4 corners to those sides, building a square literally translates to having a white picket fence. And so with that white picket fence, we no longer have to worry about the aspect of security, because from that standpoint or that moment, it is thus established. More specifically, I guess to the detail of battle strategy, real-time tactical positioning, this essentially has the picture of looking like ensuring that everybody's back, or what people refer to everybody's 6, is essentially always in your mind's view of your line of fire, both from the line of sight standpoint, from an angle. So think of American football, how all the players, both teams line up on the front line, right? And then essentially this equalizing to you being a guy who is standing, perpendicular to them, right? So then in that standpoint, everybody on the front line has their backs in, or everybody's back that is standing on the front line is in your line of sight, which remember is simply whatever you see right now without pressing L1. Then you can essentially make a case for being well positioned strategically to be defensive, or to be a defensive asset for the army. And from, if you want to call it regional, or what I call it to be flux movement perspective. And for that way of understanding, it is more, has a, if you want to call it contra-positive proof that you are in fact well tactically this time positioned. So this looks like essentially drawing up in your mind how by whichever position or place you decide to put yourself in the map is essentially causing for the corralling of the enemy to land into the laps of your squad mate. Basically then making it easier for us to kill them. So if you want to put it, that is the base case, or if you want to call it the test by which you can essentially prove your defensive ability. By you being where you are, is the enemy actually easier to kill, right? So, and kind of why I always started the first part of this by essentially having you think of where everybody's backs is, and kind of placing yourself from a POV where everybody's back is in your POV, or in your line of sight view. When that is current, then it is more easier and I guess superiorly effective to make the decisions that are well to mind for the benefit from the definition of an asset, for the, if you want to call it safeguarding desire of everybody else around you, right? So simply put, if you can see everybody's back, right, or if you can always play the game in such a way when you are in the defensive faction that everybody's back is in your line of sight, so without even having to press L1, you can then make the case that conclusively it will most likely lead you to ensure that no one can sneak up on us, which is essentially the prime, you can call it the fostering, driving, higher level principle in this particular faction. Basically ensure that no one ever sneaks up on us, right? In this also, and kind of to add, I guess you can call it meat to your case, whenever the case arises that not only is everyone secure, but you then have enough, you can call it extra time on hand to have the leeway to kind of like just think Metal Gear Solid Snake, be able to go on quote unquote patrol and find a trail, a route that leads to the enemy camp, which essentially ultimately concludes to you having their backs in your line of sight. You can then clearly establish superior defensive ability. So the point that I'm making is it's not just enough to safeguard or ensure that no one gets killed, but more specifically in the resulting effect of that occurring, it is then most likely that you can straight up fucking ninja assassin, drop in behind enemy fire, enemy lines, like they say, and literally slice these niggas' throats off without them even seeing it coming, right? And that's kind of why I always say, like, playing defensively has a lot of game and brings a lot of, I guess you can call it, battle IQ assets to the table for yourself, that is, to your table, because it not only allows you to see how risk capital, which I simply define as any thought, word, or action, any thought, word, or action causes you to the unnecessary rushing of your death, but in the insight and I guess realization from that, you're then most effectually able to make the relational distinction between what is a good position decision on the battlefield from what is a bad one, right? Which is really what the second part of that comes from. And kind of why I always tell people, if you're interested in which faction you should, I guess, quote unquote, attach yourself to, or which one you have a primal affinity to, then the recommendation from myself, from my standpoint, from my experience, is to always go with the defensive, right? And in the unraveling of that, you'll just become a phenomenal offensive threat. And plus, from analyzing past defeats, especially the worst ones, I've always come to see that they essentially arose from an improper defensive element, from the unavailability of an actual proper defensive element. From those 2, 3, 4 guys in the squad who play with the Bible commandment of incurring no risk capital, right? And then at the same time preventing the enemy from sneaking up on us. And why I always have people strive to do that first, right? It's kind of like in soccer. If those 4 guys, the last line, literally play in unison from 0-0 to the 91st minute, I believe, of the game, the fucking game is there. Like, no, and that's an unquestionable fact that I've seen over time and time and time again. And what do I mean, like, in unison? It's like when one of them go up, they all go up, right? The line always stays as like crimson clad chain that never gets broken, right? When one of them when they decide to like do draw and trap plays, so one of them goes and then comes back, or one of them
tries to like, I guess you can call it psychologically lead or bait an offensive player into essentially following them, right? Maybe trying to push the D back or some shit, and then quickly drops back. So like creating space to where then the rest of them essentially come in and cover, so it has to offside trap. They all essentially follow along with the flow of the evolution of that play, right? And from what I've seen, like that kind of like what I call one team conscious driven play always leads to like pure dominion up front, right? Because you're just in control of what happens from the start to finish. Anyways, that's on that. Swag mantra on dodging bullets part 2. So the first part of this was like literally the sheer, I guess you can call it, findings from my fucking around with the loadouts that I have, right? Like, what are the crucial factors that go into deciding a solid equipment set to where when it comes to long range engagements, right? When it comes to middle range engagements, and then when it comes to short range engagements, you have something for all situations. And more specifically, you are an impact player in all 3 areas of fire, if you will, right? And then on top of that too, what is the overall, if you can call it, higher level virtue driven stemming design that you go with when it goes to selecting the perks that you use, right? And how that essentially ties into those 3 factors mentioned, which was heaviness, weightiness, and tressaillement, or if you can call it stabilization / instabilization, right? And how I just went at length into that. Now, the point for part 2 was to kind of talk about, so part 1, you can think of it as like the ghost gun or the ghost equipment, right? From the camo to the mask, so to speak. But then the second part is like about the ghost himself, right? And I guess to more colloquially illustrate this point, I kind of wanted to use wanted as the fucking, you can call it supplemental subject materium of resource, right? Meaning if you need an example of really what's going on, just think of Wanted, that movie with like Angelina Jolie and that dude, where this ancient, I guess, guild of fucking assassins have this like knowledge of being able to literally going around and curving bullets around hard objects, targeting and using that, I guess, art style form of firing has a way to precision down targets who are kilometers away, right? So we're not just talking about like being able to literally bend the bullet, but we're talking about like using like that geometry created as a way of essentially taking out, you can call it, dynamic targets, right? So the reason why I say that is, think for example, if right now, say for example, yeah, you can like your friend is standing behind this like tower, right in front of you, and like he's maybe like 5-7 meters away from you, and you can easily bend the bullet. That's no problem, right? That's understandable. But now think of someone who is like, for example, on this map right now in the castle part, right? Like the southern, eastern part of the map, and you're standing in the sniper's nest, right? So the part that's like northern west of that part of the map, right? And obviously most people who know, what's facing you is this big ass fucking wall, like clearly. In between you, that's like the first thing you see, right? But then furthermore, there's then the fucking stone wall, and then before you are able to even get to the part of the map that is essentially the castle part that I'm talking about, which is, and I'm saying the person in question is not just in the castle, but he's like at the sniper's part of the castle, and I think most people know what I'm referring to. So like in the castle, there's that part where there's like a set of stairs, and you can essentially create another sniper's nest there. Like he's standing there, right? Imagine what it takes, what it would mean to be able to fucking bend your bullet all the fucking way around to where he would be hit. That literally means on some level you're not just bending it counterclockwise, but at some point you're somehow bending it counter or clockwise again. So you're changing the spin cycle direction of the bullet twice, or the bullet is essentially experiencing two spin change cycles or directions in one flight in some way or somehow, right? So in that, or having that in mind, I kind of wanted to make discrete definitions as to some of the, I guess, precise tactical movements that would be beneficial for us to use in this game, right? So one of them is what I just simply call strafing. And I think people who play Scouts knives specifically, so SCOUTZ from like Counter-Strike source, would most natively cognize what I'm referring to specifically, right? Like in this game, when you use the left joystick and you move left and right, that's literally strafing. That's the very definition of strafing. It's that precise movement there. Like, take your left joystick, move it left. Take your right joystick, move it right, and leave your right joystick alone. That aspect of movement allows for, in my, I guess, honest, humble opinion, your ability, or the ability to not just kind of, before going to that nth degree, bend bullets, so change the very projectile dynamics of a bullet on the x-axis without adding any unnecessary, or without adding any unnecessary, or without adding the resulting kickback jolt that would most normally be expressed as a counterbalance force resulting effect occurrence on the y-axis, right? So by it would also allow you to quite effectually dodge bullets as you're being fired upon, right? So what the fuck am I saying? And I think this is something that actually occurs in a lot of like SEAL training or special operations training, but the very notion of like dodging a bullet is in fact a possibility. Just think, for example, the fact that before you get hit, before the bullet hits you, it actually still has to travel through distance, right? There is a certain amount of ground that has to be covered by the bullet before actually getting to your body, the object that is your body, right? In that distance, there is essentially a certain amount of time that has to elapse before the event or the occurrence of the event known as hitting your body arises, right? Because of that fact, it is then quite real that the aspect of turning yourself, your persona, your body, your being into, or by using the ideas, knowings of physics, of gravity, and even projected, estimated, targeted, you can call it, place of contact. So where the bullet will most likely hit you, come to an understanding that certain movements that are tactical in nature would be most benevolent in actually
causing for your being not getting hit, right? Because that amount of time, no matter how small, right, or whatever, is in reality very really just the thing necessary to make that possible, right? So if you meditate on that more and more, you can kind of come to the stemming realities that I'm trying to picture, right? So when you get shot, as opposed to just like allowing the paralysis caused by the shock of the event to essentially nullify you from making a direct physical decision, turn into the direction that is not targeted from sight, right? Thereby essentially increasing your chances of reducing fatality damaging impact to occur, right? So turn into the direction that his shoulder is giving you, for example, right? And then at the same time, allow for that understanding to lead you to the clockwise or counterclockwise, which I'll just simply refer to as hemispherical torque, that would be most conducive to literally dodging away from the bullet, or kind of like fucking Neo in the Matrix, Neoing that shit the fuck up, or yeeting that shit, or insert your jargon of desire here, right? And it's kind of cool because the more, and again, just I love meditation, and to me this game is a pure meditation. You sink into that, you let that sink in, you can kind of even get senses as to when times when you layer or line of fire someone, which is again holding L1 and fired upon him, but you did not get the kill, actually resulted in that right? One is obviously FPS always matters, so sometimes the higher internet speed really makes a difference, right? Another is, and kind of one of the reasons why I made that long dissertation, or part one of this, is just the superior tactical advantage gained from the perk difference, right? Like, if he's got like, sleight of hand or whatever, or, sorry, I'm thinking like Modern Warfare 2, so, if he's got the perk that allows him to, that it gives increase in reflex and agility, and then at the same time he's got like a superiorly lighter weapon, he is clearly gonna have an advantage that will cause for a moment of a greater, you can call it window time to dodge to occur, right? He would ineffectually be able to dodge from hitting you, right? Or dodge from being hit, right? On top of that too, if he has the perk that allows him to fire faster than you, and even allows him to line a fire you faster, so there's actually one where it decreases time to sight, if you want to call it, right? Then clearly he is in effect going to be quicker to the draw, a la Lucky Luke, than you, right? These are just clear, you can call it demarcating factors that lend to the overall manifested or observed success or loss here, right? These are just the realities of the mechanics. Now, the third point is kind of the, if you want to call it the brilliant third guy, or the alien interjection or injection that I like to add here, which is based on the ideas I just drew up, where we're one to have the awareness, the intelligence to quickly notion the projectile pathway that you are most in like of moving in. Like, he can see visually the gravity to which you're going with as he's approaching or as you're approaching him, and then makes use of that, it would also be a possibility that he would know how to most conclusively counterclockwise or clockwise spin in the direction that would increase the chances of you completely missing him, right? And that's kind of like the crux of this particular sit rep, and one I really strive and hope every one of us meditates on, because it changes the game forever, right? Not only are we taught, I guess, on some level, or to kind of think about going through the map at a Neo style game plan. I guess you could say something I've really been trying to beat into everybody's head. Like, yo, pressing circle and then moving through the game isn't just a thing to kind of make sure that you're safely ensuring you see the whole totality of the screen, thereby also increasing the chances of you being able to spot greater, so seeing enemy threat coming at a rapid and more insightfully clearful way. But it also allows you to deal with those situations, strafe possible or not strafe possible, in the most illuminatively advantageous of ways, right? Both to you, to your squad, your squad mate, and then most specifically to the overall combat force at hand, right? Like, if you know generally that, for example, most guns are hoisted on the right-hand side of a person, right? So most of the time, the gun is going to be drawn from the right, then it's actually beneficial to be thinking about the moments when you can spot when you should counter, or you should clockwise spin in the right, right? Does that make sense? So, when you, the right joystick, right, if you push it to the right, spins clockwise. And then the right joystick, if you push it to the left, spins counterclockwise, right? Those are the, you can call it verbatim, defined structural movements as set by the game. And I don't mean to get like elaborately cheesy here, but apologize again, it's because English isn't my first language. And so when I think about shit, I always feel like I have to like protrude the scene in my mind by coloring it as vividly as possible, so as to not inject my own error, right, so to speak. And so because of that, then knowing this, and kind of one of the things I was mentioning recently is gyrospatial movement, becoming aware of the fact that your controller allows you to essentially enamor, enamor, or experience a 6-axis style of movement. So it registers beyond the 360 degrees by the cycle turns, so seeing the same part of the screen more than once if you spin clockwise or counterclockwise based on the duration in which you hold it to the left or to the right. And then at the same time also, through the 6-axis fact, being able to merge the quadrants 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the unit radiance circle in a way that is arcane to the actual human experience, right? So most people in real life, the idea of like turning 540 degrees, so spinning twice, is a bit of an effort physically, right? Like you're gonna be like, fuck. But in the game it happens almost fluidly without any stress. And to the point that I'm making, if you realize, oh shit, as opposed to taking an extra step or forward or backward, I can just turn in place. That also is another way of experiencing the unfolding of time, right? Because time has to elapse, right, for anything to occur. Furthermore, when you shoot someone, time has to elapse before the bullet gets to you, right? Now, what I'm saying is, at points when someone is coming at you and there's space between you and them, time also fucking has to occur, right? In that understanding, better than not would it be to, oh shit, I just straight up went Yoda. Oh, y'all like that one? To essentially spin clockwise or counterclockwise, thereby using the space that is between you and them in a more acute to reach your target, right? So think, for example, you know that so everyone, right, listening, think of where the center of the screen is, right? And then think of just put in mind any target situation, any scenario where you have an enemy coming at you, right? And furthermore, it's add in the fact that you're behind cover, right? You're shielded from cover. You're in a cover location, right? And so we all know this, that at some point it's either, and let's say for the sake of the argument, that you've made the decision to move forward. So the decision is, these are the events that are, based on this decision, these are the events that are going to occur. You will move forward into space, and then because of that, shoot your target, right? In this, it is then, I guess, and this is my advice, or I guess the whole crux of this, then not more useful to allow the fact that because there's still time that has to occur, change yourself by essentially taking the right joystick, moving it left or right, spinning, right? Allowing your position, your body position in the location on the screen that's more conducive to target sighting in your enemy when the moment arises that you come out of, I guess, cover location. Would that not greatly increase the chance of actually killing them? And actually, furthermore, I guess, to the crux of this matter, if you were to flip this coin on the other side, or flip it on the other side of the cone, if you were the one being attacked upon, would it not actually also allow you to more clearly perceive the angles and points of contact on your body that the person is essentially particularly targeting, thereby essentially causing you to be in a higher defense position, right? So the reason why I bring that part up specifically is it allows you to kind of make the relation between why I made such a big deal about the whole bending thing and then projectile motion, right? Because everything that occurs can essentially be knowable, right? Everything that occurs can be knowable in one way or the other. You can literally predict where things are going to be. It's kind of like, I don't know how it came out. This is why I like, bruh, there is a God, because I'm not this smart. But I said it was something like projection, right? If you want to talk about reading the future, right? Forecasting or foretelling, it's literally just a matter of reading everything that has occurred, kind of like seeing a Riemann sum series, right? From, remember the mathematics, a sequence, basically, right? And then you see the sequence, and based on the things that occurred, based on what is currently, you can then most effectively see what is to come. It's kind of like a no-brainer, right? You're just reading the next item, and the next item, and the next item, right? Now, in that same aspect of sight, you can also clearly even see how the butt of the gun that is pointed at you is going to come, right? from their torque, their direction, how fast they're going, how close to the ground they are, how how light they are on their feet, their weapon, even the reload time, right? Like how long it takes for it to reload to how quickly they can reflex sight. All of these generated data points literally gather the center of point of contact that will most be the one to hit, the one to be targeted from the enemy to mine. And to finalize this, the Earth, right, spins in a particular direction, right? So the globe itself has a particular spin direction. What I use hemispherical force, if you will, right? And we know that the sun and moon also have theirs. It is that to which, I guess in my own opinion, we refer to as gravity, or even mass for that matter. And this is me getting super uber theoretical, but I believe that our notions of these are more stemmed conclusory effect driven details that essentially because they're more tangibly felt have been taken as direct axiom causes, if you will. And I think, in my own opinion, I think there are more effects from things than actual real things. Because if something can be nullified, and that's kind of why I had this huge eureka moment, like, if all forces on some level can essentially be nullified, counterbalanced, then does that not mean that they are not essentially driven, or these, if you want to call it, self-driven, always imposed, axiomatic driving variables that will essentially be the genesis that cause all these things to occur, right? If a thing can be nullified, then essentially it's an effect, right? It's essentially an effect, because a cause is causing that which is, right? It's not the eventual effectual of something. And this is kind of, you can clearly tell I'm reaching, but it's my only way of kind of defining or putting into words what I have in my head when I bring up the subject, right? But I guess to bring this back, just remember, think of strafing. Again, strafing is done by taking the right joystick, moving it to the right, taking the left joystick, moving it to the left, or moving it to the right, right? And then think of the fact that the Earth, the globe itself, has a hemispherical force. Basically, there is a thing in reality that causes things to spin in the clockwise direction. And there's a thing in reality that causes things to spin in a counterclockwise direction. Upon you taking the game at a neo gameplay style of pace, so pressing circle, moving through the map, sense moments where by you having verged in what they call upper left or quadrant 2 part of the unit radian degree circle. So take your left joystick, move it up, but to the left some, like barely, not pushing it all the way, but just nudge it barely in that direction, and then take your right joystick and nudge it just a bit to the left side in that same direction. That adds a particular force change spin to effect, not just the way that you have chances of high accuracy if you were to target someone at a lower or upper part of the screen, right? But specifically, even if you were to essentially sprint at that moment, slide, and then fire upon a target, and the accuracy details that you would get, right? It affects those things. Now, I guess it's kind of same much feel. Upon closing in on Tango, whenever you draw fire upon them, add in the fact that they're coming at you. So see the scene from their eye, not your eye. And that allows you to get a pure perspective of the motion through which you're traveling through which they're essentially targeting to. So what I mean is the motion pathway that is occurring has their pressing L1. That is adding also the moment prior to that one. So the moment before they are to press L1, where were they, right? So it's this whole journey, if you will, of course. And that literally distributes the average, you can call it, way, the way, by which force is going to be dispersed, and then the speed at which both of you are moving. So the delta between the pace of cycle between both of you, like how fast is the change upon the screen changing for you and for them, will cause a wisdom giving moment that applies a particular, you should spin in a counterclockwise direction and then fire upon them, or you should spin in a counterclockwise direction. Sometimes even telling you should spin by 2 cycles, so spinning twice around, or 3 cycles twice around, or a mix of them, right? Like spin once in the clockwise, then twice in the counter, right? And this intelligence allows you to, I guess, in my own opinion, and I guess humble virtue, do things like bend bullets, like dodge completely from their line of fire, so them pressing L1 and you doing that, literally dodging, or even more specifically, and I guess to end this on a good note, literally dodge from being shot. So say whatever the bullet fires, and by you doing that, it literally grazes your body, right? So maybe the game will register it has like a slight blood mark, like you'll see, kind of like when you're hit, but in reality, there was no change on the health bar, right? Like if there was you could see a health bar or something, it actually, by you doing that, caused for a nullification of the fire moment to occur. And that's kind of like the whole magic of all this. Again, creativity is the name of the game. And meditation. Anyways, hope I didn't talk your ears off. Hope you guys got something out of this. As always, swag the fuck out. So, alright. Let's take the time to have what I call a sit rep done by taking a beat from whatever the fuck it is you're doing, assessing your heads up display, and orienting yourself to a mutually beneficial strategic direction. TLDR, on spawn, press start, view the map, make a guess as to where you think the enemy spawn location is, the new enemy spawn location. Radically, we know this because it is always dynamically as we explode through time. And upon making this guess, orient all of your forces in that direction and vector with all the ferocity you can muster. Now we know in this, creativity never goes out the window. An army becomes invincible when there's a variety and variance in our attack vectors. Put simply, by approaching from the back, you approaching from the front, Ghost approaching from the west, and Hesh approaching from the east, The army literally present puts itself in a position to succeed by eliminating all possible windows options in front the enemy has at launching any possible form of offensive movement maneuver towards us. Has effectively put by Call of Duty, domination. Then, to front mind, it is then important that every present squad mate keeps to the facets of a viable army element. This predominantly being an offensive faction and a defensive faction. So breaking this down, the offensive faction is tasked with looking forwards and leading the charge of the force at hand, while conversely, the defensive faction is tasked with looking backwards and establishing security for the army element present. So defining this, looking forward simply means that whichever direction the game spawns you in on spawn, that is your zone of concentration. That, my friends, is your locus of focus. Hocus pocus. That is the vector direction to which you are to be responsible of. And primarily for the offensive faction, dealing with the objective of eliminating all tangos, which essentially is translating to leading the charge, means that they're essentially establishing a modus operandi for themselves that can simply be dubbed by the idea Tango Downs. So put simply, you see Tango on your screen, you scope him in by pressing L1, you fire on him by pressing R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. See Tango on your screen, scope him in, press L1, fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. See Tango on your screen, scope him in, press L1, fire, press R1, Tango goes down, you move forward. Until quite effectively, quarter by quarter, sector from sector, zone to zone, and region amidst region, all present enemy elements are eliminated, thereby accomplishing the targeted objectives. Conversely, the defensive faction, which is tasked with looking backwards, which is surmised as whichever direction the game spawns you in, turning 180 degrees from that direction, and that being your locus of focus, that being your zone of concentration and the vector direction towards which you are responsible of, is tasked with establishing security of the force present, means that they are to do nothing else more importantly than establishing and securing perimeter, which I simply define as drawing a square. So you know how like a square has 4 sides to its end, it means 4 corners. By drawing or taking the painstakingly capital to establish that square, we have and build a white picket fence. In this, the notion and aspect of security is dealt with, and we are no longer at risk of being insecure. A boss flawless victory. Then to position the aspects of what I call ensuring that everyone's 6 is covered is, if you want to call it, the battle modus or mantra for that particular faction. If you want to put it even more concretely, incur no risk capital becomes the Bible commandment for that player. That means, as I like to define, risk capital is any thought, word, and action that cause you to rush to your death. Means then that you operating in this way causes for what can simply be observed as not just the corralling of the enemy into a position, location, vector, or sector that allows or is more conducive for our offensive threat to deal with them more simply. So systematically, you literally make our enemies fall into the laps of your squad mates, thereby making it to where they're just more simply killed. But more to, I guess, speaking to now the showing an established and well clear cut superior defensive ability. So what makes you an elite defensive player is then to mind, or to clearly see to the mind's eye, the very distinguishable observation that it is as if by your defensive strategic positioning ability, you are able to create these shadow lanes, for lack of better words, that have with them the property of, upon using these lanes, lead one to not just fall behind all the way to the backs of our enemies. So you wind up being able to sneak up on our enemies, but even more, kill them from the back, a la slicing their throats off, right? So you become a triple threat when you are, in fact, truly a defensive player, because you not only prevent us from getting killed from the back, but you allow for the possibility of being able to ninja up to the enemy's front. And that's kind of how I put it. Furthermore, and to kind of give some, I guess, guiding notes, if one is ever confused as to how to effectually position themselves in the best of defensive strategic positions in order to succeed, I always say to illustrate to one's mind eye this sight. American football, all the players line up on the front line, and you, in this situation, being the defensive player, is positioning yourself in such a way that where you to purview, so look out, you would be able to see all of our players' backs in your line of sight. Which, remember, I defined line of sight being just what you see typically on the screen, line of fire being what you see when you press L1, right? So the strategic superior defensive ability is highlighted when you cast yourself on the battle zone in a position that puts you in a purviewer like point of view angle, objectionable if you can call it, focus orientation, that causes one to more clearly and distinctly see and denote each and every single one of our players back from your line of sight, meaning without you even having to look through the scope of your lens. By you perfectly being able to do that, it is then clear that the proof of making the case for clearly and tactically being well situated to cover us from the rear end can be made simply without a doubt. right? And I guess to the notion I latter introduced earlier, it also has this very distinguishable elite, dare I say, secondary triple threat like ability of rendering oneself, that is you, the ability and the power to quite literally be able to, like using a mirror, cast this very picture and situation. So American football players, everyone lined up, and then you line yourself perpendicular to them, and then you can clearly see all of their backs, where you to essentially put that situation mirror to where the enemy's current spawn location is right now on the battlefield. You would literally land in their backs, right? Having all of their backs in your line of sight as well, thereby going or kind of illustrating the explained point of being able to ninja up to them, right? Now, as you can well clearly draw the relations between the two factions, you can clearly see the denotative distinct vibrationary resonance that distinguish one from the other, right? Where the offensive faction is continuously in rhythm, while the defensive faction is like a fucking Zen monk, for lack of better words, where at times you are the raging brush fire, right? But at times you are the cool, gentle mist, so to speak. And how these palpable paces in time, and you can call it overall flux, creates for what is the deemed, esteemed, vibrant threat that is an actual palpable army element. And I guess kind of why also I say to the next point, if you are unsure as to which primal faction you should affin yourself to, suggesting to go with the defensive just due to the sheer wealth and insert whatever currency you have in mind, whether physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, etheric, etc. you want here, gained from that particular aspect of combat will lend to not just the overall IQ, insight, and you want to call it strategic ability. So the ability to even comprehend what is a strategy, to even be able to observe what is a strategy or a tactic for that matter, will lend to far superior offensive threat, i.e. impact, right? And why I always tell people, start there if you're unsure. And also, to my mind, observing past serious and notable defeats have come to suggest that they always, all too often, yielded or were caused by the improper or the unavailability of an actual defensive element of those 2, 3, or 4 guys who literally play with the Bible commandment of incur no risk capital, right? Pausing for it, you can call it the supremacy of all things currently going, both offensive and defensive, across the board on all levels of the battle zone. Anyways, swag mantra on ghosting, the art of bending bullets, part 3 on the psi. That is psionic. Now, so if you've been kind of paying attention, the first part, I guess of this particular aspect of the art of ghosting, as I'll probably dub SEO it on my content,
was on the equipment, right? So I talked about the ghost gun, and if you want to put it, the mask, right? And all the things that go into it. So heaviness, weightiness, and tressaillement, or stabilization / instability, or unstabilization. I'm probably butchering that, right? And then the second part essentially talked about, if you want to call it, the ghost spirit. So thinking about the overall physics, right? The forces that have you to mind and to front, thinking about how your way of taking the game at a neo-paced game style way allows for the illuminating of all of these, if you want to call it, hidden things, as Drake would put it, right? And that's where we talked about spin and hemispherals, right? Now, this third aspect is actually more benevolently going to be distinguished if one has to mind, for example, the concept brought about from Advanced Warfare, right? The Advanced Warfare game of Call of Duty, right? So specifically, the idea of using exos or exoskeletons, right? Like pieces of technology that essentially enhances one's own physical attributes and capabilities, right? So the one that I really wanted to focus on has the introductory subject material of example is the exo mod pertaining to a shield, right? So in game, you can select this perk that literally allows one to, upon, I think it was pressing the R3 or R2 button, one of the buttons on the controller, pull up a fucking Spartan shield, for lack of better words, right? For duration and time. And then what that does is, if anyone is firing upon you, they would literally be unable to fire upon you, right? Thereby essentially not just creating extreme added security, right, just in terms of protection, but even adding this extra sense of what the aspects of marksmanship actually entail, right? And that's kind of where I wanted to go with it. So think, for example, of we know how, like in martial arts, for example, the aspects of inner game, right? So the world internal, the world that is in your control, the thoughts, the beliefs, the ideas, the emotions, and I guess non-focused on to a mainstream idea, at least from my perspective, the words that have to do, the worlds and realms that have to do with one's own body, but written Bodii, a la Indian, right? So in this, these are the bio worlds, the biochemicals, the electrochemicals, right? And stemming from neurotransmitters to like the immunal, like your immune system, right? The adrenals, adrenaline, right? Fight and flight response, you hear that a lot, right? But even more specifically, the chain of circuits caused by the intersectional interconnectivityness of all of these differently distinguished and distinguishable realms and properties and worlds, for lack of better words, that are inherent in the body, right? And then going to that chain of mind stream, if you will, it then allows one to more colloquially believe Dragon Ball Z, for lack of better words. How, oh shit, I have had experiences where when I have fallen into a stupor meditative, if you can allow me to say that,
where you're just in this super surreal sense of being present to the moment, almost even feeling like you're in a trance of some sort. The present conditions you're surrounded in this physical world. So the physical and sensations and environment around you that you are enveloped in, if you allow me to put it that way, essentially have this heightened weight of priority score attributed to their processing importance, if you will, right? So all of a sudden your mind makes it important to mind, to self, to actually process these things. And then you just start paying attention to everything, right? You feel the breeze around you. You can hear fucking the birds chit-chattering about outside. You can even hear the fucking hum that is low level, typically, of the washing machine going off. And even more crazily enough, your neighbors, right? Like maybe it's your neighbor's washing machine, maybe it's your neighbor's generator even, right? But you can distinctively and colloquially hear that shit. On top of that, you can even sense what can, for lack of better words, be earthquakes or minor vibrations, right? You can sense the ground humming about underneath your legs, right? You can even sense the ambient resonant field of energy that I've talked about in the past, attributed or caused from the techno gadgetry of our current modern world, right? That ambient, low level, you can call it leak off runway or runoff effect that is experienced in the natural world, right? On top of that, you start sensing greater detail when it comes to the aspect of impulse, for lack of better words. You can sense your heartbeat, but not just like before where it was just kind of like tick, 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 right? But you can even flow through the overall generated natural organic sequence of bio-driven chain reactions that occur when the breath of life, for lack of better words, is present, right? From just the tick, 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 to even the rise in sensation of your chest, to even the literal breeze mist, like notionary flow or notionary movement entity that is air or oxygen has pervades through your body, right? Even sensing the rising heats in your dick or your vagina, right? The tingliness of your titties, for lack of better words, right? And the erogenous zones that you actually did not know were really there, right? Like the parts where there is an accrual of sense organs that cause or facilitate for the aspect of conscious of I know that there to be more palpably and distinctly easier to access at those parts in your body, right? So in that aspect, it is then clear to mind that, oh shit, so on the screen, when they're like rising in energy level, right? So when he's like, right? It is actually just that, right? It's this sense of erogeneity being pervaded all over the body. And this accrual of Morty's sense organs, if you will, makes it to where the state of I know that there to be more and amplifiably known on an intuitive level, to just be more easily, if you want to call it, denotable to your mind. So kind of think of an array, right? For my programmers out there, an array is basically draw a set of squares, right? And instead of stacking them on top of each other, draw one square, and then every square that you draw them to the right of the first one that you drew. Right, so you're drawing these squares one by one and essentially laying them alongside one another, right? And what happens is this sense organ causes for one square. Imagine if you take one of any of these particular squares and you just shade it in, like you just you basically redraw that square over and over. And what happens, we know physically, when you press on the pencil, right, it becomes darker and darker and darker, right? And that makes it to where that cube or that square is more palpably and distinctively observable and seen from the other squares, right? So this aspect of raising in power level, which, as I put it, we can translate it to an increase of this accrual of these particular sense organs that, as I just mentioned, have this property of making it to where wherever they are, it is more observable, that which they are upon, right? And then this aspect of, wow, so the more I can observe something, I actually feel it on a more amplified way. It's like all of these minor details before were occurring, but not given that attributed higher priority value when come to processing, makes it to where, oh, so the more processing score I give to something, the higher these sense organs, which causes my paying attention to all of these minute details. On some level, that is pleasure, no? I guess that's why you masturbate. So then this aspect can be seen on so many levels, right? Physicians or chemistry talks about the state of energy of any particular atom, right? When an atom essentially exists, what it means is there are three things occurring. There is something in the center, or there is a zone where everything seems to be drawn towards, right? And then there is something that causes what can essentially be said as the shadow observation or shadow observe understanding of this particular sense of the center, right? So the way that I kind of want you to think about it is, if you never knew anything from anything, right, and you were to observe this, you wouldn't call this a center or even know that there was such a thing as a nucleus. All you would see is that it seems as if everything is drawn toward this being that area of concentration that you're pointing towards. Hence what I mean by shadow hyphen observable, right? And so also there's also these principal elements that, for lack of better words, make it to where I can more palpably distinguish, trace all of these different occurrences, right? So the fact that there is this thing to where which everything is drawn towards, the fact that there is these things that essentially unleash themselves into reality, to where I can even have the notion of things that are being drawn toward this particular things from things that are not, right? So the forces, them where we most colloquially or typically traditionally refer or focus on the facts of protons and electrons, and then later on come to see the neutron or observe, right? Now, from that standpoint, they talk about how from what it looks like, it is as if the electron is literally continuously trying to touch the proton, right? But for one reason or the other, whether it does or it doesn't, we don't have a good enough camera to show that, even though it actually does, hence energy, right? But it just seems as if, regardless, it keeps trying, right? So imagine you're like, you do a Spartan rush, or you do a fucking, the linebacker rap, right? When you're going to tackle someone, right? All the way until you get close to him, and then we don't know whether or not you actually touch him. But then all we know is the next moment is we go back to the start, where you see the person and you try to wrap him, right? And it does this over and over and over and over and over again, right? On top of that too, we can observe that along this execution of things, what has been shown is this clear pathway, and kind of the thing what I mentioned, there's these things that allow us to see that these are the things that are occurring, right? And that has essentially been dubbed as the valence shells, right? So these, you can call it routes, where we clearly traced that this particular element, being the electron, went from here to here to here to here, etc., right? Over and over and over again. And then it has been observed that basically, as it comes closer and closer to the proton, there is a greater sense of overall, let's put it, activity in the domain at hand, in the region. Whether you want to refer to it as potent or dormant energy, right? Static energy. Whether you want to refer to it as force, right? Like greater speed, right? It comes faster. Whether you want to refer to it as inertia, etc., it doesn't matter. But it has been observed that this is fact, right? That occurs, right? And then, interestingly enough, is as they come closer, this greater sense of activity, if you want to pull it, causes for pulling into effect or into notion or into reality. Is this magic? I don't know. Into this zone, another element just like this one, electron, being that essentially also has the same purpose of trying to get closer and closer. And the more and more of these things, the greater and greater the activity. And then you can call it the greater and greater the overall observed effect, right? On top of that too, has more and more subsequent electrons are added. There is at some point or the other something like a threshold limit, where not only does it just bubble over from activity, but there is all of a sudden, like fucking Pokemon evolution stone applied, this observed transient state change, right? Where before it was exhibiting this particular sense of activity, right? Now it has that sense plus one, something new, right? And this is essentially our notion of orbital shells being full, right? Basically, our sense, even you can put it a threshold capacity. What is evolution? What is being a Super Saiyan? Getting excited and right. So now, if you can transiently put together all of the pictures and facets from the show, and then kind of just colloquially sciencing what I just showed, SHOW hyphen, you can kind of even get a reality of, wow, yeah, holy shit, bruh, oh shit, nigga.
So, literally in chemistry, they say that a rise in orbital shells, so the more of these electrons in effect, has been applied or has been correlated to a rise in potential, right? Energy or activity, whatever the word you want to use. But systematically, quote, state of excitation, meaning literally, it's literally happier. So then maybe it does lend to the notions we have of consciousness of what space is, right? And how, what is it, that Yamamoto video, right? That water, right? Water and thoughts. Yo, hit too, right? Where they put water, right? Put a sticker on it with like words like happiness or love or joy, and the chemical structure atomically was different, right? And they put like words like different or hate or something like that, and that was also causing a difference, right? The effect that we has, the observer effect. Anyways, following along and then kind of bringing to game the aspect of iron wall, and that was specifically the martial art, if it can be, technique that I wanted to focus on, right? If I can consciously in mind, by having or keeping to mind the purpose of just ensuring that first I don't incur any risk capital, right? So I do no thought, word, or action that causes for my yielding or running to my death. Then by on some level, consciousness can be applied to more interesting facets of combat in game itself, right? Or in reality, however you want to put it. So if I can have in mind, for example, and kind of to crux this whole matter, aspects of self that make it to where in my mind's eye, as I'm holding my Remington and maybe there's tango, I throw to mind, like I'm projecting this vision or this sight where I just say to myself, iron wall, right? And pictured by this idea, in my mind, I envision there at that moment to be this iron wall that's protecting us from the bullets of our enemies, right? From that vision, right, can I then observably see differences in gameplay? Do I clearly see the added weight of protection that that idea brings? Do I even see how the notion of the added psionic energy that has been added to this situation essentially elaborates together, so causes for the relational connection, things that not only add more security for myself and for my squad mates, but more specifically envisions strategically and tactically positions, situations, and then what I call dynamic ranges of motion. So think of from going out of cover to line of sighting someone and then line of firing them to peeping the next cover location, right? To then be essentially ready or gearing up to tango or to down the next person on the screen, the next enemy, right? So having in mind that whole trackway path, this idea also maybe allows one to fosters those decisions that would highlight, kind of like that movie Tron, you know, where you can clearly see the pathway that would be most benevolent to conducively genesing, so genesising those ends to occur, right? And that's kind of like the way that I would introduce psi or psionic energy, right? And I think it's really going to be most useful for one to play the advanced warfare games, and then bring back Ghost Protocol, because you will just be more mature, right? So it's not kind of like, oh God, look at me, I'm dancing. Do you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah, I did that. Nah, it's not like that, but it's almost like, oh wow, that's cool, awesome. Look at how happy we all are. Look at how present to the moment. It's like Super Saiyan 3. What? Without having to try, right? And from that standpoint, the elaborate expansiveness of consciousness just like spontaneously occurs. Has a kind of like omni moment, like contributory vibe type of effect, right? See Guild Wars, when you win over and over without dying, right? The plus X% added to karma. And from there, when you think about any, I guess, psi, you feel like employing the, I guess, train driving axiom or heuristic should always stem from self-sustainability, longevity, and an overall, we call it subtle hocus pocus focus on growth, right? Like, it's not good enough to just be able to do it for 5 seconds, but it should be employed when it would be benevolent to last for generations or decades even, right? And I think, to me, when I think about what a ghost is, right, that's what that fucking is, right? Like, it's when it needs to be, and not just cause. And then that allows you to just be supremely tactical. I don't know. I get too poetic. Sorry, guys. My English. Anyways, hope you guys got something out of this. And as always, swag the fuck out. So, as a side tangent, or I guess a small homework exercise, as you're playing this game, every time you line of sight someone, I want you to practice throwing or imagining in your mind's eye that you're throwing a chi ball of positive energy at them, right? So as you're pressing R1, just imagine Kamehameha, and it's like positivity that you're shooting at people. Hence Cupid. And that, my friend, ladies and gents, is how you turn this game from something mundane to a lucratively, wildly profitable, beneficial, benevolent activity. 'Cause karma. Cheers. I don't know about you, but me thinks we could end this war this way, eh, boys? And girls. Bring it back into a more concrete objective or a more concrete application. Sugars that come from fruit or naturally occurring food tend to have this propensity of being simple in organization, right? You have things called simple sugars and complex sugars and even more complex sugars, right? The fruit, or the more natural or organically occurring the food is, the way that it came to being, the higher the likelihood that it is composed of simple sugars, which by nature are simple to break down and essentially a causer of
what you will call clean energy. And so for that, I need to make a quick step back. In that process of building energy, there are essentially two primal ways in which the body does this. One way is through what's called the ATP cycle, where basically through the raising of energy, the body essentially creates this energy unit called ATP, right? But there are times when resources are not currently present in order to create this unit, the body will actually go on to, you can call it synthetically manufacture complementary or what, sorry, the body will actually go on to create what you can essentially deem as replacement or temporary replacers that act or perform the functions of these key critically currently missing resources, right? So any of y'all familiar with the Krebs cycle or keto diets? That's literally what they're talking about. In the process of having a lack of glucose and carbohydrates present, what will happen is the body will actually break down proteins. And through a really systematic process of hydration, dehydration, causing a change in, I think it's like sodium, phosphorus, and zinc and calcium, like some other key like macronutrients, will essentially cause the genesis of, you can call it variants of ATP, right? Now, the way that it's done, because of basically, it's not, I don't want to use the word unnatural, but it's, think of it like riding a bike, right? Think of, for example, as a designer, you design a bike to have a bike tire of 27 inches in diameter, right? But because of the way you build the bike, your bike is actually able to fit like a 26-inch diameter tire or even a 28-inch diameter tire, right? It's built for optimum operation to take in or use 27 inches diameter bike tires, but it will also work with 26 and 28. That's the same thing with these keto related ATP energies, right? Where your body is actually by nature designed to use glucose, burn it down, and in that burning down process create clean energy, right? That will essentially become carbohydrates. But when not there, it will also take protein and macronutrient fused ATP energy cells that will also do the job of providing the energy required to function. So those are the two primal ways energy is done. And in this, one can clearly see the distinction in what we more now so commonly push as a striving for personal excellence and to play for the state of mind that you find yourself in. Because if you can refine the energy that you operate at on a day-to-day level, you can essentially effectually take control of the baseline set point at which your body rests, at rest, when you're not doing shit. And thus overall raise the standard by which it's able to essentially deem to be good enough, causing impact and change to occur in that moment itself, right? So foods like fruits, vegetables, essentially are clean or contributors of creators of clean energy because of the simpleness of the atomic structures that the resource that they provide give to us. Swag.
Only other food that I got is fructose. Now,
What's up, guys? Steven here for the Homework Day 3 Challenge thrown by Pete from Grant Cardone's seminar. And I guess the topic of choice that I wanted to use for the signature talk is the aspect of composition when it comes to design, and how I guess tactical strategic vision aligns oneself not just to the outcome of an overall engineering project, but more specifically to the alignment of avoiding maintenance cost at a later time in the overall cycle development of the project. So I think one of our biggest misses, or our undercapitalized opportunity in today's day and age, is how we don't often respect, revere, and give enough consideration to the design or strategy planning portion of the software or engineering development cycle that comes before the design stage. So what do I mean by this? Kind of like a sniper who essentially, in preparing for a mission, first takes out or ensures that his sniper rifle is properly bolted on together. Then he ensures that his lenses, his scopes are well set onto the sniper rifle, dialed down to the mils, clicks, and all of the targeting details that is necessary to perfectly hit his target. And then the final and most important part, performs and goes at length to the activities of reconnaissance, and most specifically target validation. I feel it to be, I guess, my opinion, that we don't often consider the actual nature and reality of what I simply denote to be the root problem domain, right? So the simplest way that I break this down is, for every single solution out there existing in today's world, there is essentially a root problem cause that fundamentally spurred you to genesis, I guess, the energies, resources to marshal together everything, the capital, to put together a solution that combats or is to rid the world of this root problem cause. And now, furthermore to that, because of this rushing through the process from us of not properly planning, and I guess what I would simply call meditating on, if you want to call it, the war zone situation, or meditating on the problem domain at hand, we all too often go at length in essentially erroneously designing solutions that actually meet very short-term metrics and vision-based outcomes. And I guess our tragedy and our effectual loss do not actually tactically composed see further in the future than even possible, or even initially and originally anticipated, thereby allowing us that depth, breadth, and space within mind and awareness to not just see intergenerationally long term, but furthermore to reap the fruit, benefits, and rewards of that long vision gaze. In that, we then, as a result of that, are forced to essentially play catch up management over and over throughout the project development lifecycle, that literally do nothing else but fill the purpose of putting out a fire that is caused from not properly validating your target, thereby missing them by a mile, right? So because of this, the project budget expense essentially balloons to a figure beyond what was initially, I guess, disseminated for it. And then on top of that, the solution upon its completion isn't properly leveraged in a strategic and tactical way that it, to its totality, is well integrated with the overall business ecosystem that is housing and employing this asset. Because of that, then there is furthermore capital and monies that is spent for strategic consult session that have to do with the purposes of seeing how we can use this thing. When, if you think about it, this could have been solved way long ago before its conception, had we just been more patient, had we just given ourselves more time. And I guess to crux this signature talk, this is something that I am seriously burning with passion, ecstatically pleasured to assist you in resolving. Hope you guys got something out of this. Hope you guys like this. And as always, swag the fuck out.
It's looking interesting to note, but linear algebra takes a really swaggy ass way to, I guess, development. So we start out with essentially the nature of a payload, right? So what is a packet? In order to ascertain what exactly you just received, like a girl, you have to peel back a few layers, right? You have to take off some layers, reduce it down to either echelon or reduce row echelon. Just like the same way when a woman is most naked, she is at her most vulnerable, and you're actually able to see through everything that she is. Or like your cat or pet, when they fully are bonded with you, they are willing to always show their tummy or their derriere if you have a cat, pet, kitten, girl. And thus you're able to actually see the totality of their soul, right? So now going forward, then it introduces the aspect of what exactly is a base, right? To me, that has resonance in, for example, mystic or ancient wisdom that seek to define what exactly is a life form or a human being, right? Native Americans take the principle of polarities, of a masculine polarity and a female polarity, both in contrast, but yet when together act in tandem as if a beautiful dance, right? And thus they go to say that every individual must be comprised of these two forces, and a balanced or complete individual, just like a basis, is something that spans the set, right? That spans the domain, and something that is linearly independent, meaning the two forces are there, but they're present. So, in other words, you see the full spectrum of energy or of the polarity, right? It's interesting to note that for an individual to be balanced, the two forces don't always have to manifest themselves in the same way, but the individuality that is the soul is what allows it to express its way into the world in a unique way, hence why everyone or everything matters, right? Now, going forward, it then introduces the concept of it goes in depth into how to actually ascertain this, like how to actually figure out what a basis is, going from top down or bottom up, right? So from
peeling away the layers and simplifying the matrix until you can't simplify it anymore. Then you will know for a fact that you have a linearly independent set, right? If no vector is removed, can be removed in such a way that you preserve independence, right? Or in other words, if all vectors are currently available are such that they are not multiples of one another, right? So kind of talking about uniqueness, right? And then the other way is, and that's the part that I kind of had issues with, or that I'm having trouble really understanding. But I think it has to do with the spanning set theory and the idea of looking at the columns of the matrix and seeing whether or not they span that domain, right? And that's where I'm weak at. Maybe something that I'm hoping my teacher kind of helps in explaining better. But what's interesting, and why I'm bringing this up, is what if there's a way of, in the same way that you have what are called hash functions, where you can reduce a file down to a minute value, right? 5, 8, 16. 16 represents the totality that is everything that comprises this file. What if there was a way of doing that for matrices? Reason being is that then base B theorem, that I've harped on or I've brought about a lot in the past, where essentially every number can essentially be seen as a basis by which a waveform can be made. 3 to the power of x, 4 to the power of x, 8 to the power of x, 16 to the power of x. All of these are different waveforms. And thus now a matrix is simply then just a combination of these different bases. Either a complete base in action or a mix or something in between, right? And that's kind of why I raised this question, and where I believe my answer will lie into the understanding of eigenvectors and eigenvalues. So I've kind of talked about this in writing before, but I figured I'd flesh this out here in a more multi-dimensional way. Hope this helped. Hope this made sense. And as always, swag the fuck out. Wait. To finish my point, what I was going to say is, in the ascertaining of whether or not you have a basis, you come to a realization, right? These two fundamental forces, masculine and feminine. Other people focus on energy, the energy of it in the wild. One force has somewhat of a kinetic aspect to it, meaning it seems like it's always in motion. Where my mind goes is, it's kind of like an electron chain, right? You have 2 electrons and an oxygen, and that's what keeps the loop going, because that oxygen attracts 2 more electrons, and then the 2 electrons come, and then they're going to try to attract an oxygen. Basically, the difference that we see and what builds life today is whether or not you have an oxygen present at the end of those 2 electrons or not, right? If you do, you have this beautiful merry-go-round that just keeps on going forever and ever and ever. And if you don't, then you have the end of something that will go to become what may be very well deemed as a backbone, an atomic backbone. So this is, in my guess, how you get nitrogen from how you get carbon, right? And so depending on who you are and where you are and how big the chain is, or how rigid, or even the structure of the backbone, you get different life forms and different things occurring in reality. And in my opinion, I think this is where eigenvalues, or being able to reduce them down to their most characteristic essence, what I always call the root characteristic waveform, really becomes important, and why we love, or I at least so much so personally love, eigenvalues and eigenvectors. See ya.